Well, good afternoon and welcome here to Hockenheim for round 4 of the Hankook 16 hours of Hockenheimring, part of the Hankook 24-hour series. We're halfway through this two-part race, 8 hours yesterday, Saturday, 8 hours today, Sunday. I'm Mark Cole, with me Chris Parsons. And Chris, after the rain of last night, a beautiful, sunny, warm Hockenheim.
Yes, and the weather forecast looking excellent for the whole of the 8 hours. So, yep, we should have some good racing, and we've got some close racing.
Yeah, they are round 4. We've got 2 to go after this. And this year's series, the Coppa Florio in Sicily at Ennepegusa. And then it finishes at Zandvoort in November. 2 12-hour races to go. They tried to cram all the 24-hour races in, but obviously the global pandemic of COVID-19 has scuppered a lot of those plans. But a good plan for next year, everything coming up in place already, and hopefully we'll get the cars and the spectators back. Meanwhile, we're lining up on the grid and we'll be going down to join Peter Frey in a minute. He's down there with the roving microphone talking to cars and drivers. Those who watched yesterday, good news. Look at the right-hand side of the grid. There is the Versure Racing Renault RSO1, the one that was had all sorts of problems yesterday, brake problems early on. Then it broke a drive shaft and the car was parked up in the garage overnight, but it's been wheeled out onto the front of the grid this morning because, although overall it is down in 12th place, the classes, they line the grid up in class order. Just 2 cars in that top class, the GT class, and there they are on pole position then. The CP Racing Mercedes of Charlie Putnam, Charles Esplin-Loeb, Joe Foster and Shane Lewis, which put in a sterling performance yesterday in the rain, and we had to hand it to the Americans.
They were very steady. They had a lot thrown at them.
Okay, Peter's waiting for us. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Good morning, everybody. Welcome here in Germany again at the Hockenheimring. Second part of the Hankook 8 hours, the 16 hours Hockenheimring, in total 16 hours, of course. Yes, yesterday we ended the day in rain, and now, as you can see, it's sunny, it's beautiful weather, and the forecast, yes, it should be dry the whole day. Yesterday I already explained that we are here in Germany and not in Barcelona as we had the first plan. Everybody knows what is happening in the world because of the COVID-19. We couldn't go to Barcelona, unfortunately, but for sure we will back next year. So last minute we decided to go somewhere else, and we found a beautiful circuit here in Germany, Hockenheim. Thanks to the great staff and crew of the Hockenheimring, we could manage. Normally we have a few months to organize everything. Now we had to do it in 3 weeks, but we managed to have a start grid. Yesterday rain, today sunny. So that means that yesterday a lot of cars ended the race on rain tires. But now it's dry. So that means that I think when we have the start, immediately a lot of cars will go into the pit lane to change for slicks. But a few teams, they're already thinking and looking the weather for today, and about within 50 minutes to go, they already decided to go into the pit lane and are driving on slicks. So you will see that some of the cars will be on slicks, but the most of the cars will still be on rain tires. And they are not allowed to change the tires on the start grid between the 2 sessions, between the 2 parts. So that's why most cars are on rain tires and also a few are on slicks. On my right side, for you at home on the left side, you see the car of CP Racing. Started yesterday as second, but now on the, let's call it the pole position for the Sunday. I was looking of one of the drivers. I just was informed that Charlie Putnam would do the start. Maybe we come back to this team then a few minutes later, although I see he's coming. So 1 minute and he will be there. On the other side, and we just already mentioned it, the car of Equipe Verschuur. They did not end at part 1, so they stayed in the pit box overnight. They got a 10-lap penalty for that, but most important, they are back on the start grid for part 2. And correct, because it's a GT3 car, they're not at the end of the start field, but wide after all the other GT cars, and that's better for the start because then you have the same speed. Charles Putman, we're just talking about you. First of all, compliments, respect that you and your team are here. from America? Because I know you had the plan also to come to Monza. You were stuck at the airport in Amsterdam. I know you're really angry. The most easiest to say was, okay, forget 2020, forget Europe. We try next year, and we don't. This is this for this year. But not Charlie Putman, not CP Racing. You want to come to Europe. You want to go racing.
Yes, we love being here with our friends and racing here in Europe. Our crew is here all the time, and we want to see them. We want to see them working and help support. I think it's important that we keep the economy going in the ways that we can. It's a bit difficult for us to come here. There are a lot of rules, regulations, a lot of studying, even a little bit of talking with the lawyers, but we get COVID tested before we come. We get COVID tested when we get here. We get COVID tested when we go back home. So we feel safe. We feel like everyone here is safe. They're taking a lot of measures. So we should go on with life the best we can.
Okay, that's cool. Yesterday, second, now first, pole position. Then you think, okay, easy, relaxing. But 8 more hours to go. That's not easy, not relaxing.
No, really, the Renault that we're racing here is a very fast car. Our Mercedes is a very good car. A little bit different specification cars. So we have a challenge. It was unfortunate for them to have some mechanical problems yesterday, but that creates, now they have the situation to try to chase us back down. We also have a couple of really well-driven Cup cars that are chasing here, so they're in the mix. So, yeah, it looks really good for us right now, but it's never a sure thing. Everybody has to keep working and pushing pretty hard. So, should be some good racing still ahead.
Yeah, correct, because I can imagine, of course, you want to win the GT3 class, but you also want to win the overall class. It's +6 on the Porsches, but +6 laps in endurance racing, 8 hours.
Nothing. It's very little. You have to really look at the long hours that we have to go. We have 8 hours of racing. Things can happen mechanically. Things can happen on track. So, yeah, these guys, I'm sure the Porsche Cup cars are sitting there right now rubbing their hands together going, if things could just go right, maybe we can get in there for an overall win. So it's still a battle.
Perfect. Again, thank you for being here. It really makes us proud and very happy that you do all the efforts to come from America to here. Thank you for that, and I hope to see you then at the podium tonight.
Well, thank you. We'll hope so. And thank you for you guys keeping, I know it's been hard for you as well as a series, to keep presenting races, find places for us to get together and race. But I think what you're doing, it's important. I think it's good that you do that. So we thank you also.
Thank you very much. Thank you. See you later. Thank you. Okay. On the second place, like we said, Equipe Verschuur. On the second place on the start grid now, not quite in the race because they have a lot of laps behind, but they are racing, and that's the most important. Then we go to number 3 and 4 on the start grid, and we see there 2 Porsches. And yesterday I already said, you don't need a lot of cars to have a race, and this is the proof. We have 2 Porsches, there are in total 3 in the class, and the difference between 2 Porsches, yesterday the whole race, the whole 8 hours, was maximum 1 lap. They're now back again in the same lap. They are both on rain tires, so they're both going to pit very fast. First we have a warm-up lap, then we have a formation lap. In those 2 laps you are not allowed to go into the pit. So when we really have the green flag, you will see they immediately go into the pit. Let me check if we can find maybe someone from Duo. I see the team manager over here. That's Ben. Ben, good morning. You don't need a lot of cars to have a race, especially not a competitive race. Those 2 Porsches, constantly, I mean, it's battling, not battling bumper by bumper, but battling in the same lap. How is the experience for that?
Yeah, I mean that's the fact of endurance racing. So during endurance racing, you need 1 car and you can battle over 8 hours, as you see yesterday. We hope that we can do the same the next 8 hours, and hopefully with the best end for us.
Correct. And are you then during the day constantly watching what they are doing, or is it just your own mindset, your own race?
But it depends. You start the race normally on just concentrating on you, and there is a time where you have to look at what they are doing or what they have done. But a lot can happen during 8 hours, also during an endurance race. So first you need to concentrate on you, but you always have one eye on the opponent. And at the end, you have two eyes on the opponent.
Correct. And at the end, let's hope for everybody that at the end, maybe the last half hour, you're still together. Then I think till the end, we have a beautiful battle.
It's what we hope, and you get nice pictures on the live stream.
Correct. That's it. Thank you very much, Ben. Thank you very much. Let's go see what's behind the two Porsches, because that's the another Porsche from a Speed Lover, the 978 car, is preparing. And on the other side, it's the GT4 car from Zorg Rennsport. Let's see if we can find somebody to ask a question from Zorg Rennsport. Good morning. How's everything going so far after 8 hours?
My English is not so good.
No problem.
The team car chief.
Car chief, we have to go to him? Okay. I asked him how is everything going after 8 hours, after 1 day? Is everything according plan?
Yeah, everything is going to our plan. We're quite happy with the situation. For the moment, P1 in the class, and we hope for P1 in the finish.
Okay, and I see you are on slicks. So somebody was thinking yesterday already, okay, tomorrow is dry, we're going to slicks.
Yeah, that was our plan. And for the moment, we are nearly with the other GT4 car, the only car here in the grid with slick tires, and hope for a good race. So,
okay, smart thinking. Who was it, Benjamin?
No, Daniel.
It was Daniel, one of the other brothers. Thank you very much. Also, the second GT4 on the start grid. It's the car from Pro Sport, and then we have all the cars from the GT division. We get the 10-minute sign. I wait till the sound is gone. Takes a long time. And then we go forward to the TCE division. And I walk to this car, the car of Top Car Sport. On the pole position from the TCE division. They started yesterday second, and they already had an accident after, what was it? After the start, immediately after the start. I think it was 200-300 meters. They have a collision with the car of AC Motorsport, and when you look, I think CJ is already pointing the camera on it, on this side, the damage. This was already after 10-15 seconds. Maybe we thought, okay, is this the end already for the car? But no. They keep driving, keep pushing, and now they're on the first place. Let's go to the driver, Kai Jordan it is. Good morning.
Morning.
I almost thought after a few hundred meters, this race is over for the car.
Yes, I hope I can with the tires. The first in the first corner.
Are you a little bit, because yesterday we saw it on the other side the damage, because the collision right after the start. How is the start now going? Are you a little bit cautious now?
No, I hope it better. I make better. Fabian has not a chance.
Okay. Good luck. Do we see you at the end also, number one?
What? Yeah, I hope.
Then we see each other on the podium.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Then we go to number 2 and 3 on the TCE division. It's the both cars of Autorama. Number 1 is on the second position, and they have the rain tires still. And number 3 is the 112 car from Autorama, and they have the slicks. So you can see one team, 2 cars, different strategy, because one is on rain tires, one is on slicks. Let's ask Benjamin Leuchter. You have 2 cars, same team, different strategy, because you are on slicks.
Yes, of course. We gambled a little bit yesterday, and I hope this was the right decision. And let's see the first laps.
Because the cars in front of you, they are rain tires, so probably normally after the warm-up lap, they're immediately going to pit, and you can arrive.
Yes, this is the plan. If not, I hope after corner 2, I'm in front.
Okay, I understand. Good luck today. See you at podium.
Thank you. Yeah, I hope so.
Meanwhile, everybody is already from the start grid, but we have still a few cars to go. Car of AC Motorsport, number 4. And I have to say that top car was first, 1 lap behind is the number 1 car from Autorama, and 2 laps behind top car is the 2nd car of Autorama. Then we have also the car of Davitec, and I saw some damage on the behind of the car, so I'm not sure if they have to pit as well very soon to repair that damage. Doesn't look good. And another car also damaged, and they were very good on track till the end. Let me see, can I ask you a question, still possible? Yeah, perfect. The race yesterday, at long time it went very good, but then in the end there was an accident. Was it because of the rain?
Ivo was on slicks, and he was pushing to get the tires warm, and yeah, sometimes these things happen. It's racing, so my heart goes out. Nobody likes to make a mistake, and but yeah, Ivo did a fantastic job in the wet on slicks. The team did a great job getting the car back together, so today is another day, huh?
Yeah, and the car is totally fixed now, no problems?
We hope, fingers crossed, huh?
Okay, because then 8 hours, long time to go, so everything can happen.
Absolutely, yeah, long time to go, everything can happen. It's endurance racing, so you get used to the highs and the lows.
Perfect, thank you very much, good luck. Okay, then we have all the cars on the start grid. We slowly walk back to the front. For me, it's time to give back to the studio in London, to Mark. Everybody, enjoy the race, and we see you back tonight when I'm on the podium and hopefully still with you. Thank you very much and good luck.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. You go off and take a few beers, and then, as you say, we'll see you on the podium. So from Mark Cole, Chris Parsons, myself in the studio, getting ready for this, what's going to be a sunny race, I hope, today. But Chris, fascinating. You actually called this right last night. You said, look, they're going on to slicks 15 minutes before the end. So they're getting ready for the start. They're already thinking about the start tomorrow.
It's going to make the first half hour very interesting indeed, before we can actually see where we are, how the whole thing shakes out. Very interesting. So, yeah, stay with us for at least the first half hour. It's going to be exciting.
Please stay with us for the whole 8 hours.
Yeah, for 8 hours. Yeah.
Nothing on of interest today. It's some Formula One roundy event from Monza. Talking of which, let's give our congratulations to Lewis Hamilton, fastest lap in history, Formula One lap, 264 kilometers an hour. That's 164 miles an hour at Monza for that pole position yesterday. So huge respect to Lewis for that.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a time when Silverstone was the fastest track in the world, and I remember when the 150 mile an hour lap was broken. But this is 100.
Keke Rosberg.
Yeah, Keke Rosberg. Yeah, with like 1500 bhp of turbo, but 164 miles an hour.
But it'll be interesting because one of the last races of the year is going to be on the oval circuit at Bahrain.
Yeah, so let's see how that transpires.
So this may not be a very long record.
No chicanes, of course. They got three chicanes at Monza. So anyway, we're waiting for the off. There is the 3-minute borders. In fact, we've got quite a long way to go yet. It's about 11 minutes yet. There then is Hockenheim, here nestling in the Rhine Valley. Just over those hills there is Heidelberg, the university city, and behind us is the town of Speyer, which is on the Rhine, and that's the closest large town to Hockenheim. Hockenheim is a town in its own right. Here then is how they're lining up on the grid. It's Charlie Putnam who we're talking to just a moment ago in that Mercedes, with Harry Colan starting the Renault Row 2, the 2991 Porsches, the Cup Porsches, and starting that car. We're not informed yet, but Marcel Van Barlo will be in the second of the cars, the Baz Curtin's NKPP racing entry. Speed Lover on row 3 with Jeroen Kraeft, and we haven't got the name of the other driver yet. This is because until they pass the transponder station, we won't know necessarily who's on. But Nico Verdonk, Pro Sport Racing there, GT4 in the Aston Martin on row 4, and everybody was saying about Nico Verdonk's amazing drive yesterday, pulled that car back up in the rain. Here we are, touring car endurance, TCE, and that top car sport Cupra will be starting from that class pole alongside the Autorama Golf, and then going further down, Autorama Golf from AC Motorsport. And we know that Stephen Licorice is on board the last car there, don't we? The red camel car. We were talking to him in the cockpit a moment. He'll be on the back row of that starting grid. But we've still got 14 cars, which is great. The Vauxhall car repaired last night. We saw the drive shafts being fixed. Of course, they had to take a penalty for that. But Chris, their advantage today, not only have they got slick tyres on, but the car is spotless. It's absolutely clean. All the rest are filthy from yesterday's rain.
And they can go for it. Yes, so it'll be very entertaining. But the battle, there are several battles to watch. The two 911 Cup cars, that'll be interesting. And of course the TCR with the Cupra and the two Volkswagen Golfs, very close in the battling away and on different strategies with different tyre strategies.
Yeah, I like the point that Peter made, by the way, about the two 911 Cup cars, that they have got a good chance of overall victory today if there's any problem for that Mercedes.
Yeah.
But good to hear Charlie Putnam supporting this series, and his thanks to everyone. Of course, our thanks as well to Charlie and their American crews for coming over, being here, and helping support the racing. It is a busy weekend, as you know, at the Nürburgring, which is Germany's other main circuit. We've got the European GT4 Cup on this weekend. That has taken a number of cars away, potential cars from this series. But at the end of the day, it's been the COVID pandemic that's caused all these problems.
That's unavoidable this year, and hopefully we'll be back to normal next year,
so
Mark.
I think motorsport fans, a big thank you to Creventic and to all these drivers here today for doing this, because they are giving us motorsport, and that's great. Only 2 weeks before Le Mans, we've got a couple of drivers here who will be at Le Mans. The green flag waves. One of those drivers who will be at Le Mans, of course, is going to be the oldest starter ever. That's Dom Bastian, and Dom should have started in the Proton Porsche here yesterday, but that car had big technical problems yesterday. It didn't make the start, so Dom has jumped across to the 978 Speed Lover Porsche. He's 74 years old, from Dunkirk, but he lives in the United States now. And Chris, I think what you said last night, obviously the ACO wanted him to get a race in before he goes to Le Mans, and so that's why he's jumped cars.
Which is why he was so annoyed when, unfortunately, he went off the road in this car in the rain, and he was not a happy bunny when he got out.
Yeah, he did a fair amount of damage, and there was a 40-minute neutralisation of the race while they rebuilt the tyre walls. So anyway, but we'll keep a lookout for that today, and we will be covering Le Mans in 2 weeks' time. We'll be there, so make sure you join us as well. It's another 24-hour race like this 24-hour series. Okay, today's is a little bit curtailed, as you heard from Peter. 16 hours of Hockenheim, all arranged within 3 weeks. How good is that? Very, very impressive.
And having been on the organisational side before, that is a fantastic. Hang on, we've got a car in trouble.
This is the Davy Tech. This is the car that Gabi Ouget put off into the wall yesterday. Did some rear end damage, and that car, Tim Coronel, of course, and co on board that. So it looks like
it's all right, Mark. It's off again.
It's going again. But this happened yesterday morning, didn't it?
Yes.
When they started the race, Tim only got as far as the straight between turn 1 and turn 2, and the car cut.
Obviously doesn't like starting that car.
This is Vincent Rademacher on board with him at the moment, and Vincent then involved in that first lap collision. It was actually on the start line that he and who was it came together. Fabian Danz had that big coming together. Both cars quite heavily damaged. You'll see on the Audi, the driver's side is pushed in, and on the top car Supra, it's the passenger side which is all pushed in. But anyway, they've survived yesterday's 8 hours, and I'm no reason to say they won't do it today. That is the Creventic organisation. Thank you very much for being here for everybody, and we're getting ready behind the safety car. A warm-up lap, then a formation lap, and then they will get that flag. And then Chris, we'll be looking at the pit stop chart, won't we, to see
Yes.
who, what and where. As you heard, a couple of them starting on slick, so they've got an advantage already.
Yes, and of course we have got some cars that have got centre lock the retainers, so they're very simple. Other cars, the touring cars, they've got actual wheel nuts and they all have to be done individually.
Yep, fine.
So their pit stops will be longer than the...
Yeah, that's 20 wheel nuts on each car.
Yeah.
5 on each wheel.
Yeah. Not-
They can use power tools, of course, so they haven't got to sit there with a wheel brace, but even so, but it does even it out in the class, doesn't it? So there is the Hockenheim safety car leading the pack around this 4.5 kilometer circuit. Of course, first built in the 1932 as a triangular motorcycle track, went way off into these woods you're looking at here. So where we are here, just imagine taking a straight line for 3 or 4 kilometers out there in the direction of Heidelberg. Then they come back. Now it's a Spitzkehr, which is, you can see in all its glory this morning. This is one of the most challenging corners in motorsport because you're coming up there, you know, even in these cars, 150, 160 miles an hour, but it's everything on for a first gear hairpin.
Yeah, so we saw quite a few braking problems yesterday. Not only the Renault, but some of the other cars were also having braking problems. Oh dear,
It stopped again.
BMW stopped again.
Oh dear, this is the Tim Coronel car, the car which he runs out of the Netherlands, Davy Tech. That is going to cause a problem, isn't it? If he can't get it rebooted, what is going to happen then?
I have to do another.
That is Tim. There's Tim himself on board, so at least he knows what he's doing. It's his car. He built it. But this is not right, is it? And it stops again. So even the Get You Home mode isn't working properly at the moment. Dear, oh dear. So yesterday this happened at the start. They eventually got into the race. When Tim's partner, Gabby Ullier, took over in the rain, she backed it into the wall at the Sachs curve, which is why it's got some rear corner damage and the wing end plate hanging off, which they haven't been able to fix yet, Chris, because they haven't been allowed near the garages. So the intervention car coming out, they're going to put a rope on and just tow him back, aren't they? Because at the moment, this is holding up the start, isn't it? Every time Tim gets it going, it stops again. He said, no, I've got to get going. I've got to get going. So I can imagine there's some Dutch-German swear words being exchanged at the moment.
Seems to be going.
He says, I think I'm all right now. But he's going to head straight for the pit, surely. So I don't know what that problem is. Obviously, it's all to do with the ECU.
Yeah, it's interesting because they had the same problem yesterday.
Yeah, as we said on the opening lap, on the warm-up lap. So where's the rest of the field? Meanwhile, let's get our timing screens up now and see, because we actually got the trackers
Here
in front
they are
of us.
coming round.
They're coming up
onto
to the start-finish straight. I think we're going to be given the
safety car
green
is pulling
flag.
off.
But remember, we've got Tim Coronel on the track at the moment, crawling around. Let's just hope, and he's on the far side of the circuit, just having come out of the Spitzkehr. So
let's hope it doesn't occur again.
So are we racing? Yeah, green flag, and we are racing here at Hockenheim for the second part of the 16 hours of Hockenheim. Field piles into the first corner then. Charlie Putnam was leading, but I'm sure that Renault is already out in front. That Renault will be in the hands of, where is it? Just looking, of Harry Colin, as we said. There we are, Harry already using that low down power of the Renault to get that car out front of the rest of the field.
As the touring cars sweep through, hopefully the BMW is out of the way. Yes, and we already have a pit stop for the Ligier, and they are doing their tyre change. And no doubt there'll be a queue at the end of this lap, Mark.
Yeah, so that was the Ligier, as you say, that came in. Other cars will be thinking about that now. Now they're all having a little fight for position as they come out of the Spitzkehr into the Mercedes arena. Our camera mounted up in the Daimler Benz grandstand, looking down as they go onto the drag strip, which is between turns 10 and 11, brings us down to Mobile 1 and then into the Sachs Stadium with its very tricky Sachs curve, slightly banked. almost Indianapolis banking at the point they're just going into now.
So wait for the pit stops. And one of the Golfs has got past the Cupra.
Yep, on board already then. The 112 car, this is the class leader, Autorama, Benjamin Leuchter on board. Talked to him on the grid as well about his hopes today. And that car is one of the cars. Now that car is the one on rain tires or the one on slicks. It wasn't clear which was which. The car, team's number 1 car or the 112 car. I'm assuming it's going to have to be this one, the number 1 car, because he's not stopping. This is the one that Benjamin's driving. So we are.
There's the Mercedes.
Mercedes in already to make that switch to slicks. They had no choice but to do this. And of course,
but they've got a 6-lap advantage. So
yeah,
it's
well. Plus the Renault got a penalty as well for being in the garage overnight. I'm just seeing if that penalty has shown up yet. No, they haven't added it yet. There are a number of people, by the way, Chris. Got 1, 2, 3, 4 people who haven't yet taken penalties from yesterday. They can carry them over, but they will have to take them at some point today. So
we have another car off the road.
It's only just been in to have its tires. Again, it looks like the old problem, doesn't it? It looks like
it's your Control-Alt-Delete, Mark.
Yes, rebooting the car. This is the trouble today. The electronics get so complex.
Well, especially if you've done an 8-hour race and the car is absolutely it's very hot, having done an 8-hour motor race, and you stop it overnight
and you leave it outside
with
a cover on it.
So it's not surprising the odd car objects.
So in the pits at the moment then, Charlie Putnam, Marco Van Berlo in the Porsche. Tim Coronel's made it back to the pits. He's there. Guillaume Romain in the Ligier has already gone back out. And speed lover Eric Mouet, he's in the pits at the moment as we're looking at the work going on.
It looks like a pad change.
Yeah, they're doing a brake change. They, unfortunately, this is stuff you could normally do overnight, but not permitted. You can't work on the cars overnight.
Parc Fermé.
Yeah.
So so that might take some time. It took the Renault team did it yesterday, and it took some time. They were struggling because, of course, everything's very hot. That's a clever thing. The brakes won't actually be as hot, Mark.
Yeah.
So they'll be easier to work on.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah.
Than if you.
Yeah, Charlie was probably told, don't ride the brakes. Just try and keep them cool on the formation laps, and then boom. You're absolutely right. Well spotted. So it's a nice racing going on down here. Volkswagen on Cupra, and that is the Autorama car of Yannick Mettler taking the lead from Kai Jordan. I think, is that what we just saw? There's the Ligier in front of him that's been having problems, so I hope he just doesn't suddenly stop again. And there then is our 112 car, just ahead of the BMW. And that BMW is the Heiko Elberg car, the Team Avia Sorg Rennsport.
I guess that car has probably stopped because it changed tyres, Mark.
Yeah, everyone's out of position now, of course, and we're all on different laps. Now, we do the laps, of course, they will be added to what they've already done. So the lead car has done 237 laps, so these will all be added on up there. So here is the 101 in the pits at the moment, the Red Camel car, which Britain Stephen Licorice is driving. He told us he'd have to come in and get those slick tyres. Will they go and get fuel? Now, if you're just joining us for the first time, fueling is quite different in this series. You have to drive round into the back of the paddock, you go to the fueling area, you're filled up from a conventional pump with a nozzle. It's just like going into your local Tesco's, and there is a 20-kilometre speed limit, and that was the main punishment meted out yesterday for people who broke that 20 kilometres an hour. 20 miles an hour is bad enough. Imagine 20 kilometres.
The stewards were having a field day dishing out the penalties. Some were cancelled, but most of them stuck.
Now, what's encouraging about this, Chris, they're doing pad changes now, brake changes. That means they can run 8 hours on one set of brakes, so they won't need to do it again. So that's good, isn't it? We now know where we are on that.
the Charlie Putnam Mercedes is still in the pits. We're waiting for that.
Yeah, that's a long change, isn't it?
That's interesting.
So Stephen Licorice takes the car back there. He's 54 years old, from Oxford, and his company, he's chief executive officer of a company called AirCharge, which allows you to charge your mobile phone without having to plug it in. Very clever. It's all done with X-rays and radar and whatever.
And he took the car in to refuel.
Yep.
So obviously they didn't get that done last night.
No, well, likewise it was that car had been damaged in the rain. So by Evo, he went off, you remember, towards the end of the first part. So they had no chance to do all that work they might want to do.
Meanwhile, Harry Cohn is setting fastest laps.
Yeah.
The fastest lap today is 1:46.969.
Unsurprisingly, he's got a good car under him now. They've obviously did all the work they could before the door came down at 8 o'clock last night. They couldn't touch the car after that, but they managed to get it all done. In fact, some of the final scenes we saw with them greasing up a spare drive shaft in case they need to do it again.
Rebuilding it, yes.
So he's got a good car under him. Harry's 57 years old, from Eindhoven. He's a regular in the 24-hour series. He finished third in the A2 category last year. That was the touring car category, and he won. Sorry, no, he didn't win. He did. He won the Dutch Winter Endurance Championship with a win this last winter before the lockdown. So Harry is a good little driver. He'll hand over to Eric Van Loon, who's 52, but of course the star of that team is Mike Verschoor, who together with his father Franz own this team, just 33 years old, and probably the quickest man here this weekend.
Oh yes, he was almost in a class of his own. But the car is, as you said yesterday, Mark, it's a prototype really, whereas the Mercedes is a development of a road car. This is a mid-engined prototype.
Yeah, but what's good to see, Chris, they have had a lot of mechanical problems, engine and gearbox. Okay, a jam brake disc, that's not a major mechanical problem. A broken drive shaft, that's not a major mechanical problem. If they could ride over that, get a full 8 hours in today, I think they've got a very, very good chance.
As Harry Colmes sets another lap, fastest lap
of the race.
It's some way off what they were doing yesterday, what Mike Verschoor was doing yesterday. He was doing in the 141s.
Yeah. In fact, we got down to a 40, didn't he? Just
40. Yes.
Pole had been a 39.8, and I think he did a 48, didn't he, yesterday? So that was very, very impressive. So Harry, doing a good job here, and I'm sure that the Verschoor team will be very happy with what he's doing. He's just got to keep it steady, hand the car over as you started it, and make sure it's in really good condition when you give it over to your next driver. Here then is the battle of the TCs, the touring cars. And as we can see, the two Autorama cars are running together. There is the AC Motorsport Audi of Vincent Rademacher. He's on board that car at the moment, and that's the car that had the collision with Fabien Dans on the start line at the start yesterday. Both cars quite heavily damaged, but they managed to drive around that and seem to have a good car under him.
And we can see that the Mercedes has left the pits and immediately sets the fastest sector. Charlie Putnam, the mechanics have finished their overhauling the brakes, and just done a 48.0 in the second sector.
In the second sector, yeah, that's quite outstanding. That's interesting, isn't it? Because one of the things we said yesterday was the track will have been cleaned by all that rain yesterday. So all the rubbering up over the weekend until the rain came washed away, and they've got to start all over again. But obviously track conditions much better today than they were before the rain yesterday.
There is the Mercedes, so back on track, and he has a 5-lap advantage over Marcel Van Bello in the Porsche 991 Cup car.
Yeah, so he's on his first real flying lap. I mean, that was a 47 he just did, but still 2 seconds off the pace of the Renault. But Charlie Putnam then, one of the two quickest drivers in that car, the other one being the other Charles Espenlaub. these Americans coming over here, showing what they can do. And just talking of America, Chris, latest round of the WeatherTech Championship yesterday, another win for Honda and Acura.
Yes, but the Mazda came second. They were very close to winning it.
Yeah.
And Jean-Paul won Montoya. Got a slap wrist for brake testing one of Wayne Taylor's cars in the pit road.
Oh, right. So, in fact, funny enough, it's Ricky Taylor who won that race together with Helio Castroneves. They did a really good job. Not only that, but on Honda also, was it Honda or Mazda who won?
Honda.
Yeah, Honda also won the GTD category, so it was a field day for them at Road Atlanta, which of course normally would be hosting the Petit Le Mans come October. I don't know what the situation is in that at the moment.
But and the other surprise at that race meeting was that BMW won the GTLM category,
right,
beating both Porsche and Corvette.
So a bit of an upset there. So,
yeah.
So
that was a surprise.
So as we say, plenty of sports car racing going on around the globe, and up at Nürburgring, it's the European GT4 Championship. But here we're concentrating on the 24-hour series, and such a good job that Creventic have been doing. Just to remind you, we've had 3 races already at Dubai, Portimao and Monza. This is Hockenheim. We've got 2 more to go then, one in Sicily, Enna-Pegusa, which hasn't been used for international motorsport for many, many years.
So they're reviving the Coppa Fiorio.
Yeah, and of course, Formula One is going back to Imola and to Mugello, which is great. So they are reviving all these beautiful Italian circuits which have been a bit neglected. Zandvoort neglected as well. Should have had the Grand Prix this year. Couldn't happen, but they will go. This series will go there 13th, 4th, 15th of November.
That'll be very interesting.
12 hours of
Zandvoort,
a very small track for that, but of course a lot of these entries are Dutch. Creventic, the organiser, are Dutch, so it's very much a home race for them. Then next year they've got the calendar slowly dropping into place, but we lost Barcelona 24 hours, which along with Dubai is probably the most popular race this series, but there was no chance of going to Spain at this time. It's off limits, as you know, in Britain, and a lot of countries are not going at the moment. Here is the Porsche Cup battle. 991 car, that is leading the Duvo car. 909, of course, one of them pitted for slicks, the other didn't need to, and Charlie then just hauling him in at a rate of knots here. Just watch the difference. This is a Mercedes GT3 power against a Porsche Cup.
Yes, the Mercedes has got what, sort of 550 brake horsepower, something like that.
That's right.
It's a full GT3 car, whereas the 911s are quite a lot down on
about
that.
460, so it's giving away 90 to 100 horsepower.
Yeah, and the touring cars, the TCR cars, are about 350 brake horsepower.
Yeah, still plenty enough, isn't it?
For a front-wheel drive car, yes.
So there again, nice view from inside the number 1 car, the defending championship runner Yannick Mettler, and that gear change lever, they don't need to use it, it's there, but they are actually doing the gear changes on paddles through the steering column. And we saw yesterday, didn't we, one of those Autorama cars had to change
the steering
wheel because the paddle had failed, and he's had to use the actual sequential gift lever, which is mounted to the floor. No hardship, but it just means you have to alter your modus operandi. So here we are then, that clock telling you how long we're into the race at the top, 7 minutes 44.
So that is the battle for the TCR class.
Yeah, it is indeed.
With the Cupra and the Golf under a second apart. They're on the same lap, so that is the battle for the lead of the TCR class.
Yeah, as you say, 0.9 of a second. That is amazing, and that car, third car on the picture looking at the moment, Vincent Rademacher, he's 4 laps down after their problems yesterday. He's in and out of the garages very early in the race just to get that underfloor damage cured. It's obviously fine because the car is as quick as it was in qualifying, so unfortunately, it's going to be quite a big repair job when they get the car back to base. They have got a month to do it. The next race isn't until October the 9th. One at Hankook. Hankook, the circuit that goes around the lake within the view of Mount Etna. And one of the hazards you have there are water snakes wriggling across the track. I've been there, and believe me, it's true. I've been there for European Formula 2 when Jonathan Palmer won there. So that tells you how long ago I went there. But the beautiful circuit and very, very welcoming. The Sicilians, and of course the Sicilian hospitality is legendary.
So yes, the Charlie Putnam put another purple sector in, but it's not a purple lap. He's lapping at about 147.
Yeah, he's on the nail, isn't he? He's doing 47s, which is what Harry Curlin's doing in the
Much
Renault.
the same, yeah.
Harry put a quick one in, he did a 45.7. I think it was just to show who's the boss. But now he's settling down into regular 47s. There's hardly a problem with traffic here, is there? You're not being blocked by anyone.
No.
We've actually got 14 cars on a 4.5 kilometre circuit.
The Audi having a look there, but it is of course in the same class as the two cars in front, but they are several laps ahead of it, and the other Golf has now fallen one lap down, presumably as a result of the tyre changing.
I mean, there's a good chance, isn't there, that Audi could gradually haul in the Golf ahead of it. Benjamin Leuchter's car. We've got a long way to go, Chris. 8 hours.
Yep.
I'm sure that some of these cars are going to have.
Here we are. Go for
yep. This is it.
A pass.
This is
different lines into the hairpin.
Yeah. Can he hold it though? Can he hold it?
No.
So the Kai Jordan on the Cupra just manages to fend off, gets the undercut as they go into the hairpin.
And the Golf getting the inside line for the Mercedes corner. As the Cupra gets up.
Yeah, and that Volkswagen is going to get gobbled up by the Audi in a minute if he's not careful. He has to keep backing off.
This is an excellent battle.
Yeah, that's Yannick Mettler on board that #1 car. Yannick Mettler, who's 30 years old, from Lucerne in Switzerland. Won the Nürburgring 24 hours last year in GT4 for Black Falcon, so he knows what he's doing. If you can survive, if you can win a 24-hour race, you can certainly do. Here we are, the Audi's having a look now, and there's also Golf. We've got Cupra, Golf and Audi all fighting for position, and Yannick Mettler just showing his nose time and time again to Kai Jordan, and Kai Jordan's not having any of that.
They're going for it, these two. These two, the
Cupra then bails out of that, but the Audi, I think that just caught Yannick by surprise for a moment. He had to slightly back off, and that yet Vincent Rademacher, of course, who's a wily old fox at these racing, Belgian driver with experience of winning the Spa 24 hours and other races. I think he's going to have a little go at that Golf now. Here's the Cupra then in.
And it's...
that's the air hose, that's not fuel.
Yeah, they're on wets or intermediates.
Now, has he done all this on...
Yeah, I think the tyres must have been going off.
Yeah, no, they are slicks, aren't they? So, let's see. Yeah, the slicks coming off.
I thought the other one on the rear looked as if it had a tread on it, so...
Let's have a look. Unfortunately, the camera moving away just as we...
No,
yeah, we can't see now.
So that's going to put him well down.
Yeah, that was a nice battle, that. Yeah, he wouldn't be coming in to change slicks this early, so it must have been just trying to get the best of his rain tyres.
But he was
right. We've got a code 60.
Very, very
What's
well
happened, Chris? We've got an incident on the track. Code 60. Cars have to slow down to 60 kilometres an hour. That way they maintain their positions. This is a code that was introduced in this series, now adopted by everyone else. Where is
trying to look and see where the problem is?
So Kai Jordan's just gone into the refueling area while that's on. So they've timed that perfectly.
Yes, they did.
So they're going to lose a lot less time than they did. Out comes one of the safety cars. Where's he off to? Has someone stopped on the track? I'm trying to look. I can't see anyone who's stopped at the moment, unless it's the BMW that's got problems again. Well, everyone's saying this is
coming in
right.
for the
Debris on
pits.
track at turn 6, so that's down at the hairpin. I haven't seen a collision down there, but for debris on track, they're just putting out. This is out as a safety thing. So in come are the number 1 Autorama car, Yannick Mettler. In comes Vincent Rademacher in the Audi, which at the moment is running 4th in TCR. Those are slicks coming off.
Those are slicks coming off, yes.
No, so I think they did. One of the cars started on slicks. We know that, don't we? And the other on rain tires. But because we did actually hear, didn't we, from Benjamin Leuchter that they'd split, doing a 50-50. One car on rain tires, the other on slicks. This one we knew started on slicks because I made a note. But that's rain tires he just took off the back.
Yeah.
What's going on? Had a rain tire on the back.
We're also seeing that the other Golf has got a penalty for exceeding track limits.
Right, Audi is going to take breaks in, so he'll be there for a couple of minutes. But interestingly, Chris, he was running with slicks on the front, the Golf, and rain on the back.
Yeah.
That's a front-wheel drive car. Okay, so that's quite an interesting combination. He's going in for fuel now. Benjamin Leuchter.
As we said,
it's Yannick Mettler on board that car.
As we said before the race started, it's going to take some time before we actually see what.
You suggested half an hour, and you're about right. We're 22 minutes in. So just another look at that damage. Look on the size of Vincent's car. That was a very heavy hit, together with Fabien Danz's car yesterday. And I think they're lucky that that car is still handling well, because I'd imagine he's got. That they did say, wasn't there, was some floor damage, so it might even need a new body shell after that. Who knows? But
yeah, and the code 60 has finished.
Right.
So we're back to racing conditions again.
Picked up the debris. So, as you say, confusing while they get themselves sorted out. The last of the cars shedding their rain tires, getting onto slicks. Those who needed refueling, having it done. As we say, Kai Jordan at this moment. Just left. He's still in second place. So he managed to get out ahead of the second of the Autorama cars, the 131 car, which Kai Jordan is on.
No, the two.
No, Kai Jordan. Sorry, he's dropped down to third. In fact, hasn't quite got out ahead of his teammate Leuchter.
But the number 1 car that's in the lead of that class is in fueling. So, yeah, a few more minutes and we'll be able to see exactly where we are.
So, getting that front wheel located. Actually,
there's a bit of movement.
Yeah,
there.
I think there's more movement there they're happy with, isn't there?
Yes. Now, was this the car that came in yesterday and they're
going to have to take the wheel off again, Chris?
Yeah.
This isn't good. There's some real suspension movement, as you say.
Yeah.
Probably a legacy of yesterday's accident. And he'll now give that a good rocking to see what's what. Looks like it could be damage to the shock absorber mounting, doesn't it, from that hit? Mind you, they're saying have a look at the trailing arm at the front there. So this is not good, is it? It had a good drive coming back. The AC Motorsport team, which is owned and run by Vincent Rademacher, may have to change the whole rear upright, Chris.
Yes.
I think it was a much bigger hit than we'd appreciated. When we saw the other car on the grid this morning, the top car Cupra, we hadn't realised how much damage there was on that car, because all the shots we see it, of course, are from the driver's side.
It's a pity we didn't get a replay
Yeah.
of what happened. I don't think the cameras got that one. It was quite dramatic.
Yeah, we're not in the world of replays at the moment here at Hockenheim. So anyway, so the team working frantically to get that rear corner replaced. And you think maybe they'd have got that car up on a dolly and got it into the garage so they could throw more at it.
They might have to.
Yeah. So where does that leave us then? Overall positions at the moment, as you can see from your screen, Charlie Putnam in that 85 from Marcel Van Bella and Stanislav Sidoruk. Those in the 2991 Cup cars. Well, they're happy with it, Chris. They've obviously done whatever they needed. I think.
And out it goes.
I think you're probably going for refueling. Yeah, you're just getting ready to...
20 kilometres.
Yeah, on board that car, I guess it's still Vincent. I didn't see him get out. As we switch to the Red Camel, Jordan's car, which is still in the hands of Stephen Licorice. This car running last in TCR. Of course, Ivo Bloiker's had that off in the rain yesterday. Stephen now helping get the car back up the order. It will come to them during the day, no doubt.
Now, Mark, we ought to be looking at the battle between the two 991 Porsches. They're very close, and they're setting good times. Stanislav Sidoruk in the duo car, number 909, setting a 1:48, which is almost the same time as Charles Putnam in the Mercedes.
Yeah, in fact, Stanislav has just done a personal best in Sector 2, and so he could well... Yeah, he's done a 46, Chris, look at that, wow.
And he's only 2 seconds behind the other 911 Cup car.
Yeah, in fact, he's almost equalled the best time by Harry Colin in the Keep for Sure Renault, so he obviously suddenly got a flash of inspiration.
Got a move on.
That was a very, very good lap indeed. In fact, second fastest lap today out there in a Cup car. Duo Racing, of course, who run those cars out of Luxembourg. And we talked on the grid, didn't we, to Ben Wagener, who's the team manager, team owned by Jean-Marie Dumont and Roman Wolf, operate out of Elvange Montfort in the Swiss German French talking part of Switzerland, and the 3 Russian drivers on board. Stanislav Sidoruk, then, who's
there is the number 909, the duo racing car.
There it is. Yeah,
that's the one we were talking about.
In that fact, these 3 drivers had 3 wins last year in the 24-hour series, and
so there is the battle for the
in real time, 2.7 seconds between them. Wow, we've got a race on our hands.
Yeah, the Porsche Cup class.
Yeah. So Marcel Van Berlo on board the 991 car. Marcel is 52 years old, from Holland, and been a regular at this series. We mentioned yesterday he did well in the 24-hour series, driving a Ginetta G55, then BMW in the Nürburgring 24 hours, where he finished second in his category. Just to finish the Nürburgring 24 hours is already something, with 180 starters.
Tremendous race. So this is a real... he's got him.
Yeah.
On the inside.
Stanislav is on a charge. Well, his last lap was 2 seconds, almost 2 seconds quicker. Yeah, so Marcel caught hopping, I think, there. And Stanislav then doing a great job. Now this should be worrying to CP Racing, because if they're putting this sort of pace on in this car this early, they are going to start to haul in that CP Racing car if they're not careful. I know that the CP is doing 145s, but they've only got to have a couple of long stops.
Yeah, if they've got any sort of problem, and they'll be in trouble.
Yeah, and as we heard from Peter Frey on the grid, there is a real chance today that a Porsche Cup car could win this outright.
Yes, yeah, well, And they were very reliable yesterday.
Yep.
Unfortunately, the Speed Lover car had an off, but apart from the other two, the Duo car and the other one were fine.
So let's have a look then. Stanislav has done 13 laps in this car now since the start, and doing a very, very good job for the team. That 46 is an outstanding lap. So we've come up to the half-hour mark, and as you said, Chris, that things are more or less sorted themselves out now.
And
Charlie
we've got a fastest lap.
Yeah, overall.
By Charlie Putnam in the Mercedes at 1:45.562.
Yeah,
so
he's shaved almost 0.2 of a second off the best time by the Renault in Harry Curlin's hands, but Curlin has responded with a personal best on his last lap, a 45.7. But still,
so they're quite evenly matched.
Yeah, the battle's on.
Yeah.
So 45.5, best from Charlie Putnam, which is now the fastest lap of today's race, because it was a 45.7 for Harry Curlin early on. In fact, just now, here is Harry Curlin on board the RS01 chassis built by Delara. Engine is a Nismo prepared Nissan 3.8 litre V6, pumps out 550 horsepower in this specification. 7-speed sequential gearbox. Has the largest fuel tank of any car on the race, 150 litres, although they could start with that, but they cannot put more than 90 litres in at any fuel stop. This is all part of the balance of performance. Those of you who follow the World Endurance Championship or the
and of course, because they're using a normal fuel pump, it does take considerably longer to refuel the car.
Yeah, but of course it's the same for everyone. Oh, that's a bit wide. What's he doing there? Gone very, very wide. Way off the track at one.
Well, I wonder if the stewards will have. Yesterday they were dishing out penalties for track limits. We'll see whether they are today.
Didn't look as if he was able to steer the car in then. He got a huge understeer on, didn't
Well,
he?
I wonder if they've got more brake problems. They did have brake problems yesterday.
So Stephen Licorice then waving by the what was he? Who was he waving by? Stevens in the number 101 car. Just the back marker, I think he's waving by. This, meanwhile, is second place in TCR. This is Yannick Mettler on board with him. Yannick showing this championship defending car from last year with Christoph Lenz, Reese Lloyd from Carmarthen, Konstantin Kretzer from Austria, and Yasmin Preissig, the Swiss lady racer.
Volkswagen ambassador.
Yeah. Yeah, she was very impressive yesterday. Put in some good times. And
so yes, going back to the two Porsches battling away, they're now 3.5 seconds apart, and then behind them is other two Golfs, and they're just a minute apart, with the Cupra another minute behind it. So we need to keep an eye on that one, Mark. To you see how they fare. Yeah. Although the Cupra, Kai Jordan in the Cupra is lapping slightly slower than the two Golfs, so he's falling away a bit.
Yeah, so one of the Golfs, the number 112 car, that's the one we think started on slicks, don't we? Have we got that right? No, we have difficult. He stopped twice. So the 112 is. Are we looking at that right?
Let me have a look on my chart.
No, it's the number one has made a pit stop. The others haven't had to yet.
No,
112.
112 hasn't stopped yet.
Or the 131 Kai Jordan, that's made one as well, hasn't it? Yeah. So Benjamin Leiter, who leads TCR, started the race on slicks, and he's making the most of that at the moment. This is the number 1 car, which is in 2nd place at the moment, Yannick Mettler. It'll just be interesting to see if that Renault is got any more problems, because that was way off the track at turn 1. He went, as you said, would suggest couldn't brake, or he's got a steering problem now, one or the other. Again, they're certainly cycling through all the problems, aren't they? Drive shafts, brakes, engine at Monza.
Yes.
Here's our 2nd place in the 991 Cup class, 3rd overall.
Now, although this, looking at the second of the NKPP Porsches driven by Marcel Van Berlo, I haven't looked at who drove at the end of yesterday, but Gis Bessem, if he's the next driver once they stop, that car should stop falling behind the other Porsche of Stanislav Sidrock.
Yeah, he's made 2 stops, of course, against the one of the Russian drivers.
Have a look.
So personal best, as we're watching, Marcel Van Berlo's just done a personal best in Sector 1. So he's been getting the hurry up signal from the pits.
Yes.
Personal best from Vincent Rademacher as well. That's personal best lap this morning, a 54. So that car's obviously okay now. Whatever problem was the rear suspension, they've sorted, and the car's quicker than it was before.
Yes, you're right, Mark. That the 991 has made 2 stops already.
Yeah, against the one of the Duvo car.
Yeah.
I think one was they probably both came in at the end of the 1st lap to put slicks on, and then.
But then he came in again 10 laps later.
Yeah. Obviously something wasn't quite right, but there is Rademacher. As we say, just done his own best lap, 54. Obviously the car working well now. It's just one of those weekends, isn't it, when everything seems to go wrong, but you just drive through it, and they've got the timer on at the moment to see what he's going to do in that sector. Let's stay with Vincent for a moment. Just done another personal best of 52.47 in the Sector 2, so this is going to be another quick lap, Chris. Let's see what he can do in Sector 3. And in the scheme of things, you know, he's some laps down. He's 8 laps down, but he can call that back, you know, by hard driving.
Oh yes. 45.
Yep.
It's not quite as quick as
he comes out
as Charlie Putnam.
Crosses the finish line, and can Vincent improve again? Yeah, it's done a 53 that time. 53. So yeah, that car's coming back to him now. So if he can keep that sort of performance up, could start to climb back up the order.
But then the 2 Golfs are in the 52s.
Yeah.
Or even they've both done a 51.
And that Renault, the Equipe Vasseur Renault, Harry Colan, he's just done fastest Sector 1 of anybody, and he's banging on the door now of Charlie Putnam's best time. Oh, he's done another overall fastest. This is going to be a super quick lap. We're getting back towards yesterday's performance by Mike Vasseur. If he can light up the purples in the 3rd sector, then that will be the fastest lap of the race so far. Waiting to see. Here he is. He's coming now out of the final turn, Sud curve, over the start-finish line. Can he make it a 43? He has done a 43.9, but Charlie Putnam just before that did a 44.5. So times are coming down now.
Yes. Well, as you said yesterday, Mark, I said earlier, the rain will have washed a lot of the rubber off the circuit.
So it's having to rubber up again.
And of course, their fuel loads. One thing we haven't talked about yet today is the size of the fuel tanks on this car.
Yeah.
On these cars, this car has a 150-litre fuel tank, so it's heavy on fuel.
Yeah, but as I said, you can only take 90 litres on. Even you can start the race on 150 yesterday, but you can't take more than 90 litres on when you refuel. Again,
a bit wide there.
Yeah, that's on the outside of the Spitzke. I don't know what's happening with that car, but he's not able to.
Looks like it could be brakes again.
Yeah, he's scrabbling a bit. But having said that, you know, he put in that quick lap, and again, he's just fastest first sector game. But I think he'll have lost that with that slight off at the Spitzke on the sector 2. Let's see if he can improve. Yeah, he didn't. So, fastest car on the track at the moment is this car, Harry Colan in the Keep for Sure car, but that car is in 12th position overall, second in GT3. Not surprising, there's only 2 GT3 cars running, but putting on a performance today, just keep the track lit up all the time. Over the finish line he comes. This won't be so quick this time because made that mistake down at the Spitzke, and indeed.
Yeah, no, it was.
How's he done that?
Set another
43.8, so he put in an incredible last sector 3, a 33.4. So he made up for that error down at the Spitzke. So I don't think he's got braking.
If he gets the braking right now as he goes into the Parabolica and.
Well, this will be the acid test.
Yeah, flat out.
So, but we're still way off the 40 that Mike Verschoor did yesterday, but that was on a well-rubbered track by then after two days of practice, and always had to give way on that one. Yeah, so not much he could do there, but that was the
Cupra.
Yeah, the Cupra, the 131 Cupra. Kai Jordan did everything right. He didn't shut the door on him, but it meant that Curlin couldn't take the ideal line he wanted at that time. No, car seems to be okay now, so maybe just a bit of over-exuberance, those 2 offs, one at turn 1, one at the Spitzke.
He's also got Charlie Putnam in his sights, so...
well, the 2 of them are trading fastest laps, aren't they, at the moment, so...
be after him.
So overall it's still Mercedes, Porsche, Charles Putnam from Stanislav Simruk, from Marcel van Berlo. In TC touring cars it's Benjamin Leuchter and Yannick Mettler. It's a 1-2 for Autorama at the moment. In 3rd place in that category, Kai Jordan, who made his stop, had a change in the Cupra brakes and then refueled that car. But the car that is in front of that class, Benjamin Leuchter, has not made a pit stop today yet, so that car was obviously fueled up and slick tarred, ready for today, so they could perhaps get a full stint in. Maybe we'll see an hour or more from that car before they need to stop.
Yes, going back to this car, the Mercedes, Charlie Putnam made a stop after 21 laps. That's when they did the brakes and the tyres. So I think yesterday they were doing 42 laps. So I don't know how long this stint is yet. We will.
We've got some sunshine coming back again now. Got a little cloudy now. If you look at the cars, you can see shadows appearing. And, so sun will help bring those times down even more as the rubber heats up.
Stanislav Sidruk in the duo racing Porsche has really got the bit between his teeth. Still turning in 47s. And now has 16 seconds over Marcel van Berlo in the NKPP car.
Yeah, so that's our top 3 speeds. This car is second fastest at the moment behind the Renault, third fastest, as you say, Stanislav. consider a man from St. Petersburg. So Charlie Putnam will stay on this car. Maximum 2-hour drive time. Which means that you can get two stints in quite handily. On board with Benjamin Lochte at the moment. And is leading TCR for the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf-powered Volkswagen Golf team. Quite a mouthful, but that's how the entry is. Looked crosses the start-finish line for the 244th time. In out to the country, turn 1 up the hill to turn 2, which is like a mini hairpin. Doubles back.
Waving his hand there.
yeah, someone obviously wanting to get by, so just through a dog leg and then onto the long parabolica, which absolutely flat out despite its gentle curve.
And looking at the times of the two Golfs, unfortunately they're running about a minute apart, but their lap times are almost completely identical. They've both done the fastest of 1:51.5, and the other one's done 51.8, and the last lap was 54.5 and 54.4. So yeah, they're holding station about a minute apart, but certainly the number 1-1-2 with Lacher in it can't afford to make any mistakes at all.
A nice tidy lap there by...
And there it is.
Yeah, Benjamin Lochte then comes across. Yeah, so that's a lap with the leader at the moment. You can hear the down changes on that sequential shift. Benjamin pushing on. This is looking very, very good at the moment for the 112 car. They dominated the touring car class yesterday.
And we've got the stewards have woken up and they've issued a 10-second time penalty to the car number 978, which is the third of the Porsche Cup cars, the Speed Lover Porsche
Speed
Cup
Lover car. That's the one that was put heavily into the barriers by Don Bastian yesterday. They managed to repair it and get it back into the race before the 8 o'clock curfew.
So they didn't get an additional penalty for leaving the car in the garage overnight.
No, because they managed to get back out on track. Yeah, exactly. But the bottom line is they are something like almost 50 laps down now on the overall race leader.
I was very surprised to see it at all. That they did well to repair it.
The man in black, Don Bastian, who was not at all happy about what he'd done. No. But anyway, we will be seeing him presumably we'll be seeing him as the oldest ever starter at Le Mans, 74 years old in 2 weeks' time. So watch this space. Meanwhile, here is the
NKPP.
Yeah, that's
Marcel Van Berlo.
Bas Kurten's
991.
Bas Kurten's team. Comes that out of Eindhoven, and they won the Spa 500 round of this championship in 2018. So on board still with now with Yannick Mettler Get that little engine buzzing away.
Now, I don't know whether our timing stream's got it wrong, but they're saying that Kai Jordan has got the Cupra to within 20 seconds of the number one Yannick Mettler Golf. That's a...
Yeah. Appears to be correct.
Have a look.
Trouble is, till he crosses the line, it's where is Kai Jordan?
No, it's 119 again.
Yeah. Yeah, just so penalty dished out to speed lovers, you say. Kart 131 team managers got a report to race control. That's Kai Jordan's team manager. That car stopped, didn't it? They did a brake change,
Yes.
tires, and then he went and took fuel. So
As Charlie Putnam sets another faster sector.
Yep.
In the Mercedes. Actually, that is quick, because the quickest for Harry Cohn in the Renault was 47.7, and that's a 47.
4/10 of a second quicker.
Yeah.
I suppose in the back of all the minds is that, we've got another 7 hours and a bit to go yet, so have a little play at times, but then just be steady, softly catch your monkey, as they say.
Keep the thing on the island.
Yeah, so that was a 45.3 he's just put in. Not his best, not his fastest lap, because he's done a 44. And Cohen's done a 43, so that's a 45 on Putnam's last lap. So what we're waiting for now, of course, is the gradual hauling in of those who haven't yet made a pit stop. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 cars that haven't pitted since the start of the race. Obviously, because they started on slicks, having changed onto slicks
with full tanks.
Yeah, on full tanks, and they had to drive a few laps as it got dark on slicks in the rain. But that was a very good strategic move, because it meant they've been running all the race so far, the first hour nearly, without having to pit.
But Mark, we have to remember that they weren't allowed to pit in the last 10 minutes of yesterday. So in fact, they're just, although they've only been running today for about 53 minutes, they will have done the pace laps, and they will have done 10 minutes yesterday. So in fact, they're
albeit slick tires on a wet track. I don't suppose you're going to be very fuel heavy doing that, but no, you're right. So probably got to add 15 minutes to yesterday's
the running time.
Yep.
So they will be starting to do routine pit stops fairly soon.
Yeah, let's just having a look. So let's have a look at the Benjamin Leuchter, for instance, in the 1112. So he's run.
He came in on lap 1.
Yeah,
obviously to change the tyres.
So he's been out there for 54 minutes.
As the Renault comes in.
Yeah. Oh dear, they're gonna lift it up. That's just for tyres, isn't it? Tyre change. So interesting. It's not. Doesn't carry on board air jacks.
No.
So it's brakes again. Yeah. I think they're a bit of concern about that. Yesterday, of course, Chris, what we saw was changed both front calipers and then had to put a lot of brake fluid in. It's more brake fluid than they'd have lost just by doing a caliper change.
Oh yes, you could see the reservoir was almost completely empty.
Yeah.
They don't seem to be hurrying.
No,
too much,
because they've got to do the work on the brakes. There's no rush. So Harry Cullen giving Mike Verschure a little chat about conditions out there. 978 then is in. This is the car that's been given a penalty, isn't it? Is
yes.
that right? Yep. Of course, what we didn't see is whether or not he took that penalty as he came in.
Right, Eric Muez in this car again did a pit stop on the first lap, and he's now done 25 laps. So
I can tell you, Chris, that 978, we're just seeing in the pits, just came in, did take his penalty as he came in. So
right, okay.
Yeah, he's got that track
so
limit.
he went to the sin bin.
Yeah, got that track limits penalty behind him. Good view of the chassis of this Dallara built Renault with those nearly horizontal shock absorbers. There's the Ligier. We just looked at the Renault, which is the only Renault in captivity in the series. Here's the only Ligier in captivity. This car's built, of course, by Oak Enron Automotive. Build Ligiers for the World Endurance Championship and for the ELMS, ALMS.
They're very successful in the LMP3 category, aren't they?
Yep.
Very, very successful indeed.
This neat little car, which is a Ford V8 powered, modelled on the DJ entry at Le Mans in 1975. So it's got the retro look about it, as has Alpine, of course.
And we should be hearing a lot more about Alpine.
Yeah.
The news from Monza is that the Renault Formula One team may be rebranded Alpine.
Yeah, Alpine badged, and much the same as Red Bull's doing with Aston Martin, of course. They're allying themselves to manufacturers, and in Formula One, particularly to low volume manufacturers. You know, there's a certain cachet, isn't there, about Aston Martin, about Alpine, about. So that time penalty served. Eric Mouet is now taking that 978 car into the refueling area as they finish the tyre changes, brake changes. Now, is that Mike? No, that's not Mike Verschure, is it? I think that's the second of our gentleman drivers. Looks like Eric van Leeuwen, 52 years old, from Roysel in the Netherlands.
Now, I didn't notice them topping up the reservoir. So
no, perhaps they didn't need to this time.
Maybe they've found the problem and cured it yesterday.
So on board them with Benjamin Leuchter again. Sorry, Yannick Meckler, I should say, running second in TCR. Everyone's settling down now to some steady fuel runs, I think. We haven't had the screens lit up by purple or green lately, which signifies best overall or best personal.
It's interesting. Yannick Meckler in the number one Autorama Motorsport by Wolf is chipping away at Benjamin Leuchter in the number 112 car. It was up over a minute. It's now down to just under 57 seconds. So chipping away at it.
Here is the car. With yellow wing
the
mirrors.
Number one.
Yeah.
That's in 5th place overall, second in the TCR class.
Yeah, so gradually closing the doors, you say, on the sister car. He's running 2 seconds a lap quicker at the moment than Leuchter is. So they're gradually getting those routine pit stops out of the way. Just 3 cars that haven't yet stopped. Leuchter, who's leading this category in the 1112 car. We've got Heiko Eichenberg in the Team Avia Sorg Rennsport BMW GT4, and the third car, which hasn't yet stopped, is the Ligier. run by Nordschleifer Racing out of France.
Yeah, so the number 112 is due for a stop fairly soon.
Well, end of the first hour of this race. Here are the standings then. This is touring car endurance category. It's the 112 Autorama from the number 1 Autorama from the 131 top car Cupra, the first 2 cars Volkswagen Golfs, and then that AC Motorsport car Vincent Reidemacher has come back to 4th in the category now. They're putting in some good performances this morning with Vincent, who started the car today at the wheel. Just make sure they get that car up, then hand it over to the gentleman drivers. Nordschleifer Ligier 5th in that category. They've then got the AV-Tech car, which Tim Coronel is going round in. Obviously, those problems they had, electrical problems at the start of this race, which is a repeat of yesterday, obviously
identical.
Obviously fixed, yep. And then Stephen Licorice in TCR in that Red Camel Cupra that's got a big mountain to climb after it was crashed out yesterday by Ivo Broikers in the rain. So just waiting for GT, there it is. So Charlie Putnam still on board that lead Mercedes from the 2 991 Cup cars, the Porsches of Duvo Racing, NKPP Racing, the Team Aviasur Rennsport, BMW M4, and then that leads GT4. Second in GT4, Nico Verdonk in the Aston Martin, the Pro Sport Aston Martin, which Nico put in an outstanding performance yesterday in the rain, and fastest man on the track overall at one time in a car which he shouldn't have been fastest overall in. But of course they had a puncher, didn't they, early on, and another puncher was for the Avia Rennsport BMW. Both of those had delays by punchers. So 14 cars started, 14 still running, all on track at the moment. As Harry Cullen rejoins in the... Well, it's not Harry Cullen, he's handed the car over. As the transponder will pick this up in a moment. There, though, is Charlie Putnam, the rancher from Wyoming.
Putting in the laps.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just loving it, isn't he?
Yeah.
You know, you could tell his enthusiasm from the grid interview he did with Peter Frey this morning. That he's just loving this, and he'd rather be here than in America. You know, apart from the nightmare of being trapped in Schiphol at Amsterdam Airport.
Yes.
Become stateless at some point, don't you? Right, that Benjamin Loicht has just come into the pits. That's the first of the remaining 3 cars that hadn't stopped.
That's number 112.
Yeah, so this is our TCR leader. Now, how quickly can they get this stop and refueling done? Can they get him back out before Yannick Mettler comes through, who was a lap down on them, their own teammates?
Yes, but
look, he's
going to have to refuel, Mark.
Yeah, bang on his watch. You notice that? Time.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Get that car going. Just reminding him to change the transponder as well, so they know which driver's on board that. In comes the Ligier. This is the second of the 3 cars that hadn't made a stop, so it just leaves 1 out there at the moment, which is the Team Avia BMW, has yet to make any stop this morning.
And
Guillaume Remen then gets out of the car. Who's going to be getting in? Pit stop infringement, by the way, car 226, that is Nordschleifer. That was a time penalty which they were given yesterday. They've just taken it on the way in, apparently. So
right.
They're gradually getting these penalties out of the way. Let's just see what penalties might be left. Anyone hasn't taken them yet? 2 of them, car 240. 3 in fact, 226, the start procedure infringement this morning. 4 laps deducted from the race result. That's car 226, which is the Nordschleifer Ligier. So that's a big hit for them, but they're not in any position. They're They weren't only in position, they were leading TCX, but they won't be now because they're going to plunge down 4 laps when the race finishes.
As we see the number 1 Golf, which will take the lead in the class when it goes past the start and finish line.
Yeah. By the way, Heiko Eichenberg has just bought the BMW and the GT4 BMW, and so everyone now has made a pit stop today.
There it is.
Quite a lot of them too. There we go. Very nice looking car, this. Very neat. I like the colour scheme on that. The black and orange. My race cars are always orange, so I'm biased. So Team Avia Rennsport gets everything changed on. This is a GT4 car, of course.
And there is the number 112 being refueled.
Yeah.
As Charlie Putnam sets another faster sector. 22.8,
Yep.
the first sector.
Well, of course, this car will now have dropped out of the lead of the race despite the light on the side till he goes past the transport onto the stone. So Yannick Mettler now is our new leader of TCR. Here he is with the 100 in the number 1 car, and he has clawed that lap back from his teammate. The Cupra from Top Car Sports has also gone through into 2nd place, while
Now that's interesting, Mark, because as you say, Kai Jordan has gone up. So that car was in the pits not that long ago. So
yeah, that's right. So we've got a couple of cars in the refueling area at the moment, 3 cars in fact. Luckily there's 3 pumps. The Nordschleife Ligier, Team Avia BMW and the Autorama Volkswagen. As we said, the Ligier is going to have to take a 4-lap penalty for the restart infringement. We don't know what they did. Maybe someone did something to the car that they shouldn't have done.
Yep, and Charlie Putnam does another faster sector.
Even as he gets blocked by the Aston Martin there, just momentarily. The Aston Martin in the hands of Nico Verdonk, Pro Sport Racing, second of 2 cars in GT4. Look at this, both of them getting caught up then behind that Porsche, very slow Porsche. What happened there? They almost allowed the Aston Martin to take the place back from Charlie Putnam. But of course, at the end of the day, discretion is the better part of valor, and you don't want to have a collision and spoil your race quite unnecessarily by being held up by a slower car. Which Porsche was that then? That's the Speed Lover.
It was the Speed Lover.
Yeah.
Sharon Keith
and Kraft on board at the moment. Just got in the way of both those cars.
Yes, he was going very slowly. I wonder if that car's got a problem.
Yeah.
It was going quite slowly at times yesterday, wasn't it?
Yep. So we've still got 2 cars in the refueling area. Other than that, we've got 12 on the track. And Marek Schaller has taken over the 112 car. Marek Schaller, 17-year-old youngest driver in the race. This is the one who we talked about yesterday. Just 17 years old, came up through karting, twice ADAC kart champion. Maybe one day he will set an all-time Monza fastest lap, like another well-known kart champion, yes. Lewis Hamilton.
It's almost all the Formula One drivers came up through karting.
So Charlie Putnam has been at the wheel of that car now since the start of the race. That's after today's race. That's 70 minutes ago. He can drive for up for 2 hours. But my guess he'll be handing over to Charles Espelin-Laub when he makes his next stop.
Is that car it has already stopped? That means they did a brake change, didn't they?
That's right, yeah, quite early on.
But I don't think they took on fuel. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, it was tyres and brake change. If you got the wheels off to do the brakes, you might as well change the tyres, you know.
It was
right.
very...
Nordschleife Ligier, Michael Sallenbach has taken over that Ligier. He's just returned to the track. The screen's telling us that Heiko Eichenberg has stayed on board that BMW, but he'd been on it for a long time. But, well, obviously double stinting that Team Avia BMW.
Now, Charles Putnam appears to have done 36 laps overall. So yesterday they were doing 42 between stops. So another 5 or 6 laps. Charlie Putnam, if I'm correct.
If you're correct. When have you not been?
Very often.
No, is that? Yeah, so 30. He did 1 lap, didn't he? That's right. He did 1 lap, came in immediately. Yeah. So as far as fuel goes, probably 37 laps then. But then what?
He did some yesterday. So he's due for a stop.
Yeah, I'd imagine you're right. I think there's a bit of traffic here, Chris. I can't imagine he'd get much more than 40 laps today, would he? Before he stops. Yes, he might have a fuel problem.
Oh yes, squeeze it. Having said which, Mark, you were right. Charlie Putnam has entered the pit.
Just come in, yes. No, you were right. You said he was about due now. So it's some nice racing going on here then. This isn't for position. This is the 101 Red Camel car. Stephen Licorice there. Putnam's gone straight into fueling. Hasn't stopped for tyres or anything. He's quite happy. He's not going to change driver.
Doing a double stint.
Yep. But remember, he'll have to get out of that car by 2 o'clock.
Yes.
Yep. So, as we said, yeah, this is Stephen Licorice got involved in that little battle for a minute. Here's the 240 car, which is the Davy Tech car of Tim Coronel, which is leading TCX. There's only 2 cars in it, this and the Ligier. The Ligier, as we know, has got a 4-lap penalty it's going to have to take at the end of the race. And then the other car in the Metal Group is the Audi, which Vincent Rademacher is still on board. So, Tim Coronel, Vincent Rademacher, those 2, along with Mike Verschoor and Nico Verdonk, they're the 4 real pro drivers here this weekend, and we've got 2 of them running together at the moment, although in different categories and different powered cars. Tim will be very unhappy with the continuing electrical problems on this car. Of course, the car also got backed into the wall by his girlfriend, partner, wife, Gabby Uch. You can still see the damage on that rear corner and that wing end plate hanging off. You think they might have done something to that at one of the pit stops? Obviously not too bothered about it, are they?
Yes.
Basically, they're just driving through the problem. So everyone's back on track then. No one in the pits. The only car that didn't make the race this weekend was the Proton Competition Porsche GTX, Christian Reed's car, which was retired yesterday morning with troubles. We don't know what they are yet, but he didn't start. And as a result, Dom Bastian jumped from that car into the Speed Lover Porsche. That Speed Lover Porsche is the last car in the race at the moment, almost.
Yeah, because Dom Bastian spun it into the wall.
Yeah, backed it into the wall, caused the longest neutralization of the race so far. We had a code 60 for about 30 minutes while they rebuilt the tyre wall, recovered the car. But that car, after being repaired in the garage, is now some 65 laps down on the overall leaders.
Yeah, lapping fairly slowly, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Last lap was a 2:02, so maybe all is not well.
Well, this is the Team Avia BMW, which Heiko Eichenberg started this morning. He stayed on board, having just refueled it. Very neat looking car. Black and orange Team Avia colours. That car is run out of Wuppertal in Germany by Benjamin and Daniel Sorg. His teammates Jose Manuel de los Milagros, the Madrid driver, Bjorn Simon from Germany, and Olaf Meyer, also from Germany. So they'll cycle through those 4 drivers during the day today. And this car currently leading GT4 in 7th overall. Its only competition in class being the Pro Sport Aston Martin of Nico Verdonk, which is at the moment 3 laps behind him. So a bit of a hiatus at the moment.
Yeah, they're lapping at roughly the same pace though. So
yeah, but having said that, Heiko knows the camera's watching him. He's just done that car's fastest lap today, a 51.
As we see Charlie Putnam coming out of the refueling area, so the Mercedes is getting back up to speed.
All cars now back on track. Now, what is interesting, of course, Chris, this is going to be quite difficult just to follow, is who and what are the fuel situations at the moment. We won't know till everyone's made their second stop, will we? Because a lot of them will have been running on the fuel we took on yesterday.
Yes, it's we're looking at Timing 71 website, which is very helpful indeed and gives you all sorts of information, and that helps us track the pit stops.
Yeah, so Charlie Putnam then did a 37 lap stint then.
Yep, you have to add to that the few laps yesterday, and
well, we know that car can go about 42, don't we?
Yes,
it can do 42 laps, which is pretty impressive.
More than the Renault.
Yeah. Of course, we're only getting today's information now. We're not getting all. It's not an aggregate of yesterday as well. So still watching our race leader as into the pits comes. Well, now what? This is an early stop, isn't it? For the number 1 car.
Number 1. Let's have a look.
Was this expected?
Yes, it is.
So it's done 27 laps.
Yeah, but that's not a lot.
Yeah, but of course that's the car that changed onto slicks yesterday, wasn't it? Last night, so it's going to have to refuel.
But that stop appears to be out of sync.
We didn't expect this, did we? So. So that number 1 car, which has been our race leader, Yannick Mettler, quick tyre change, heading into the refueling area, I guess. What's this, the 240?
I think he's on the naughty step.
Yeah, that's Tim Coronel. Yeah, he got being held there. No, he's being refueled. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
All right. Now, yes, there are only 2 cars in, so
yeah.
So I was wondering if the Yannick Mettler would be held up, but not.
So look at the damage to the back of that car. That's gonna, this is a high-end class BMW, of course. Wasn't for bad luck, they'd have no luck at all in that car. It's been a really challenging run for them. So here we are then. I guess this car is now our new leader in. No, we got the wrong one there. No, the red camel car. Sorry, Stephen
that car spent a long time in the pits.
Looking at the wrong Cupra. Yeah, it's.
It'll be interesting to see how the
Cooper will come out on top for the moment. Yeah, this is Stephen Licorice then, man from Oxford. And Stephen, one of 2 Brits here this weekend. Years old from Oxford, as we said. Lamborghini racer normally, and this is a change of car for him. Driving in the Seat Cupra. In fact, looking through his history, I can't see he's driven a Seat before. Huracans, Golfs. No, I take it back. He did run a Cupra with the same team. Yeah, sorry, my mistake there. That was in the 24-hour series last year. Had 2 wins, in fact, so with the same team, with the Cupra. Then went on to do the European Lamborghini Super Trofeo, which he finished 4th in. So here is the 131 Top Car Sport Cupra. This is Kai Jordan, who's our new leader now in TCE.
Now,
because
is
Yannick
that car...
Mettler's still refueling in the number
no,
one car.
I think we saw him come out. So Top Car.
Tim Coronel then leads the refueling area.
So Kai Jordan's done 30 laps.
Right, race control have ordered the car manager of number 9, that's the Fischer Renault, to race control. Obviously want a discussion about something.
Yeah.
Maybe something to do with refueling. 226. Nordschleife Ligier, track limits, 3rd offence. They've taken the penalty already. Let's see. How much the penalty was? It was... No, we hadn't quite caught up with us yet, so... Right, in comes then the pit battle, the Porsche battle of the 991 Cup cars.
Unfortunately, he's going straight into the garage.
Stanislav Sidor, our race leader, the class leader, straight in. That way you can throw more people at the car. They've obviously got a rear end problem there. They're getting underneath. It's suspension maybe, been riding curbs or...
Oh, yes.
Some damage there, isn't there?
Yeah, there is damage there.
Is he back to... He's lost his rear lights. Whatever down the sensors or something at the bottom.
Yeah.
So he might have been hit by someone or... just slithered over the grass.
Looks like they might be doing pads at the front as well.
Yeah. Doesn't look anything too serious, but it's spoiled a run for him because, of course, they had 42 seconds over the NKPP Bas Curtin car, and they've now lost the lead of the 9-1 Cup. This is the car we were talking up as a potential overall winner.
Yeah,
that won't help them.
Look.
Here's the other car then. This is now the new class leader. This is Marcel Van Berlo in the green and orange Porsche. Takes over 2nd place overall, while the Russian crewed Porsche is sitting in the garage.
Yes, and Marcel Van Berlo's done 32 laps, so he can't be far off stopping as well.
Yeah, the GT car's heavier on fuel than the the touring cars, but if the Mercedes can get 42 laps out, would you not imagine a Porsche could?
But then it's got a big tank, that Mercedes. Yeah. I think it's 120 litres.
Yeah, I think the Porsche is the same, isn't it? Let me just check my notes, but yeah, 100 litres. Yeah, you're right. Mercedes 20 litres bigger tank. Yeah.
So that car will be due for a stop, but whether it depends whether they have to do extra work on it.
Yeah.
Like change the pads or not.
So we're just waiting now for who to come in. Is that our friend Dom, the man in black?
Well, that's the Speed Lover car.
I don't think it is. No, I think this is the NKPP car, isn't it? The other Porsche. Yeah, it's the Bas Curtin car. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's Marcel Van Berlo. Then bring that car in. So they've just taken the lead of the category, and the other car is still in the garage. So this is good for them, making a quick, efficient pit stop. Yep. So that is indeed, as we thought, the man in black.
So the two Porsches are the only 2 cars in the pits.
Yep.
But Mark, if the duo racing car is having to change its pads, will this car have to change its pads at the next stop?
Yeah.
Can it go through the 8 hours on one set of pads?
Yeah. Cycles. So Marcel Van Bello out of that 991 car. Who got in there? It'll either be Harry Hilders or Guy Besser. So we've got 2 men in black in this race then.
Yes.
We'll find out who the other one is in the moment. Don Bastian in the 978 is one of them.
So the duo car is still in the pits.
This is our TCR leader then, Kai Jordan in. Looks like he's staying in the car. Or had he already got out? Very neat little body shape, isn't it? The Cupra's TCR.
Now that's good. That's the duo car going into refuel so that they've completed the service.
Out of the garage.
Yeah.
So whatever the problem was, they've got sorted. Some rear end damage, obviously from something.
But that's going to mean that so that now there are 3 cars being refueled, which is fine.
All we need is a 4th. So. See if Kai Jordan stayed on board or not. It looked like the crew member was tightening belts, so it would suggest that they have had a driver change. But we weren't watching it at the time. So Charlie Putnam still continues to lead after almost an hour and a half of racing in part 2 of this 16-hour Hockenheim race. 8 hours yesterday, 8 hours today. We've got another 6.5 hours to go.
But as you said, Mark, earlier, Charlie Putnam's going to have to do a short stint this time. Otherwise, he'll exceed his
driver time. Yeah.
Driver time.
So at the moment, both the 2nd and 3rd place cars are in the pits or paddock, both being refueled.
Good battle going on there for. In the
the Ligier and the BMW GT4.
No, it's the Aston.
Oh, the Aston, sorry.
The Ligier is just behind.
Yeah. So they are.
The BMW's just taken the Aston.
Yeah. In fact, they are 3 laps apart anyway. Yeah. So he just lapped him again, hasn't he? Yeah. And obviously the quicker car, that BMW. With Heiko Eichenberg on board, but Nico Verdonk is on board the Aston.
He's a good driver.
Quickest Belgians. Yeah. But you'll only be as quick as your car is, of course.
Absolutely.
So I don't know if the Aston is a little bit down on power from the Aston, according to this, is
So we now have got Harry Hilders coming out of the refueling area in the NKPP number 991, Porsche 991.
Right, so it is Harry Hilders who's taken over. Yeah. He's our new man in black.
Yes. And we're waiting for the duo car to come out as well. So, the 991 has taken the lead.
And which of the Russians will be taking over? That's the question.
Andrei Mukovs.
Right.
But they're going to be pretty close.
Yeah. Andrei Mukovs. Mukovs, he comes out. Who's going to be in 131 when it comes out? We're just waiting to see. The transponders don't kick in until they drive out, and it's Karen Gaillard, another of the girls. We've got 3 girls racing here this weekend. So Karen now on board that top car Cupra, and she's got what she got, 2:40, was a 2-minute 44 lead. Well, it can't be a gap that big because the lap is only 2-minute laps. So
Yeah, it'll unwind in a minute or two.
Yeah, just going back to the Aston Martin BMW battle. Yeah, you're right. The BMW has a 30 horsepower advantage over the Aston Martin. Aston it's a 4.7 V8, 400 horsepower, as the BMW GT4. It's a 3-litre straight six, 430 horsepower. So, but that's turbocharged, isn't it?
Yes, that must be turbocharged.
BMW, yeah.
So there's the Karen Gaillard in the Cupra, has now been taken by Marek Schaller in the number 112 Golf.
Talking of BMWs and turbocharging, when I was on Hot Car magazine in the 1970s, and we got the first drive of anybody in Britain in the 2002 Turbo. When it came out, it was the first production turbo car.
That was terrific.
And I remember picking it up from BMW at Chiswick, which was run by John Markey, a race driver friend, and he made sure we got our hands on it first. And we were taking it down to our testing grounds down at Chobham. And as I was going down through Runnymede, I was pulled over by not one but two police cars. And they stopped me, got me into a lay-by. I said, what was I doing wrong? Oh, nothing. We'd never seen one of these. Want to have a look at it? Can you open the bonnet? So nobody knew what it was at the time.
So, code 60.
Yep. What's happened here?
So, 60 kilometres an hour.
Too busy talking, Chris. Sorry. Debris on track at turns 5.
Interesting.
Parabolica, which is the fastest part of the circuit, of course. So we don't want debris on the track there. And this is just as everyone is rejoining. We've got every car in the race on track at the moment. They're all running. Nobody in the pits. Nobody in the refueling areas. And in fact, we've got two of the girls running together. Jasmine Pricey.
There is the debris.
Oh, yeah. That's someone. No. Is this possibly what happened to that Porsche? Maybe a rear tyre went and did that damage?
Could do. They were certainly working under the back.
That looks like rubber, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Shredded rubber. Hey, to go back to his saying, 5th and 6th places are two lady racers. Yasmin Preissig now on board the Autorama Golf from Karen Gaillard in the top car Cupra. So that's great. We've got a repeat of Nürburgring 24 last year when we had an all-girls team racing. So this is two girls racing now. All we need is Tim Coronel to come in, hand the car over to his partner Gabby Uye, and we've got three girls racing together.
Right, so we are expecting the Audi in.
Yeah, Vincent Rademacher has done a long stint in that car, hasn't he? The AC Racing Audi. And he'll be handing that car over.
Yes, he's done 32 laps.
Yep.
So as
that car caused some of the damage. Well, the safety car coming over just to pick up that debris. Let the field go by. Takes forever, doesn't it?
Yes. That speed, yeah.
Here it is. Yeah, it's a tyre's gone, isn't it? I suspect that was that Porsche, Chris, which is why there was the rear end damage. Unfortunately, we don't have the advantage of having replays, so. Right.
Yeah.
So Vincent
taking the
Rademacher
opportunity of
brings the car in.
Yeah.
Knocks the board over, of course, which is what you do if you're a pro driver. Either Stefan Perrin or Mathieu Détruy will be taking up. I suspect to be Stefan because Mathieu Détruy was driving the car last night in the rain, I remember.
So we've got again, we've got three cars in the pits: the BMW, the Aston Martin, and this Audi.
You've got a code 60, so take advantage.
Get in.
You know that's what you do if you're on the ball. So Stefan Perrin, the financier from Dijon, it's his company. You can see that on the car. And there is the BMW that's come in. Now, this is the BMW with Heiko Eichenberg. Is that the 451 car?
Yep.
Well, he only just came in a few minutes ago, so to refuel, didn't he? And we were surprised.
451. Yep, he's only done 11 laps.
Yeah.
So yes.
So I think everyone's just taking the chance while the track is neutralised to
get a cheap pit stop.
Yeah. Tyre changes, brake changes in some cases. So 4 cars in the pits and all the refuelling area at the moment. Stephen Licorice has come in. The Audi goes out. He'll go straight into the refuelling area. Nico Verdonk has brought in the Aston Martin, which I guess is what we're looking at now. No, that's the rather bashed up red camel car of Stephen Licorice. He's handing that car over.
Again, it looks like a brake change, a pad change.
Yeah.
And we've gone green.
Okay, so they've picked up the debris. And the 978 car, which is the speed lover, Jeroen Kreft on board at the moment. He gets back up to speed. We're racing again, as you say. Charlie Putnam then, our race leader on track. Heading the 2 Porsche 991s.
Well, there's going to be a queue at the refueling area. We've got 4 cars in.
And only 3 pumps, unless they managed to get one of those pumps fixed overnight. They started before, one went down.
Yeah.
Here is Yasmin then, Yasmin Placing, the Swiss driver. She's actually a Volkswagen dealer in Schwelbrunn in Switzerland, which is in the Swiss Alps. 28 years old, cut her teeth racing German Scirocco's in 2014, then ran the Gulf 12 Hours in a Huracan, finished 3rd in category. She did a number of Lamborghini races, VLN, BMW, 24-hour series, and then finished 3rd in AM in the Blancpain Endurance Series in 2019, had 1 win.
So as we see the Aston Martin being wheeled out, so presumably they've done some work on that car, well, maybe brake pads.
Yeah, like I say, no one seems in a hurry to do anything. Maybe
I think that's probably changing the transponder, isn't it?
Yeah, well, Nico Verdonk bought the car in, so we'll see in a moment who's bought that out. He's gone into the fuel area. And again, we don't know who the new driver is until the car goes past the transponders as they leave the pits. That's the problem. So there's no transponder in the refueling area.
Yes, he did 23 laps, Nico Verdonk.
Yeah. So the 2 category leaders, GT headed by Charlie Putnam still, who's been in that car now for 1 hour and 19 minutes. And TCR headed by Marek Schaller in the number 112 Autorama VW Golf. And those 2 Autorama cars are back together at the head of the TCR field. They are 1 lap apart at the moment, and then 37 seconds behind. The 2nd place car is Karen Gaillard in the top car Supra. That is the number 131 car. Karen, who's 19 years old, from Pont-la-Ville in Switzerland. Made her debut last year in the Nürburgring 24 hours, running in the 24-hour series this year. With the 112 car of Marek Schaller. That's our TCR leader. On board now with the red camel car. Ivo Brojka's back on board that. It's his team. He's the one who put it off in the rain yesterday, so he had to pay for the damage. Stephen Licorice did an hour and 20 minutes today, more or less. And here's the 991 car, the Cup car, running with the number 991 Harry Hilder's on board that now, second on the road overall.
It'd be interesting because the duo car, which is now being driven by Andrei Mukovots, was the faster of the two 991 Cup cars, and but the Harry Hilders is in the lead of that class.
Yeah.
So can the duo car catch it up again?
Yeah,
there's only a lap in it.
Yeah, but he's already done that car's best lap of today, which is quicker than the Russians managed in the duo car. So interesting battle developing here, and he's just done another Sector 3 best time for himself. So he's really on the charge now. Could get this down to 46.
As the duo car sets a best time as well. So, battle on.
Yeah, just had note that the Nico Vedant car has been taken over by Tom Heron. That is the Aston Martin GT4 car, which is running 9th overall. It's running second in GT4. So Tom Heron. From Hasselt, which is, of course, those of you know your circuit, that is where Zolder Circuit is in Belgium. He's just started racing in the 24-hour series this year. Surprisingly, like 2 or 3 of these drivers, nothing about them.
Yes.
On the internet, you look at driver databases and they're there and everything's blank.
Pity.
Obviously racing incognito.
Doesn't help us with doing our job.
No, but here's our overall leader then, Charlie Putnam in the Mercedes, although we shouldn't actually say overall leader in this series because they're running as 2 separate series, GT and TCR, so he's the overall GT leader, we shall say. 9:09 of Andrei Mukovoz. He's a lap down now on the other Porsche Cup runner.
Yes, well,
Harry Hilders.
As we saw, they had to do some work on the car.
Yeah. So we'll be expecting Putnam to make a stop before 2 o'clock, which is in 16 and a bit minutes time. On board with Ivo Breukers. The 101 car. So this really is rock and rolling today, isn't it? Ivo Breukers will do all he can to make up for his misdemeanor yesterday, but the car lost a lot of time in repairs in the garages before it rejoined, and is never going to make up the 40-lap deficit on the class leader. Marek Schaller at the moment in the Autorama Gosford. Ivo Breukers, then he and his sons Luke and Rick, they run Red Camel Jordan's Netherlands Racing, based at Lennik in Holland. 53 years old from Nijmegen, and his sons are 20 and 22 respectively. Brother Rick not here this weekend. As we follow Ivo, Stephen McCrish did a good job this morning, just kept the car in one piece.
Going.
Yeah, I mean, car's gradually disintegrating at the front end, as you can see. That's it already had damage earlier yesterday, then more damage last night when.
I think that car was involved in that first lap incident.
Yeah, we think it was as a third car, didn't we?
Yeah.
On the left front corner, but then Ivo put it in the wall last night in the rain, and that's done the right-hand corner as well. So yeah, it's going to be going to the body shop on Monday morning, that car, and get that ready for its next race, which is presumably, I don't know if they're doing any other more local races, but the next 24-hour series race will be the Coppa Fiero 12 hours at Enna-Pegusa over the weekend of 9th to 11th of October. That's a month away, so
that's a long haul down to Enna in Sicily.
Oh yeah, you've got to.
And he's still got the piece of trim.
Yeah, of course, Sicily being an island, you've not only got that long haul down to the toe of Italy, you've then got a sea crossing. But Creventic will take care of all that. This is how they operate. They do all the logistics. They transport all the cars. So Evo just getting back up to speed now. Everybody running at the moment of all our 14 cars.
You must say, Mark, I know we had, some cars lost time yesterday, but we did not lose a car. We lost the Proton competition Porsche before the race even started, but we didn't lose a single car in 8 hours.
Very good point. So Charlie Putnam, he's done 15 laps now. He's going to have to stop in the next 15 minutes to avoid exceeding his 2-hour driver time. So has anyone else actually been on board since we restarted this morning all the time, or Tim Coronel has, certainly. I think that's the only one, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think everyone else has changed, Chris.
Yes, as far as
Yeah, so Charlie Putnam, Tim Coronel took the start at 12 o'clock. They both.
What about the Ligier? Let me have a look.
No, that definitely has had changes.
Yeah. Guillaume Romain started it, and then
Michael Sallenbach took it over when it had its refueling stop. So there is the 2 BMWs, the only 2 in captivity in this race. The 240 is the Tim Coronel car, which will have to stop within the next 15 minutes. And coming up at a rate of knots behind him is the Heiko Eichenberg one. Running in different categories. Incidentally, the Coronel car here is a TCX, and the car behind is a GT4. So although they're both 240i models, that the faster of the two here, the black and orange one, is the M4 version of it.
Yeah. Pretty powerful car.
Yeah. Yeah, you get these smaller cars now, don't you, with more and more powerful engines, like the Audi RS3 is the same, It's
So we got Harry Hilders piling on the pressure, although Andrei Mukovos done almost the same lap time. In fact, a slightly better lap time.
Oh yeah, but Harry's on a charge on this one, as you say. His own personal best sector 3. There is the Russian, Andrei Mukovos. Running in 3rd place on the track, 2nd place in the Porsche Cup category. 2 laps apart though now after the
Yes, but we don't know that the NKPP car may need a brake change if that's what they did do while they did while they were in the garage. Although yes, as you said, Mark, it could have been a tyre.
Yeah, this is the car that had the rear, some damage at the back, didn't it?
Yeah.
We suspect it was a rear tyre because the debris out on the parabolica, fastest part of the circuit. It's not where you want a tyre to go, is it?
No.
But, right, Charlie Putnam, how long before he comes in? He's got
not long.
10 minutes before we reach the 2-hour mark.
And Yasmin Preusig has got her Golf, the number 1 car, to within 44 seconds.
Yeah, she's a quick driver. And, so I suspect quicker than Marek Schaller. So
her last lap was nearly a second quicker.
Yeah.
So she's hauling that gap down. And then the Cupra in 3rd place. We'll see how far back that is in a minute.
So Marek Schaller in that. He's got age on his side, 17 years old, but he's still very much a rookie, just learning his trade. And Yasmin, very, very experienced at golf and Scirocco racing. We've heard also she's raced Opels. She's raced in the Nürburgring 24 hours. 2 wins in the VLN last year. That's the sorry, this year. This year's VLN. It's not called the VLN now, is it? They've changed the name. It's still the same series, the Langstrack races on the Nordschleife, a series of 4-hour races. But she's had 2 class wins on that this year, so she's got speed on her side. Still 28, so she's still picking up a lot. There is the AC Motorsport car, Stefan Perrin on board that car now, took it over from Vincent Rademacher.
Yes, and Andrei Mukovoz in the duo Porsche 991, lapping 3 seconds a lap quicker than Harry Hilders on the last lap. So getting that gap down as well.
And Perrin has just put in this car's fastest lap, even quicker than Vincent Rademacher. He's got that down to a 53.8. So it's obviously found some speed that Rademacher hadn't on that car. Fresh tyres and this is the gentleman driver from Dijon, the financier. Oh, big lock up there. Yes, so SP Consulting is his company, Stefan Perrin. He provides the backing for the car.
Actually, there are quite a few the timing screens going green, Mark. People setting their faster sectors.
It's getting warmer, isn't it? The track's rubbering up, so the track's coming to them all now. And
yeah, Charlie Putnam better watch his time.
yeah, so Mukovac has just done a personal best, 146.3. So it's a good battle between these Porsche Cup cars, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
They're a lap apart at the moment, but the lead car has had one more pit stop than the Russian car, Russian crude car. He managed to keep that a lap ahead. The Perrin comes over the line. He's just set another personal best time of 53.7. And here is that Russian crude car, the Duvo car. Andrei Mukovac on board it at the moment. Again, very little information about these 3 Russians.
Jasmin Preussig now 41 seconds behind. Lapping 2 seconds, well, 1.5 seconds quicker. So she's holding that gap down.
Yeah, we're closing in at 1.7 seconds a lap at the moment.
Of course, they're both on much the same schedule.
Yep. The only difference is this car had some time had to be pushed into the garage, so that cost a little bit more time than the other.
Yes.
So right, 101 refueling infringement. They've been given a 10-second penalty. That's the red camel car, Ivo Broikers. That's the car owner, Ivo. He's the experienced one. He did that yesterday as well. He got a penalty yesterday, I remember, for that. So he still hasn't worked out how much 20 kilometers an hour is.
Right. Marek Schaller in the number 112 car has done 23 laps in this stint, and Jasmin Preussig has done 16. So
Yep.
yeah, not too far away from each other, but middle of the stint.
So let's just check. I'm just going to check 240 Tim Coroner. He's going to have to make that Stops in 16 laps. He's in 36 and 16. And see, he's only hasn't even done half of his first stint. If he has to stop at the 2-hour mark, we're presuming now. And Charlie Putnam's done 20. Just going to double check our driver times.
As Eric Van Loon in the Renault sets a purple sector time, so he's on a charge as well.
Right,
but he's well down.
it's a name to conjure with, isn't it? Eric Van Loon. Yeah, they're getting the most out of that car now. Certainly,
Yeah.
Obviously, whatever the drive shaft problem was is behind them. Don't talk too soon. I think Franz for sure will be quite pleased with this, because it was a very short race from at Monza. Monza 12 hours, lasted about, what, 19 laps or something.
Yeah, they had overheating problems, didn't they?
Yeah.
They seem to have overcome that.
Right, now here is Charlie Putnam, and he's closing down on that Renault now. Well, he was closing down, but now the Renault is starting to pull away again. So I thought for a while we're going to see the two of them in the same shot, but Van Loon is putting in 44s against Putnam's 47s now. So
Yeah. Now someone, is that CP Racing preparing for a pit stop?
well, I
It
think
would be just under the 2 hours, wouldn't it?
yep.
So we anticipate this car will be coming in this
Yeah.
lap.
If so, which driver? Probably Charles Esplanade. So Putnam could still get half a lap out of this if he has to stop at the 2 hour mark. Here's the 278 then. This is our tail of the field speed lover car, Jeroen Kreeft on board at the moment. There is the Audi ahead of the speed lover. Yeah, so we're just coming down the last minute.
Coming up to the 2 hour mark.
Yeah. It's great to see.
As the speed lover Porsche
That's come in.
dives to the pits.
Yeah. Our race leader is just coming into the SAC Stadium at the moment. You can't see him. We can see him on the tracker screen. Will he be coming in with just a few seconds before the 2 hour mark, or is he going to try and eke some more miles out of it? In he comes, right on schedule. Wow. How about that? With 5 seconds to spare, Chris, before the 2 hour mark was up. Now, that, if there'd been a problem, if there'd been a code 60 while he's on track, he'd have been in trouble.
Yeah.
Because he'd have gone over his 2 hour time. But anyway, well done. Spot on there. Well called. Just as we hit the 2 hour mark, in he comes.
Tires and fuel.
Race leading CP Racing Mercedes GT3. Charlie Putnam out then. 63-year-old rancher from Casper, Wyoming. And then ahead of him, this is interesting, the first and last cars in the race on track together. And there we are then at the 2-hour mark. There are the standings. CP Racing first in the GT3 category, and then we got the 2 Porsche Cup cars running together now. They're just 1 lap apart. NKPP from Duvo, and then the best of the GT4s, that's Bjorn Simon in the Team Avia BMW. And as we go further down the GT, that's the GT entry. Here's TCE then. TCRs led by Autorama Volkswagens at the moment, 1-2. Marek Schaller and Yasmin Preissig with the Top Car Sport, also handled by a girl at the moment, Karen Gaillard. Cupra in 3rd place. And then the TCX runners, that's the Davtech Tim Coronel car and the Nordschleifer racing car of Mikael Sallenbach. So maybe there isn't the onus on the Tim Coronel to stop after 2 hours. Maybe that just applies to the GT runners, but so Tim is still out there on track. Well, we're going to leave you now for a break. We will be back on air with you at 3 o'clock. So make sure you join us then. Creventic, 24 hours, 16 hours of Hockenheim. See you soon.
Sicily is a world apart. A place like no other.
Fast, dangerous, and beautiful, all in one go.
Did they collide? Of the Hankook 24-hour series. It's the Hockenheim 16 hours, a two-part race. And as you rejoin us here this afternoon at Hockenheim, 3 hours into this 8-hour race, high drama. We have had not only the car that's leading the race overall, the Joe Foster Mercedes, into the wall at turn 13, but here at post 13, unlucky for everybody, is Mike Vischer's Renault, which has been back behind the wall, and we are therefore, at the moment, the two fastest cars in the race are out of action. We don't know what's happening with the Mike Vischer car, but we can tell you that Joe Foster has got that Mercedes back to the garage. They're changing a broken front splitter, and this is the situation then as you rejoin us here. This is GT Racing, Charles Putnam at the moment in the garage, still with a lead of some what are we looking at?
6 laps.
6 laps, yeah.
6 laps.
And then behind, and that is over the 991 Porsche of NKPP Racing and the 909 Porsche of Duvo Racing. Next up is the GT4 leading BMW M4 of Team Avia Sorg Rennsport. And behind that, the Aston Martin of Pro Sport Racing. That car at the moment in the hands of Tom Herden. In touring cars, here we go. Autorama Motorsport, the reigning champions, are leading that category. Still on board that car is, here we go, number 1 car is Konstantin Kletzer. He's just taken that car over, in fact, from Yasmin Pleissig. She did a good job getting that car up into the lead ahead of the Cupra of Top Car Sport, the Volkswagen of Autorama. And TCX is led by Nordschleifer Racing's Ligier, that pretty little retro car reminiscent of the 1975 car that finished second at Le Mans, second overall.
Yes,
splitting the two Gulf Mirages. We'll talk more about that later, Chris. That car was DFV powered. This car is also Ford V8 powered, and been doing a good job this afternoon. But all high drama. We're still under code 60 as he returned to us. The wrecking crews are out at the turn 13. That's the Sachs Stadium hairpin, just putting the conveyor belting back over the tire wall. And there is the CP Motorsport crew fixing the damage underneath the car. They got a new nose section for it, complete with front splitter. These are quick change units on the Mercedes GT3. You get a lot for your money, don't you?
Yep.
For 400,000 euros.
You jolly well should do too. But yeah, as you say, it's a complete section, and presumably with a splitter attached, and so off they will go. It looks like the Renault is getting ready to the Alpine. What do we call it these days, Mark? Alpine or Renault?
Well, this one's certainly a Renault, isn't it? It's a Renault RS01, but as some of you may have heard, and as Chris is about to tell us,
yes, the Renault Formula One team, it was announced today that Renault Formula One team is rebranding itself as Alpine as of next year. So interesting news.
Yeah, those of you who follow sports car racing will, of course, be aware for 2 or 3 years, Alpine have been the brand name on the Signatech Oreca. Very slight car differences. But interesting, the boss of Renault said, calling our cars Alpine yet next year have got nothing to do with Alpine's motorsport history. Well, then why bother?
That's a very peculiar remark. Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
So I just thought that was the main selling point of the team, you know, that they're recalling the glorious days, just as Ligier are here, running this little GT car, which is a reminder of their wonderful days at Le Mans. Second place overall. I can't get over that. That was La Fosse and Chassé. And You know, they split the Bell X Mirage from the Schuppen Jasso one. I mean, how good was that? There is the broken damaged splitter. Joe Foster went straight on for some reason at the turn 13 hairpin, hit the tyre wall head on, but of course that must have been going just fast enough. We didn't see it, but going just fast enough to do that front end damage. Quite a fragile front end part of the car.
Yeah, it's all fiberglass.
Yeah. Luckily, the radiators are set well back in the car. Unlike Porsches, of course, the Porsche Cup cars, for instance, they have the radiators in the corners of the wings and front corners, and any impact, you're in trouble. Right, they've got a problem with getting the Renault back now. No one can quite decide where it's going. All right, I think they're changing tow cars because they want to get that pickup back out into its position at turn 13, which is where it's normally stationed.
Yeah. They may not. Maybe they can't stop the code 60 until it's back.
Yeah, until it's back in place.
You have to have all your safety.
Exactly. So they'll just use one of the staff Mercedes to pull it back in. So great shame to see that. Great shame to see this as well, because the American team with its all-American drivers has been doing such a good job this afternoon. Incidentally, Chris, just to say that talking Mercedes victories, it was the Fuji 24 hours overnight, which got hit by typhoons. Surprise, surprise. We've been to Japan many times when not only typhoons but earthquakes have hit us. Yeah. But Mercedes won there. It's Hinks Racing's Mercedes AMG that won despite the car catching fire at a pit stop. And so congratulations to Hisamori Hayashi, Daisuke Yamawaki, and Shinichi Takagi, Yuki Yamamoto, all supported by Sean Thong from Hong Kong. So a good result for that 5-driver car. Well done, Mercedes there. We were already pondering we're going to see a Mercedes victory here at Hockenheim. We're going to have to wait a bit longer now, make sure, A, that they can repair that car, and B, if it is repairable, will they still be in the lead?
Some aggro between those two Porsches, isn't there?
Yeah,
they're catching up.
Well, Peter Frey, who's our pit reporter, he certainly called that this morning when he suggested to the Russian crude car, the 909 Duvo car, that you're in with a real chance of an overall win here today, and they just quietly grinned, and it's coming to them now, isn't it?
Yep.
That's a 5-lap difference now. It was 6 laps. It's slowly coming down. So let's see how quickly.
And there appears to be more damage to the Mercedes than we first anticipated. As well, presumably, once the Renault is back in the pits, they can stop the code 60, and those laps will come down very, very quickly.
Yeah. What we do know is that they have got AMG representative here with the CP racing car, so he will be obviously assessing the damage and helping them to put the right parts on. Hi, Mama. That's me. Yeah, that's Luke Broikers waving to Mum, who's presumably at home, unless she's in the pits with Dad Evo. Brother Rick. So yeah. So now, is he waving at us, or is he waving at that car ahead because he doesn't think it's doing 60?
Can't see whether that's the Aston Martin or whether it's the Ligier.
No, that's the Aston, definitely. The Ligier's wing is actually on the bodywork, isn't it? So that's.
Or is it one of the Porsche? No, it's not. Or is it one of the Porsche?
No, it's the green and orange Porsche. You're right. Yeah, it is the
NKPP
Porsche, which is the second place on the track, at the moment. Yeah, in comes in 131. This is Top Car Sports, second place at the moment. Leading at the moment in TCR, but of course the other two cars have just made pit stops under code 60, so they've left this a bit late, Chris. Fabian Dans, why is he only bringing this car in now? And there's the car he hit yesterday, the Audi. Well, I'd say they collided. I won't put blame.
He's only done 3 laps.
Right, so he's come in with a problem maybe of some sort.
There must be a problem, yes.
So we're getting ready, I think, to end the code. Yeah, we're at 1 minute to the end of code 60, they're telling us. And then we will be racing here again at the Hockenheimring. But a dramatic few minutes then, just before we came back on air, as we lost from the current running.
And they're having to use the motor racing hammer on the Mercedes, which is not a good sign.
Don't think that's an AMG part.
No.
Yeah, that's
not a good sign.
Yeah, it looks like he's push one of the
brake ducts.
Well, I think that's the arm that holds the bodywork on, isn't it?
Right.
That's what they pin the bodywork into. Until they get that straight, they can't get the nose back on.
No.
Yep, I think that's what we're looking at there. But anyway, they're going to have a new nose when they come out. But when will they come out? It's 4 laps now.
We've gone green.
Yeah, we've gone green. So this is Guy Bessem's and Stanislavi Sidoruk's chance now to jump that Mercedes while it's still in the pits. And remember, we have only got 4 hours 49 minutes left of the 16 hours.
Yep. So
Mike for sure then has just come back into the pits. Got that car there. Been towed back in by the circuit wagon. There it is. Mike on board. He'd been waiting for this chance. We know it was a fast car this morning, didn't we? Because his two co-drivers were lighting up the purples all the time. They did a good job, and I think Mike was waiting for the chance to get in and get the first sub 1 minute 40 lap of the weekend, of the race weekend. He did a 1:39 to get pole, and I think his target is to try and match that.
Yes. I wonder if that's another drive shaft, Mark, because they're putting it straight into the garage.
Yeah.
It couldn't be driven back. So
well, we saw them preparing a spare one last night, greasing it all up, didn't we? So yeah, that's a strong possibility. They're obviously struggling to push it, so something's clunking around underneath. Let's see what they do. Take the back off. So it's definitely a back end problem then, whatever it is, and that's where the drive shaft is, because it's rear wheel drive.
Yeah. Back comes off.
They don't seem terribly hurried, do they, Chris?
No, I'm afraid not.
Yeah, at this point they are now some
60 laps behind.
Yeah.
Nearly 60 laps behind. Anyway, hopefully we'll get some sort of news of that. Meanwhile, we've got the Mercedes and the Aston Martin in the pits, and
yeah, so the race has fallen apart at this point, hasn't it? And so in a couple of minutes' time, we are going to see two Cup Porsches out front in this Hockenheim 16 hours, something we certainly didn't expect to see there. Then Konstantin Dresler, Fabian Dans and Niklas Born, who we're riding with at the moment in the 112 Autorama Volkswagen, will be at the head of the TCR field.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to them, why Fabian Dans had to come in, because he's gone almost straight out again, having only done 3 laps.
Right, now just a moment ago we saw, didn't we? We were on board with Niklas Born. He was getting a bit irate about the car in front of him, which was the Pro Sport Aston Martin. Well, that Aston Martin has just been given a penalty for exceeding code 60 speed.
That's what it was all about.
Well, we don't know, do we? If he's exceeding the speed, we presume that he thought he was going too slow. So maybe he backed off the 401 Aston Martin, thinking maybe there's something wrong with my my speed button, the push button you use for this. You've got to switch on. It automatically brings the car down to 60 kilometers an hour. It's like a cruise control we have on road cars.
Anyway, he's done his 5 seconds, so
yeah. Taking the penalty. Now he's going to go and fuel. He'd probably go too fast into the fuel thing, get another penalty. 20 kilometers an hour there. So Tom Heron then on board that Pro Sport Aston Martin into the pits. He's taken the penalty, as you say. And we are racing again. We are now in the #1 Autorama Wolf Volkswagen Golf. This is our TCR leader, and in a moment, Chris, he's about to be in 3rd place overall in the race.
Yes, and the Mercedes is still in the pits.
Yep, so Mercedes winning at Fuji, Mercedes in the pits, and of course a Mercedes taking a record pole position at Monza yesterday
with
Grand Prix.
And the Mercedes has only now got 2 laps over the 991 Porsches, so
they're going to be in here for a long time, Chris, I can tell you now. So they're going to have a big job on their hands to claw back what they're going to be losing out to those 2 Porsches. So we don't know what happened with Joe Foster. As we said, we weren't on air at that moment, but what we did see was the car head first into the tire wall at turn 13, the SAC Stadium, and it was recovered, pulled out backwards by the rescue crews out of the gravel, and as soon as it got back onto the grass, Joe Foster was able to fire it up and get it back to the pits. Hopefully no damage to the radiators, of course.
Yep. So,
well, here is our TCR leader, number 1 car with its yellow wing mirrors. Konstantin Kletzer on board at the moment, and we have to say again that Yasmin Preisseg, she played a big part in getting that car into the lead there. She dealt with the Cupra, and then she was closing on the 112 car, the sister car, all the time. And now after the Code 60, she turns out having put that car into the lead of the category. Good job.
And we've got a car in trouble. It's the Audi.
Yeah, this is the one that's had all the problems.
It's Mathieu Detry.
Yeah. When he stopped,
on the Parabolica.
We're going to get another Code 60, because that is not a place you can recover
yellow
cars.
At the moment.
Yeah.
But that's a very fast part of the track.
Yeah, that is. And unless he can go through the motions, reboot it. They've got yellows at that point at the moment. This is Parabolica. And Mathieu unable to move that car. He got it going again, then it stopped again. It was stop-start. This is turn 5, which is the outside of the Parabolica. We're going to have a recovery, I think, Chris.
In which case they will have to put out a Code 60.
Yeah, which of course will help CP Racing a bit if there's another Code 60 immediately.
It's only down to 1 lap now.
It's going to give them a bit of breathing space, but I don't think they're going to rejoin before losing the lead, and probably second place as well.
Signs of life in the Audi, Mark. So maybe he's on the radio. He's obviously on the radio to the pits.
Yeah. But as you say, this is the fastest part of the circuit, and probably not a great place to have a stranded car.
No.
Unless you are under some sort of Code 60. Yellows aren't enough to cover this, Chris.
That'd be too dangerous. They couldn't.
Yeah, this incidentally is where Tom Christensen had that huge accident in his Audi, and that was in 2007 in the DTM race there. He spun as he was halfway through the Parabolica, and the car, he kept his foot flat on to try and get the car straight. You could see the smoke pouring off it, and all he did was reversed into the pack and took about 6 cars out. Yeah. So he actually got a 1 race ban for that. Anyway, Tom Christensen then went on to greater things. So it's still yellow flags there.
Yep, no sign of life in that car.
Race director Delcio Santos calling the shots there.
I'm surprised he hasn't put Code 60 up yet.
They've got to recover.
Maybe the driver still thinks he can.
Yeah, they've got to recover the car, haven't they? So
yes.
At some point,
there we are. Code 60.
Yeah. Little bit delayed that, but I suppose they're just making sure with the team that the car couldn't get itself going again. So
let's have a look at the Mercedes pit.
Yeah, I just first of all just going to see how many. This is our 4th. No, how many code safety has he had? It's our 5th code safety. Code 60 for safety reasons. And there, Chris, I think we are looking at our new race leader at the end of this lap. That green and orange NKPP Porsche, driven by Guy Bessem at the moment. When he comes past the pits, in which the Mercedes is still sitting. Guy Bessem, 55, from the Netherlands, will become our new race leader in the Baskerton Porsche.
Yep, they're on the same lap now. The Porsche's unlapped itself again, and the duo Porsche, driven by Stanislav Sidoruk, is 1 lap down. We will.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a long yellow code 60 this because they're just saying this car will be returned to the pits.
Oh, yes.
Well, they're only a third of the way around the circuit, so he's got quite a long haul to get him back there. Hasn't even got to the Spritz car yet, and then he's got to go all the way up through the... Oh, he's going to take him off on the side, but there's obviously a short cut through, but...
Yep, so... And there's the other Porsche, the speed lover Porsche,
which Don Bastian is on at the moment.
Don't bin it.
Having some oil added. That's the oil coolers at the back end there. So we're just changing drinks bottles for Don Bastian, 74-year-old. Who's going to be racing at Le Mans for the first time in 2 weeks' time, will become the oldest driver ever to start, beating South African Mark Patterson, who started last year at the age of 67. I'm sure if you go back into the annals of time, there might be French drivers who are older, maybe in their 80s, but would never reveal the age because, you know, the French too...
don't have to.
They don't have to, no.
Are you still walking? Are you still breathing?
Yeah. So the 978, which is the speed lover car, still in the running. It's lost a lot of time, had a lot of repair work done to it, but they got a good car under them again, and Don Bastian will go back out into the fray. Good time to call that stop and driver change when we're under code 60. 1 minute then to the end of code 60. They're obviously confident they can get that Audi back to the...
Yep, well, it's off the circuit.
Yeah,
so.
it's good. There's a cross-country route, isn't there, through there? So just crawling round then until they get that.
That was quick. Straight back.
I think there's a back route, isn't there?
Across,
yeah.
Oh, three abreast.
We're racing again.
They're racing.
3 abreast.
And that's the leader.
New race leader, Guy Bessem, and Stanislav Sidoruk in 1 lap will become the new second place runner. There is the Audi. They're going to... Putting the dolly underneath, they're going to try and pull that car in.
So, yeah.
Well, actually, whatever it is, they think they can do from in the pit lane.
We still haven't seen what's happened to the Mercedes. Waiting for that to re-emerge.
So on board then at the moment with Luc Breukers, son of Ivo, in the red Camel Jordan's Cupra. This car running 5th in the TCR category at the moment.
Going around the Sachs curve where Joe Foster had his incident.
Yeah.
Now they're pushing it back in.
Right. Into the garage, and then we'll sort out whatever the problem is there. So, all going wrong for the favourites, isn't it? This car started as a favourite, only got as far as the start line when it got involved in a collision with one of the Cupras, that of Fabian Dans, and both those cars quite heavily damaged, but were repaired enough to return to the race.
Mercedes has now dropped back into 3rd place.
Yeah, so it's Porsche rules, both the Cup cars there out front. Keith Bessem from Stanislav Sidoruk, the Russians. That second place car. Now, how many laps back? 11 laps then back to the leading TCR car from the Mercedes. So they've got something like 22 minutes.
Yep.
If they can get the car back out, they can still keep 3rd place in GT.
That's a great shame. Those 4 Americans had been driving so well up to that point. In all those difficult conditions yesterday, they'd kept it on the island, and then this happens. Pity.
So all-American crew who are based over here with the car And Charles Putnam and his drivers come over and join them for the races in Europe. This is the Audi, of course. AC Motorsport, which is owned by Vincent Rademacher. And here's our race leader then, ladies and gentlemen. Guy Bessem, didn't expect this half an hour ago. Suddenly find we've got not one but two Porsche Cup cars,
yes, and
out front of the field.
He's only 9 laps into his stint, so you know, he's got at least another probably 25-30 laps to go.
Yeah, well, he's not as quick as the car behind, which is napping 3 seconds quicker, but I think it was traffic, wasn't it, that held him up.
Yeah.
Remember down at the Spitzker, there was a whole pile of cars we got caught up in. So keep it steady, Geese.
It'll be interesting to see what the gap is next time round.
Yeah, so Guy Bessem, 55 years old, from the Netherlands. He and Harry Hilders, who's 57, they've done all their racing together. And they finished up second in the 2018 24-hour series in a Cupra. Did last year's 24-hour series in a Cupra before changing to Porsche. And here they are now leading the Hockenheim 16 hours.
Yes, these two Porsches have been very steady, haven't they?
Yeah.
But one has to say that we know that the duo car has probably changed its front pads. We don't know whether this car has. So it may have to do a lengthy stop to get those done.
Yeah, it has had one more stop already, hasn't it, than the duo car?
Yeah.
I think that was early on, though, when they came in after one lap for tyre change. So, all quiet at the moment, but just as soon as it gets quiet, suddenly it's all
starts
again.
to happen again. Yes, it's always the way in long distance endurance racing. Always the way.
On board then with the 112 car, Miklas Born on board what is the third place in TCR. But those laps are coming down between the Mercedes and the TCR pack.
Yeah,
down to 9 laps now. No,
the director is not showing us the Mercedes pit, which would be very useful to see the.
Well, I think our cameraman's running frantically between the Audi pit and the Mercedes pit, and the Renault pit indeed. So, although we haven't seen a shot of the Renault inside the garage yet, maybe maybe Franz has brought the doors down and said no. So Hockenheimer must be well pleased with their progress today. First and third at the moment in TCR. And again, this car that's a pit stop. It's only done 3 against the 4 of the 2 cars ahead of it. Well, there we are back in the Renault garage, just as I said. And
not too much work.
Not much going on, is there? No. If it is a drive shaft, I think Franz has probably said, well...
Ah, there's the Mercedes, which is looking...
oh, very smart.
Yeah.
You know, there's the radiator, you see, well back inside, so unlikely to have been damaged.
And there's the Audi's almost next door.
All in a row, yeah. I think our cameraman must have heard us. Thank you for that. So Audi there, all listening to the engine, something under there. It's obviously something electrical, I think, on that car then. Almost certainly a drive shaft again on the Renault, and well, the Mercedes, self-inflicted by Joe Foster.
And the Fabien Dans has got the Cupra to within 28 seconds of the leading Autorama motorsport,
All right, yes,
golf.
we've got a battle on our hands then, haven't we?
So that's good stuff.
Yep. This is Fabian Dansen. What we can't see from this side is the amount of damage that car's got on the passenger side. You will see it now if you look closely. There we are. It's all pushed in behind the front wheel. Hello there, young race fan.
He's repairing the car.
Yeah. Well, that's what's called learning on the job.
Yep.
He's the team apprentice. Just pre-fitting the brake pads in the calipers.
Yeah, you just change the brake.
You change the caliper rather than the pad. It's much quicker nowadays. That's the norm. They'll be preloaded, and so here are the two Porsches. No, sorry, it's the Ligier, not second Porsche. That is the Duvo Racing one, is it? No, it's the Speed.
No, that's
Speed
the
Lover.
Speed Lover.
Speed Lover,
Yep.
yeah.
And it's being driven by Ralph Leitart.
Rolf Leitart.
So it was Dominique Bastien who got out of it. But both drivers had black helmets and black overalls, just to confuse us, Mark.
Yeah, that's quite deliberate, that, isn't it? Rolf Leitart then from Belgium. He's just doing the 24-hour series regular.
So, yep, the Volkswagen catching the Mercedes.
So 7.5 hours gone, 4.5 still to go. No, 4.5, 16, not 12-hour race. Yeah, so 13.5 hours gone. What have I got? Let's get this right, Chris. What's 5 from 16? 11. Yeah, so
get it right, Mark.
Yeah. 11.5 gone, 4.5 still to go here at the Hockenheimring.
But did you see the speed difference between this 991 being driven by Gis Bessem and the other, the Speed Lover car?
Yeah,
that car is obviously carrying a problem.
What, this one?
No, the other one,
right.
The Speed Lover car.
Oh yeah, Speed Lover, sorry, yeah. But I'm looking at the top of the tree where this car is actually 3 seconds slower than the second place car, Stanislav Sidorik.
Yeah, the Speed Lover car is lapping about 10 seconds a lap slower than the other two 991s.
Yes, that car's best lap has been a 1:48. Rolf Leitart's popping in 1:59. Anyway, you fall back amongst the TCR pack soon. So here is the race leader then, yet again. If we get to 3:30 in the afternoon here at Hockenheim, the race will continue until 8 o'clock tonight. Forecast is not for rain, but there is cloud, isn't it? There was no possibility of rain this morning, but we haven't really checked since about 10 o'clock this morning. So,
as you say, Mark, I will check.
What are they saying for Hockenheim?
It's saying just cloudy, 19 degrees, going down to about 17 at the finish. So
yeah, so probably not enough to affect performance of the cars.
No,
it's
very, very low chance of rain.
Yeah, so it's quite a good temperature for the track, for the cars to operate at. Don't overheat, keeps the tyres nice and warm. And as long as you keep the car on the black stuff, don't put it in the wall like several have done, and you keep off those curbs. Keep from going over the other side of the curbs, in which case you'll get a pit limits penalty, just as Miklas Born has done. 10-second penalty then to the third-placed touring car racing entry. That's the second of the Autorama cars. He'll take a 10-second penalty when he makes his next pit stop for exceeding those track limits, just as we said it. Well, must keep quiet, because every time I mention something like that, someone gets hit.
So let's see when our leader's going to be coming in.
Right, well, Fabien Dance in the second place TCR car has just pitted, Chris. So
right.
Just came in as you said that.
Which is number...
That's the top car, 31.
All right,
Yeah.
3-1.
So Fabien's only done 12 laps. He did 3 laps before this and 12 laps now. Look, we've got a small fire on the brakes here.
Yeah, there must be a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something's overheating. That is the 131 car. That's why he's come back in. Brakes have got so hot.
It's a hard track on brakes,
Yeah.
this, isn't it? You've got these 2 or 3 really heavy stops.
It's using a auto wrench to try and get the caliper off. That is red hot, as you can see, and asbestos gloves. The thread that's what was burning. Look, the pads had actually caught fire. Good work by our cameraman. Thank you very much. Well done there, guys. Great service you're giving us today. Brake disc then just being pushed back against the new calipers. Fitted in, preloaded with the pads. And something causing that brake assembly to catch fire out on the track. So is that why Dance came in after just 3 laps in this stint?
Or did they pre-plan it and
then it's a 12-lap thing? But that was definitely more than a routine, wasn't it? He was obviously coming and saying, "I've lost my brakes," and that was the reason why.
Of course, what happens if the brakes get too hot? The brake fluid starts to boil.
Yeah, that boils. Yeah,
and your brakes have gone.
Yeah.
And the pads are designed to be extremely hot, but the brake fluid is a real problem.
Right, here's the 2 of the orange cars in the field. The third one, of course, is leading overall at the moment. There's the Aston Martin and the Ligier running together at the moment. That Ligier with a Ford V8 motor in it. And you'll notice the Ligier's wing is it's a lip on the car. It hasn't got a separate wing like every other car in the field.
Look at the size of the wing on the Porsche, enormous.
Yeah.
Right, just looking at our race leader, he's been out for 15 laps, so we should expect him to probably do it, well, at least another 15 before he has to stop. And the 131 Cupra, who's just had the brake change, of course, he didn't need fuel because he hadn't been out for very long.
So he's back out now. So race order at the moment then, it's the 2 Porsche Cups leading. Guy Bessem for NKPP, Stanislav Sidoruk for DUWO Racing, and then in third place, CP Racing's Mercedes, still in the pits. Chris, only 3 laps now ahead of these cars.
Yes.
In fact, of Autorama Wolf, the top car Sport Cupra, which we're looking at now, and third place in TCR, Niklas Born in the second of the Autorama Golf. So it's Golf, Cupra, Golf, and then right behind them, BMW M4 GT4, which is leading the GT4 category of Olaf Meyer. And that car at the moment is quicker than the Golfs and Cupras ahead of it. It's a GT car, it should be. But he's 3 laps down, so...
Yeah, as we see them preparing to resume racing in the Mercedes, although they're having to use quite a lot of gaffer tape to bridge the gaps in the bodywork. I'm afraid he did quite a lot of damage in that car.
Yeah, well, that's what tank tape's for, isn't it? So.
Yeah, and there's our second place car, driven by Stanislav Sidoruk.
Yeah, it's still 2 seconds a lap quicker, Chris, than the car ahead of him.
Yep.
So he's closing that gap all the time.
Yes, but he's still at the moment a lap behind.
Yeah, he's got to obviously unlap himself, but he's got 4 hours and 20 minutes in which to do it, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So,
and
but that is the quicker of all the cars on the track at the moment. The only car that.
Yeah, that car was leading. We saw the 2 swap places this morning.
Yeah.
So the duo car overtaking the NKPP car, but then he had a problem and came into the pits. And shortly afterwards, we had to code 60 when there was what we thought was rubber on the circuit, and we thought he may have blown a tyre.
A rear tyre, yeah, which damaged some of the rear grills and ancillaries there, the indicator light cluster, things like that. But again, 2 seconds on that last lap again. The Russian was quicker than Guy Bessem, and no other car at the moment is sub 150s on the track.
Yeah,
for sure.
And Sidoruk's doing 45s, 46s, so very much quicker.
So here is our second place TCR car. We'll go back on board with Miklas Born. The start-finish line for the 321st time. That, of course, is since 12 o'clock yesterday. So 8 hours of racing yesterday, and it's coming up to 4 hours today so far. So we're almost at 3/4 distance, Chris. Out comes the Mercedes then.
Yeah.
Team have done a good job to get that repaired back out.
And does he need fuel? Probably, yes.
Yeah, is Joe Foster stayed on board, do you think? Having made that mistake? Or?
Oh, I don't know. He's done 26 laps, so
find out
he could probably, he might as well refuel.
Yeah, turning into the fuel area, 20 kilometers an hour.
But he's only got a lap over the Volkswagen.
Yeah,
now,
he's now 12 laps behind the race-leading Porsche. So
there's an even bigger gap. That lap mark, 49s for Bessem and 46 for Sidoruk.
Yeah, he lost 3 seconds on that lap. Yeah, absolutely right. So here's the Ligier, still pounding round. Daniel Wojciechowski on board at the moment. That car leading the TCX class. It's a class of 2 cars. The other one being the Tim Coronel owned BMW, which Jan-Jaap van Ruin is on board at the moment. Personal best just put in by Fabien Dance in the Cupra in Sector 2.
Is every sector the Bessem is losing out to Stanislav Sidoruk in the other Porsche. So the gap is coming down, and as you say, Mark, there's still 4.25 hours to go, which is in endurance racing is plenty of time to pull in a gap like that.
Yeah, in 15 minutes they'll be getting ready for the Hockenheim 4 hours, won't they? So,
that's 2 Grand Prix, Mark.
Yeah, and the rest, yeah.
So they're still...
Yeah, I was just trying to work out earlier. I think we're talking about the equivalent of 10 Grand Prix this rhythm. So here we are then. This is about to unlap himself, and Stanislav Sidoruk has got the faster car under him at the moment, or he's the faster driver as they go down into the Spitzkær hairpin. Will Guy Bessem make room for him? He does. Yeah, nice. He knows he's not being passed for position. He's just being unlapped. Let him go. And I'll see you next time round, buddy. And then I'll start fighting.
So with a lap taking 110 seconds.
I'm sure that Guy van Bessem
if he's catching him at 55 laps.
55 laps.
If he can continue the same.
So we've done
same. They're both only halfway through their stints, so they've we should expect him to be able to catch him at a couple of seconds a lap.
Yeah, but don't forget they'll change drivers then. And
yes,
you might have a quicker driver in the 991 and a slow one in this car.
Yep,
so
yep.
we don't know. We'll just have to wait and see, don't we? So last, Charles Esplanlaub has taken over that Mercedes. He's back on track. That car just hanging on by the skin of its teeth to third place. Did have 45 seconds over the Autorama number 1 car of Konstantin Kresler. Let's just see if that's confirmed when they come round next. So they only just hang on to third place, Chris.
Yes.
Oh.
And they're 2 or 3 laps behind the 2 Porsches. So yeah, there's no. I don't think there's much chance, as long as things stay as they are, of the Mercedes. It has fallen behind the Golf.
Oh, it has. The Golf's got past. Okay, yeah, it was touch and go, wasn't it, as they came round, but that'll quickly be passed again. So here's our second place car, now back on the lead lap.
Yup. Although no one seems to have told the transponder.
Well, we know it is. So not much happening down through the rest of the field. We've got that AC Motorsport Audi still in the garage. We've still got the Keep Vaucheur car in the garage. I don't think Vaucheur are going to come back out, Chris. Maybe if it was a drive shaft, if Franz Vaucheur would probably thought, well, it's no point doing this now. Let's just
an extended test session, really.
Called today, yeah. They've probably done as much testing as they need, and they're just going to have to work on strengthening the drive shafts for the next race, Sicily. The Coppa de Sicilia at a circuit I never ever thought I was going to be able to say again. Enna Pagusa, isn't that something?
Yes.
Named after the volcanic Mount Enna, which is nearby. And it goes around this lake.
Used to be famous for Formula 2 screamers, didn't it?
Yeah, and Formula 2 and Formula 3000. They had some international Formula 3000 races there. I mean, I hope the track's a lot. Oh, is that a bang? Did they actually collide then, or was it just jumping over a curb? Whichever. Charles.
Careful on that corner.
Yeah, Charles Esplanade is. Yeah, good point. First time it's been through that corner under its own power since Joe Foster stuffed it. Well, he finally gets past that BMW. That BMW in the hands at the moment of Janjat van Run. The driver we heard, Mike Vaucheur talking. Sorry, not Mike Vaucheur. Tim Coronel talking up before the race yesterday.
And Charles Esplanade has got this bit between his teeth that he's going purple.
Right.
He's set his fastest sector in the first and the overall fastest sector in the second sector. Whoa!
Yeah, he's probably been
had a beautiful slide there.
Probably sat there fuming about what Joe Foster did, and right now he's got his chance. I'm going to go for it. Yeah, it's a dry track, so why not?
And he's 27 seconds behind the Golf.
Yeah, well, he'll haul that in quite quickly because he's going 10 seconds a lap faster.
Yeah. So that's Stanislav Sidoruk continues to take 2 seconds a lap off Gis Bessem, getting closer.
Yeah. Well, we thought he'd unlapped himself, didn't we? But for some reason the screens haven't caught up. But we'll keep an eye on that. I think suddenly it'll appear they're both on the same lap. So Charles Esplanade, again having a lot of passing going on. And that's coming out of the Sachs Stadium through Sud Curve onto the start-finish straight. Getting the power down, 550 horsepower. Of course, front-engined.
Yes, so he hasn't got the weight over the back wheels, although the engine is a long way back in the car.
Yeah, well,
long bonnet.
Almost far enough to be mid-engined, even though it's placed in from the front. So it's Porsche and Volkswagen. We never thought we'd hear ourselves saying that. A Golf running third overall at the moment in this 16 hours of Hockenheim. Fourth round of the Hankook 24-hour series presented by Creventic. And that Golf then leading the touring car category, splitting two of the GT front runners, Porsche and Mercedes, but that Mercedes now really on a fire and is 11 seconds quicker than the Golf on that last lap, just under 1:42. Has anyone done anything as quick as that apart from Mike for sure today? 1:41 he put in. No, that is the second fastest lap of the race today. So Mike for sure had been aiming to try and get down to the 1:39s, which is what he did in qualifying. Wasn't to be. Cars parked up. And Porsche, Volkswagen, Mercedes, Volkswagen, Cupra, BMW, Aston Martin, Ligier, BMW, Audi, Cupra, Porsche and Renault. That is our top 14 cars. There are just 14 cars. Nice mixture there in all the categories, in the GT and the touring car categories. And at the moment, car 451 is being called to see the race director. That is the GT4 leading BMW of Olaf Meyer, run by Team Avia Sorgarden Sport. And that gives a little bit of off-track excitement, doesn't it?
Yes.
So our race director, Delcio Santos, really got his hands full here today.
Yeah, the team manager will have to get his plea.
So GT4 cars running together at the moment in 7th and 8th places.
At any minute now, Charles Esplanade sets another faster sector in the second sector as he's just about to catch the Konstantin Kletzer in the Golf. He's now only 5 seconds behind him.
Yeah, and look at those lap times coming down then. Yeah, wow, Esplanade. Almost only 1/10 of a second off the fastest lap today by Mike Verschoor. Mike did a 1:40 yesterday, but a 1:41.8 is the fastest today, and Charles has just done a 1:41.5. So
and that's taken him into third place.
In fact, he's just bettered it, hasn't he? He's just done a 1:41.5, and he's now setting purples in sector 2. That's going to be even quicker than the quickest lap he's just done. So that car, that Mercedes, really on fire. Let's follow this. He's going into the third sector now, and round through Parabolica down to the Spitzke. I believe locks up on this. Watch this. No, can it? No, he's okay on the brakes. I thought he's racing himself at the moment. So 1:41.5. That's knocked that 0.3 of a second off Mike Verschoor's best. So this is the fastest car here today, and I don't think Charles Esplanade is going to stop at that.
No,
he's just going to push and push and push. Nothing to lose now.
Just go for it.
Yeah, it's so past the Volkswagen. He's now got to close down on the 2 Porsches ahead of him. One of them, we think, don't we, Chris, is going to have a brake change.
Yep, the NKPP car.
Yep, that's not the car.
G-Specum.
Yeah, it's not the car we're looking at. It's the other one, the green and orange one.
Yeah, that's the car. That's the Russian car in second place, driven by Stanislav Sidoruk.
So Esplanade, in his last 3 laps, has set new personal fastest laps. There's nothing stopping this man now. He's going and going. Has he backed off for a second? Yeah, he hasn't quite lit up the time happening screens this time. Right, action continues here at Hockenheimring as we are now approaching the, get this right this time, Chris, 12-hour mark of a 16-hour race. So confusing, isn't it? 12-hour races,
three quarters,
6-hour races, 18-hour races, 24-hour races. This, though, we are reliably informed, is the longest race they have ever had at Hockenheim. I know it's in 2 parts, but they've never had such a long race.
I think as when I was researching it earlier, the race that you and I were at in 1985, the 1,000 kilometre race, that was that was 1,000 kilometres.
Yeah, they ran around the 6-hour mark, didn't they? Generally.
Yes, yeah. In that terrible heat that day, and all the fires and everything. And our old friend Costas Loss, in his March Porsche, he came into the pits. He said, "I'm a little bit uncomfortable," and I think either the steering wheel is the steering column is getting longer, or I'm being pushed into the steering wheel, and his petrol tank was expanding and pushing him forward. And if he hadn't got out of the car fairly sharpish, he'd have been impaled on the steering wheel.
Yeah, and of course then it caught fire in the pits when it was being refueled.
Yep.
So,
as did the works Porsche.
One of the factory Porsches, which Norbert Singer got quite badly burned in that fire, and it took him 6 months to recuperate.
Yeah.
In fact, I went to visit him in hospital at that time, and took him some chocolates and
lovely man.
Yeah, great man. So, all very quiet at the moment here at the Hockenheimring. So a couple of cars coming into the pits then. The AC Audi is coming in, and so too...
That's only just gone out, hasn't it? The Audi?
Is he rejoining? No, he's back. Sorry, it's still back in. I'm sorry, my mistake. Yeah, it's the Audi and the Renault are both out there. Are there still in the garages? Yeah, you're quite right. I was getting ahead of myself there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a long 12 hours, Chris. Time we had a break, isn't it?
So I'm just looking at the leaders and the state of their pit stop thing. So the NKPP. Oops.
Yeah, I'll look at the Duvo. You look at the.
Right, the NKPP has Gis Besem has been out for 27 laps.
Right.
And it's a little bit difficult. That it's been so inconsistent today. You can't really say how long a stint should be.
Yeah, well, likewise, yours is the PPK, isn't it?
Mine's the NKPP.
Yeah, and the same for the 27 laps for the Duvo car as well.
So they've both been out
on the same strategy, but we think, don't we, the Duvo car may have to do a brake change.
Yes. No.
Or
the Duo car has done a brake change
when they were repairing the damage at the rear
damage
end.
At the same time.
Okay. That was the same number of laps ago, 27 laps ago. So that they're doing that. That's still in progress.
Yeah. So yes. 27. They appear to be doing about 40 laps. So yeah, so they've got a little bit to go.
So we've only got at the moment 12 cars actually running. AC Motorsport Audi still in the garage being worked on, and the Vasseur Renault, we assume, has been retired. They're not going to come out for the last 4 hours, I don't think. That's there then is the number 1 car, which is leading touring car racing category. Autorama Golf GTI, Konstantin Kletzer on board, and the second of the Autorama cars now into second place after Fabien Dance stopped the top car Cupra, and then up into 7th and 8th places the 2 GT4 runners, the BMW GT4 and the Aston Martin.
Now, this the car we're looking at now, the number 1 Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing, he's done 27 laps, so he too has got a little bit further to go before
the Autorama car.
Yeah,
that's the same as the 2 Porsches. They're all on the same
sort of strategy
at the moment. Yes. So just having a look down the further list. That JB Tech BMW of Jaap van Roon. There we go, there are the standings at the moment. GT standings, which are the top 2 cars, top 3 cars are at the front of the field now. That's the 2 Porsches and the CP Racing Mercedes. That Mercedes at the moment 14 laps behind the leading Porsche. Can they make it up? It's possible. The Porsches have only got to have a long pit stop. It could come back to them. We could have a miracle for the Americans. And then in 4th place, then that GT4 car, the 2 GT4 runners, the Rennsport BMW and the Aston Martin Vantage. Meanwhile, in touring cars, the top 3 in the touring cars are Autorama and Top Car, and they're placed from 4th to 6th overall. And then the next best is the TCX leading Ligier of Nordschleife Racing, Daniel Waszynski. And Chris, I didn't think we expected to see that so well placed after its long pit stop yesterday.
No,
in the garages.
Yes, did we ever find out what they were actually doing to it?
No, we're not getting that information, unfortunately, from the pit lane. We haven't got a pit lane reporter this weekend, which normally. Right, now we've got maximum refueling amount. This is car 978. Doesn't matter too much.
That's the speed lover.
Yeah, so they put too much fuel in. Exceeded maximum refueling amount, 75-second penalty. That's a minute and a quarter. That is a long penalty. But
mark you, they're running last, so and they are 9 laps behind the car in front of them, which is the Red Camel Cupra,
which has similarly been afflicted by all sorts of problems. So here is then the Bessem car,
our leader,
race leader. NKPP, Bas Curtin, great afternoon for them. If they could pull off this win, can you imagine? That would be something very, very special, wouldn't it? We're just having a look then into the garage at, I think that's the Audi, isn't it? Yeah, that's the Audi, which has been abandoned. Yeah, the team's now sitting in the truck at the back there, going nowhere, Chris. So we can count that Audi to be a retirement, along with the Vasseur Renault. Niklas Born running second at the moment in the touring car category, in the second of the Autorama cars.
So we are looking, there's our leader. We're trying to see that we thought that the 991 car unlapped himself. He appeared to unlap himself, but the
Yeah,
we're being told that he's still a lap behind.
Yeah.
So 991, which is the leader, is just exiting the Sachs curve, coming onto the pit straight now, and the 909. No.
Can't find it at the moment. This track is too clever by half, isn't it?
There it is.
It's just going through turn two.
It's a quarter of a lap ahead of him on the road, so he's got a lap and 3/4 to make up. 991 is just going into the
just coming onto the parabolic.
While
now
909 is just going round the head
into the Spitzker. Yeah. So, interesting. Yeah. So I don't know why our timing had shown them to be on the same lap when we saw him unlapping himself, but that's not the reason why.
No.
So he's got a lap to make up, but he's still running faster. It's only a second a lap faster at the moment, but
so if we say
so Case Bessem is going to be have to start worrying about being unlapped at some point. But both these cars, as we said, have quite a number of laps behind them now. We've done 31 laps now, Chris.
So they must. It won't be long till they start making pit stops, and
they can run for 42, 43, as we saw earlier.
So I reckon it's about 100 laps before the 909 will catch the 991 if he's catching it 1 to 2 seconds a lap. But as you say, that may well not continue because of the difference in the driving skills.
So we're now past the 12-hour mark, now into the final 4 hours of this Hockenheim 16 hours, presented by Hankook, run by Creventic as part of their 24-hour series. And if you're just joining us, you need to know that this race has replaced the Barcelona 24 hours, which would have been running normally this weekend, but got cancelled by the coronavirus pandemic. And we're looking at going to Pegusa in Italy, and a Pegusa in October, and then finishing at Zandvoort in November. And that will conclude the truncated six race season here before they decide how they are going to approach the 21 calendar. But the races we lost this year were 12 hours of Spa, the 9 hours of Paul Ricard, 24 hours of Barcelona, 12 hours of Imola, and quite unfortunately, Chris, the 24 hours at Austin, Texas, the circuit in the Americas. That would have been a great event.
Yeah, that would have been a very good one too.
Yeah, but
and presumably they would have got a lot of cars for that one.
America virtually no go now, as we know, as we heard from Charlie Putnam. You know, the problems they had getting in and out of Europe from America, so they could come racing.
And there's no Grand Prix in America this year.
Yeah, exactly. We lost a lot of them. We lost Sebring, of course, early in the year, and which would have normally World Endurance Championship would have been racing at.
Well, that glorious weekend that they had last year, where they had the IMSA, the historic 12 hours of Sebring, and the IMSA race, and the WEC race on the same weekend.
Yeah, it's been a massive package. I don't have to wait till next year or the year after. Who knows? Nobody knows, Chris. That's the problem, isn't it? Well, we're riding at the moment while we're waffling on with Luke Breukers, youngest son of Ivo Breukers. In comes the 240. That car is the Jaap van Roon car, the Davy Tech car, which Tim Coronel had been punting around. It looks like Gabby's got back on board. She crashed the car yesterday in the wet, not her fault, but Gabby put that car off at the dreaded turn 13. That's the one that's claiming everybody this weekend, isn't it? And back end still hanging off, but
yeah, they haven't even have they bothered to repair the wing end plate yet, Mark?
Just having a look. Let's see if you get a picture of it.
Yeah, the Sachs curve.
Looks like they've torn it off from what I can see there. So 240 car then just getting some attention. That was leading. No, it's always been behind the Ligier, hasn't it? Yeah, they both had problems. So it's survival of the fittest in this race. So it's external air jack this that the guy's on. Won't let that down until all the tires are on. Hankook, of course, the control tire here. Great job they do in providing the whole series. As we've seen, good choice of slicks and wets, whatever you need.
Yes, and the tyres. Well, we've had a couple of punctures, but really not too bad at all.
No, they're probably both self-inflicted because a lot of people running off the track, haven't we? And you know, track limits, track penalties. So here we are, the two protagonists. At the back of the field, the red camel Jordans of Luke Breukers just about to let by the race leading Konstantin Kresler car. Is he going to let him by? He's got the same powered car, hasn't he? The Cooper and the Volkswagen, basically the same under the bonnet. I don't think Konstantin is going to put this car in any position of risk. If Luke Breukers wants to play with him, fine. They've got a big difference between the two of them. So a new fastest lap overall for Charles Espinard, a 1:41.462. So that those times further tumbling down. So we haven't quite got to Mike for sure's 1:40 of yesterday.
Or even 39 in qualifying.
39 in qualifying.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Stanislav Sidoruk continues to take a second or two out of Gis Bessem every lap. So yes, the number one Volkswagen has done 33 laps in this session, and I'm just looking at the NKPP Porsche, which has done Guy Bessem has done 35, so he will be, and he's done 43 laps in a session, so he's got about 7 or 8 laps to go before he has to stop. But Mark, we must say that the weather today seems to be an awful lot better. There's a bit of shadow there.
Yeah, they had nice warm conditions. No threat of rain. There's no wind apparently, which is something else. So, yeah, all looking quite good. And as we see Charles Espinard doing that fastest lap at the moment, shows that the track is still coming to them very rapid all the time. And so Charles just backed out of that last lap. He just did a 42 on that one. So he thought, well, I've just shown them what I can do and what the car can do now. So
it is a lovely car, that one.
Yep. Yeah, as we said, the same model winning the GT3 version again, winning at Fuji overnight and the Fuji 24 hours. The race that was absolutely hampered by the typhoon. They had to stop racing for 4.5 hours during the night until the track stopped being flooded. And the winning car had also caught fire at one of its pit stops. So amazingly, they dealt with the fire and it finished quite burned with all black scorch marks on the doors. So congratulations to that team, and good for Mercedes. Mercedes, I think probably an hour ago, 2 hours ago, thought they were going to win this one as well, but it's looking less and less likely at the moment. 14 laps, the gap between this car and the overall leading Porsche of Gis Bessem.
Now, I'm just looking at the drivers in that car, Mark, and we've got 3 drivers Harry Hilders has just got out of the car. Guy Bessem is in at the moment. So we've got Marcel van Berlo, who is the other driver who did a session at the beginning, well, 3 sessions at the beginning of the day. So, and Harry Hilders has only done 1. So, but the laps add up. And they seem to be changing drivers each session.
Right.
So we look like we're heading for Marcel van Berlo.
Well, these are gentlemen drivers, all 3 of them. So I guess Bas Curtin doesn't want to push them too hard, so let the guys all have 1 stint each at the time and
have their session.
Yeah.
Whereas the other car
with the Russians, I know some of they've been double stinting, the Russians, haven't they?
909. Yes, Stanislav Sidoruk's now been in for 37 laps, so he should be in. Both of those Porsches should be in fairly.
Interesting to see if they actually pit on the same lap, won't it?
Yeah. The only other driver that's driven that car today is Audrey Mukovacs.
Right. So we're waiting for Sergei Pedrogudov to take over then next time. Okay.
So it's his turn.
Here's the top car Sport Cupra. Fabian Dan's at the wheel at the moment. This car running 3rd in TCR. The touring cars are giving a good account of themselves today. They've kept the pressure on the GTs ahead of them,
and he's only 9 seconds behind the Mikola Spawn Golf. So and lapping around a second a lap quicker.
So if we can keep this up, perhaps in 9 or 10 laps, we might see him challenging. So the Seat-built Cupra, Seat's version of the Volkswagen GTI TCR.
Yes, he's taken about a second a lap off him.
Yeah, everyone running now out on the track. Anyone who's going to run, we've lost the Audi, we've lost the Renault, but everyone else is on track at this moment. Gabi Ulge having just rejoined in the Coronel BMW 240i. Well, that's this picture they didn't mean to show us, the empty grandstands. Of course, nothing to do about this, like all racing at the moment, behind closed doors. Even Le Mans is going to have to be run behind closed doors. Originally, they're hoping to run it with bubbles of 5,000 people, but the French authorities then clamped down with further outbreaks, so that concession has now been withdrawn. So it will be a closed to the public event for the first time in its 88-year history. And of course, rapidly coming up, Chris, to its 100th year,
anniversary.
This centenary, 2023, the first one.
Yes.
So it's one of the stable things of the motor racing calendar, though, like the Monaco Grand Prix, like the Indy 500, the Le Mans 24 Hours, we hope will always be there. And,
as Charles Esplanade sets yet another fastest lap of 1:41.398.
Yeah, look at that. He's really pulling it down. Let's see if he can get a 140. Of course, the car's getting lighter.
Yeah.
Drivers getting more used to the track conditions. Down through Parabolica, maximum speed, close to 170 miles an hour. Then you're braking heavily into the Spitzkehre.
And he's only halfway through his stint.
Yeah.
Oh. You spoke too soon then, Mark.
Yeah, I wonder about track limits from that perspective. Right, we've got another penalties come up. Gabi Ulge in the David Vitek BMW. She crossed the white line exiting the pit, so she's going to have a 10-second penalty next time. That's the pit blend line. That's there for a reason, so you don't rejoin the track in front of faster cars. And of course, the pit blend line is actually round turn 1. It's halfway up the hill, isn't it?
It depends on where they are on the lap, but at certain times, Guy Bessem and Stanislav Sidorok are now still on the same lap. So,
yeah, and they've just done identical lap times.
Yeah, so I think Guy Bessem has been given the hurry up a little bit because the duo Porsche is actually catching.
Yeah, but we still think from what we're being told on the screens, he's still got to unlap himself, hasn't he, before he can catch him up.
There is a section in the lap where they are on the same lap now.
Right, okay.
So it's almost 2 laps, but he's obviously,
So here's the little Ligier. We know it's a Ligier because it's got golden arch symbols on its side. And this neat little French car, Ford V8 powered.
Notice the French symbols. They're in green. The golden arches.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the little wing. It's almost a lip, isn't it? Almost more than the wing, but let's say it has that punchy little Ford engine in it. It's a Ford V6 3.7, 330 horsepower out of that. So it's no slouch. It's a very light car as well, of course.
Yeah.
Being all carbon composite, but doing the job, isn't it? It looks like it's going to finish. It had no problems since yesterday. Yeah, so Chris pointing out that Stanislav Sidoruk is 122 behind now on the chart. I think that, well, then it goes back to...
Yes, it's alternating, but it is basically 1 minute 22, which is 82 seconds.
Yeah, we think that's correct, don't we?
Yeah, we think that's correct. So it's about 40 to 50 laps away from...
Which number really? That one,
There it is. Yeah, so he's 3/4 of a lap behind.
Yeah. Okay.
And catching most laps at about a second a lap.
Yeah, sorry race fans, Chris and I are just playing around with the tracker on the timing screen. We're having much more fun than you are probably at the moment.
Don't say that, Mark.
So Daniel Waczynski, he's in the 226 car. That's the Nordschleife Racing Ligier, is now refueling. We just saw the car rolling out of pit lane. And then looking further back, we see that TCX is still led by that Ligier, and he's got did have a 2-lap lead over the Datec BMW, which Gabi Uge has just incurred the wrath of the stewards with 10-second penalty for crossing the blend line as she exited the pits.
And we think that both of the Porsches and the Volkswagens are due for pit stops fairly soon.
Yeah, so Stanislav Sidoruk, 41 laps now, so he's within 1 or 2 laps of what they've been running to before, isn't he? So, and then, as you say, we are quite certain that car will be taken over now by Sergei Pedagudov, who hasn't driven that today, has he?
No.
So just coming through the stadium section, comes onto the drag strip. Now, will the car be coming in this lap, or will it be the following lap? Has to go through the Sachs curve first, then up into turn 13, which is actually Sachs corner, slightly banked. You come off that little banking. That's where you get DTM cars caught out. Into Sud curve 1, then Sud curve 2, and he's not going to the pits this lap, Chris. So
no,
he's going to eke another lap out on the fuel.
Almost certainly next lap.
Remember we had code 60 as well. So, here we go, side by side with the Speed Lover Porsche and the Duvo car together there.
So it's interesting. In fact, the NKPP car was quicker last lap. That's the first time for a long time that it's been quicker than the Siderup car.
Niklas Born then very, very happy of life, giving us the thumbs up there in second place in his number 112 Auto Rama car. Still riding them with Niklas. That car powered by Wolfpower Racing. As we know, Niklas, 19 years old from Basel, and he is the current leader of the Junior Cup in the 24-hour series. So this will certainly help him stay out front, won't it, in the Junior Cup, because the car ahead is driven by no one as young as he is.
No. So, very quiet at the moment, but any minute now the pits are going to explode.
Yep. So I think it'll be this lap, Chris, that we're gonna see that come in.
Yeah, well it should be, but as you say,
yep.
with code 60s and all sorts of other things, one really doesn't. The car's in the pits.
Yep. Well, we got that one right, didn't we? With the guys.
So 909's in and 991 is.
Let's hand it to Stanislav. Great job there. He was consistently 2 seconds quicker than the car ahead of him. Did a lot of hard work trying to haul it in.
As we think it's got Sergei Peregolov is getting in.
Yeah. Yeah, they had no other choice because they haven't driven the car today. So great job there. The Luxembourg team changing the Duvo team, changing things there. Jean-Marie Dumont, Raymond Wolf, under team manager Ben Wagener. And just looking for Guy Besson then, Chris, as that's come in. Let's have a look, see where the 991 car is at this moment, because he must be coming in very soon, mustn't he? He's done 43 laps now.
He's done 1 lap more.
Yeah. Harry Hill just did 43, so he's going to maybe eke out 44, maybe even 45. Let's see how that goes. So, high drama here then as we see how the race leaders go. All action then at Hockenheim, the 16-hour race now going into its final throws. 3.5 hours remaining on the clock. Windscreen clean then for the 451 BMW. Olaf Meyer had bought that car in the Team Avia Sorg Rennsport car. That car leading GT4. It's ahead of the Aston Martin. It has got a very handy 7-lap lead over it, so
yes.
They've got no panic. They're just going to keep
on the island.
Yeah, keep that car running well. It's a nice-looking little car, that. And what do you notice there, Chris?
I've noticed that the Fabian Dans in the Top Car Cupra is only 1.8 seconds behind Nicolas Bourne in the car 112, the second Golf.
Right.
So lots of action there.
So because of that pit stop for Duvo, routine stop, they've now fallen 2 laps behind at this point. But Guy Spessum still owes us a stop, and Chris, he's really eking that out, isn't he?
Yes, he is. He's
44 laps
44
he's done
laps.
now, and he's on his 45th.
I don't think we've had anyone go that far.
This is, yeah, I was just going to say, one of the longer runs we've seen throughout the whole race, 45 laps.
Of course, he hasn't been going quite as quickly as the other cars, so he's not been...
only within 1 or 2 seconds slower there, but...
no, he's really eked it out.
Yeah, I mean, that's
let's hope he doesn't eke it out too far and
all part of the team strategy.
Run out of fuel.
Yeah, I mean, the guy is very experienced at this. He's done a lot of 24-hour series races, finished second in the 2018 series, driving the Cupra, as we said, before changing to Porsche last year. Did some for Cupra, some for Porsche, and really, I mean, it's all about strategy. We've said this, and about getting the best out of the car. If you're light on the brakes, you're light on fuel, you're getting a huge advantage on this. And I mean, if that guy went to 46 laps, for instance, I think everyone would be astounded. I think we'll see him coming in. How long's his actual driving time been? That's the other thing, because you can't do more than 2 hours, can you? He's been in that car since 12:29, so yeah, so 1.5 hours. It's more than that. Is that correct? Since 12:29? No, since 13:50. I'm sorry. Yeah, so he's got another 20 minutes before his 2 hours are up.
Yeah, well, he'll definitely have to stop before that. Yeah, 45 laps. That's outstanding.
Yeah, let's have a look at the
anyway.
Map.
Here he is coming around.
I'm sitting on the track map. He's coming into the Mercedes Stadium right now. Comes through the Mercedes Stadium onto the drag strip. And we're not looking at the 991 car, we're looking at the 112 at the moment, which is the car that is leading, second place in TCR. But watch out for Guy Spessum in the 991 Porsche. He must stop this time, surely.
And here is the battle for second place in the TCR.
Oh, this is great, isn't it?
Class, good battle.
This is Volkswagen leading Cupra at the moment. And as we say that, Guy Spessum, I think we'll find in about 10 seconds time, will be coming into the pits. If not, he's going to be running on empty.
No, it doesn't appear to have come in.
No, he started his what will be
46 laps.
His 47th lap he's on there.
Gosh.
Wow. That team's obviously got a secret somewhere, and that could win them the race, Chris.
Yes.
If they can eke out 4 or 5 more laps, then
it'll make them get them a pit stop.
So Andrei Mukavos has now rejoined in the Duvo car. He's all refueled up, ready to go for probably another 45 laps. And the wonderfully named Jose Manuel de los Milagros has now rejoined in the GT4 BMW M4, the Team Avia sport car. So excellent to see these pit strategies unfolding. But Chris, I still can't believe that Case Bessem is out there charging round.
Yeah.
I mean, he's now coming up towards the Sachs Stadium for the 47th time. He's got 46 laps behind him. Surely this must be the one he comes in.
Yeah. Now, we were incorrect. It is Andrei Mukavos who has climbed aboard the Duo racing car.
Right.
We thought it was going to be Sergei Peregudov, but no.
Right. I hate to say this, Chris, but we're both wrong. And
still out.
He's still out there. He's done 47 laps now. Hasn't quite logged up on here yet, but that's Keith Bessem. He's on his 47th lap.
So Pit crew waiting for somebody.
Yeah, just seeing which. There it is.
There it is. Yep.
So he has come in 46 laps. Yep. And that driver waiting to get on board that car. I think it's probably Marcel Van Berlo again, isn't it? Who started it this afternoon?
Yes, I think it has to be. Harry Hilders.
Harry Hilders did it.
He did 43 laps.
So it's Marcel's turn again now.
Yep. And still the Cupra and the Golf battle it out.
Yeah, but that was a remarkable 46 laps they did, which is certainly the longest stint anyone's done in this in the 12 and a half hours of this race.
And the Cupra's alongside.
Yeah. Well, this is for position.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is for second place in TCR, and he takes it. Nice move there by Fabien Dance. This could come back to them. Yeah, this car, I remember, quite heavily damaged in the opening lap of the 18-hour race. Spent time in the garage, less time than the Audi with which he's in collision, but nonetheless lost time at the beginning. So it just shows how a race can come back to you.
Yes.
When it's over a long period.
Oh, long distance racing. Yeah.
This is the beauty of endurance racing, you know, how it rock and rolls. It's not all just a flat out sprint, and if you hiccup, you're lost. In this case, you know, it's you can claw those things back. So Van Bessem still in the pits. Now he had a 3-lap lead over the Dubo car. We're not seeing what's happening in the pit. Is he doing a brake change?
We can't see that, unfortunately.
Our pit cameraman is down there somewhere. We'd like to have a view of that, but Kees Bessem handing that car over, as we saw, to Marcel Van Berlo. All three of their drivers in the 50s, all gentlemen drivers. So Porsche, Mercedes, that's the order in GT at the moment. Touring cars, it's Volkswagen, Cupra, Volkswagen, and those 6 cars fill the top 6 places of the Hockenheim 16 hours as we head towards the next mark. Just looking to see what the situation is in GT4. Yeah, Jose Manuel de Los Migros stayed ahead of the Aston Martin, still has a 5-lap lead over him. And then further back in TCX, the Ligier has maintained its lead over the Davy Tech BMW, but it's only 1 lap at the moment. Gabi Ligier is hanging on to his coattails as they go around. In comes the Aston Martin then. Rodrigo Guillon brings that car in. This car coming out of second place in GT4. Aston Martin Vantage AMR. Of course, built by ProDrive.
Yeah. That's not a very Aston Martin front, is it?
No, with the colour scheme, I think throws a lot of it, doesn't it?
Yeah. I know I read some of the motoring magazines, and they're not keen on that front.
Yeah, well, they've done away with the grille on this car, haven't they? Normally it'd be a grille there, but
it's not popular. Right, Marcel Van Berlo is out of the pits.
Right.
Having had so, we will wait and see how this one.
So he hasn't gone for fuel? Must have done.
He must have done.
Yeah. They're not saying he's going to the fuel, but
he would have to have done.
I think they mean that, yes.
Yeah.
No, in fact, no, it has been in for fuel because they have Gies Vessen entering the refueling area, and he's out. So he has managed to get out with that 1-lap buffer still. So obviously no brake change.
No.
This is the number 1 car. This is our touring car leader coming in. This is Konstantin Kletzer, who's been at the wheel of that car. It seems forever, doesn't it? Certainly.
He has done He's done 46
Another 46,
laps.
yes. It's obviously this is what you do today. 46 laps. How they're eking this out, I don't know. It's because they're not slowing down at all.
No. And
That's
number 112, Nicholas Bourne has done 40, so we can expect him to stay out a little bit longer.
Right, the 101, the car that's had all the bad luck today. Either Broika's having that accident that off in the rain yesterday. That comes in too. So we've got several cars now coming to the end of their runs. We've got 1, 2, 3 cars in the pits at the moment, excluding, of course, the Audi and the Renault, which have retired. We know the Audi's retired. We saw the crew packing up. We think that Mike for sure has given up the ghost. They might come back out for the last couple of laps.
Just to get qualified.
Yeah. Just make an appearance. So the Broikas run Cupra, Red Camel Jordans. There's further down the pit lane, others waiting for cars to come in. So yeah, it's tea time basically, isn't it? We're coming up towards 4 o'clock. Drivers still need a cuppa and coming in. And here then is our third place, but GT3 leader, of course. So that's one thing we're overlooking, Chris. He's still going to win the GT3 category.
GT3, yes.
Because there's only 2 cars in it, and the other one is the Renault.
And Charles has done 33 laps on this stint, so he's got another 10 laps to go.
Well, having seen what the Porsches can do, maybe he can eke out a few more than that. But this is a much more powerful car, of course.
Yes.
But interesting at the Porsche, that NKPP Porsche and the number 1 Volkswagen Golf should be able to run the same fuel regime.
46 laps is remarkable.
Yeah, there's probably a difference in the fuel tank, but.
Yeah. So we're waiting to see a lap time from Marcel van Berlo in the 991.
Yeah, still on his out lap. And Andrei Mukhalov popping in 147s immediately.
And van Berlo 149. Yep. So 2 seconds
that's
lap.
The naughty step. 112 taking a penalty for, what was that penalty for? 112 exceeding track limits, 6th offence, 10 seconds. They've been quite generous. You can do it 6 times before you get a 10-second penalty.
But that'll put it back into the clutches of the Supra.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So having taken his penalty, comes in, hands over. Were we ever that slim when we were racing, Chris?
Probably.
Yeah. So
Probably.
That's Konstantin Klesler getting out of the car. Good job he's done. Kept the car in the lead. And of course, don't forget, as we mentioned before, it was Yasmin Preissig who got that car through into the lead. She did a great job.
Yeah, she did a very good job.
Yeah. So she's 28. Konstantin is 27. Won the 24-hour series in 2018 in a Golf in that category. Car goes out then. What number 1 car?
Yeah, having refueled.
Christoph Lenz on board it now. They didn't refuel, did they? Didn't they go straight out?
No, I think it must have.
Yeah, Christoph Lenz has left the pits, it says. Didn't mention.
Yeah. Now, Andrei Mukhalov has done a 46.9. That's the first 46 we've seen from the Porsches for quite a time, isn't it?
Yeah. But I don't think his car did refuel, Chris. They had a driver change, Konstantin Klesler to Christoph Lenz, and Lenz then left the pits.
Surely it would have to have refueled.
So they don't mention about refueling.
That would have to have refueled.
We just saw him shut the door and he drove out. So Next thing we saw,
well, if that's correct, the next thing we'll see, it'll be crawling along the.
Which is the fun of all this, trying to do the detective work in between, because generally the timing is very good on this, very clear. So Luke Breukers is now handing the camel car back to Stephen Licorice. Stephen started it this morning at lunchtime, 12 o'clock, 12 noon start. And we spoke to Stephen on the grid, and he's saying how much he's enjoying this racing, and of course, like those of us who follow endurance racing, it's what you live for, isn't it? It's the oxygen.
Yes.
Not these little sprint races. So
now,
anything else happening at the moment? Tom here and
well,
there?
we've got a green sector from Andrei Mukovots in the 909 duo Porsche. So he's really moving on. He's 1 minute 34 behind Marcel van Berlo, who we see now in the NKPP Porsche 991.
Do we think they're saving Sergei Pedagudov, or has Sergei gone home, do you think?
I don't. Yes, I wonder.
He hasn't been near the car today, has he?
No.
So there is our race leader, Marcel van Berlo, back in the car, second time today. Just getting up to speed. Did a 1:48 on his last lap out. And TCR, a bit of a shake-up at the moment. The Cupra goes to the head of the pile again. Fabien Dance with Christophe Lenz second, and
don't forget the Cupra is owed a pit stop.
Yep. Yeah, it might have done 5, but it only did 1 lap at the start, didn't it, to put change onto slick tyres. So the Benjamin
Cupra's done. Fabien Dance in the Cupra.
Yeah.
Cupra has done 36 laps, so he's got another. Who knows how many? 8 to 10 to do probably.
Benjamin Leuchten has taken over the third place car, the Golf GT. From Niklas Born. Niklas Born having refueled. I think we're being sold a dummy at the moment about the refueling, because Christophe Lenz must have refueled, but it's not
refueled.
Yeah. It's not showing it. Now Konstantin Lenz entered the refueling area. Yeah, it had to be.
Yes, and Andrei Mukovots is on fire.
What happened, Chris? Lenz went into the refueling area before he went to the pits. That's why we didn't pick it up. So he fueled, drove round, came into the pits, and that's why he went straight out. So that's been catching us out a few times, I think, because anything in red is refueling or entering the pits. And anyway, that solved that one. So he has got the fuel to go.
And Fabien Dance is in the pits in the Cupra. But that's quite early, because he's only done 36 laps.
Right.
And the Golfs were doing 46 laps.
That's his 6th pit stop, because of course he stopped at the end on the first lap to get those slick tyres on, as indeed did Marcel van Berlo in the lead Porsche. They've both done 6 pit stops, which is more than anyone else. So Fabien Dan's now back on track, but as you say, quite a short run that. Interestingly, so that 131 car. Yeah, he did 48 in all, didn't he? Double. In fact, do you remember he came in with the brakes on fire?
Oh yes.
That's what happened after 12 laps. So he's now done in total. Since he went out, he's actually done 49 laps since he started. He must be coming up near the 2-hour mark, so that's probably why they
pulled him in.
Pulled him in, yeah. And here is the 131 car.
And
So
oh yes, Kai Jordan started off in this car.
Yeah.
And Karen Gaillard has done one session of 40 laps. So we'll see who's in it now when the transponder.
Well, it must be the third driver, mustn't it? If that must be Karen Gaillard again. She did a run earlier, didn't she? She has done a run today.
Yes.
When was Karen in the car?
She was in it before Fabian Dans. So it's actually Kai Jordan's.
So he should be back. It should be Kai then.
Kai.
Right, Naughty Step 78 car. This is the Speed Lover car, which got a long penalty. Do you remember 1.25 minutes?
Oh, yes.
He's taking that now. Let's just check what that penalty was for. Must remember that was for exceeding refueling amount. 75 seconds.
During code 60.
Yeah, so he's going to be there for a long time. So let's look at something else. It's like watching paint dry, isn't it? A 75-second penalty. What do you think the driver's doing? What am I going to eat tonight?
Oh, the size of that wing.
Yeah.
Enormous.
Quite a joke, isn't it? I mean, we're getting up towards Formula One wings of the 1960s, aren't we?
Yeah.
Front and rear rings.
Right up in the airstream.
Yeah, that really is over the top, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wouldn't want to go for a car wash with that.
I think the car wash would probably fall apart.
Well, we're going to be taking a break in 10 minutes time. Or is that then? They're not. No, in 1 hour and 10 minutes time, we'll be taking a break. Yes, we're on. We're jumping between British and European time all the time, and we're actually working on European time here at Hockenheim. And so when the clock gets to 4 o'clock, gets to 6 o'clock.
Yeah, we can see that the top
European,
car,
we will be,
Cupra, is falling back down as the Porsche comes off the naughty step, and they're starting for its refueling.
That must be so disheartening when you've already had all these problems to then get a massive penalty like that, and you're just falling further and further back down the field. But hey ho, we're still racing. Let's carry on and let's make the most of it. I mean, the good thing for he is third in class, so he's still on the podium.
Yes.
At the moment, even though he's down in 12th place overall.
Again, having to top up the
I think
fluid.
you obviously get some fluid loss, don't you, when you do a pad or caliper change? But the ones we saw for the Renault yesterday, I mean, there
was completely
whole
empty.
bottles in here. Yeah. So that car, we think, don't we? We think that car will be now handed over to. Well, we don't know. There's 4 drivers, aren't there? So it could be any one of those. It's Ralph Furley. Rolf Lietart bought it in.
I think it's not Dom Bastian, is it?
No, because Dom started.
Well, and I think he has a black helmet and a black.
Yeah, Jeroen Kreeft has been in it as well, I think. So probably.
So the Mercedes is in.
Right. Yeah, this is more important than the Speed Lover. Charles Esplanade brought it in. I'm sure he'll stay on board. He double stinted yesterday. No reason he won't today. In fact, he does stay on board. Just quickly checking.
He's done 39 laps.
Yeah. Calling for fresh slicks. They look fine there, those tires, don't they? I mean, they're in good form. They're not damaged. They're not listed in any way. That's a very quick stop, that as well. Well done. Very quick change by the CP guys, CP Racing. I think they could congratulate themselves on that.
Now, I would think it was probably Shane Lewis who hasn't driven today.
Right. I don't think he'd had a driver change there, Chris. I think.
Oh right. Yeah. Well, maybe
we've still got 3 hours to go.
Yeah,
so
plenty of time to go.
Yeah. I could be wrong, but I didn't see a driver anywhere near. The team jumped on the car, they did the tyres, and there was no other driver in the vicinity.
No.
So, We are up to 373 laps. That's in total. That's including yesterday's laps. Running on aggregate, of course. Yesterday's result didn't count towards the race, only reset the grid for the start this morning. So in effect, it was just neutralizing the race overnight, and then they continued as they were last night, with the exception of they started in class order, so there wouldn't be any speed differential danger. Not a huge danger of that with 14 cars. I mean, it'd be different when you're in Dubai with 60 cars. But even then, Chris, as we saw, you know, you have this problem, like 2 cars collide on the start as the race goes green.
Yes, I would love to have seen a replay of that to see what exactly happened, because it was quite a dramatic incident.
Yeah. So that gap not coming down very much between the Mercedes and the overall leading Porsche. It's still 10 laps.
But Andrei Mukovots has taken 3 seconds out of Marcel Van Berlo.
Yeah, he's just done a 47, isn't he?
Yeah.
That's impressive at this stage. 45.
They've got 3 hours to go.
Yeah. Yeah, never say never.
Yeah.
Marcel Van Berlo then leading Andrei Mukovots, leading Charles Espelin-Laub, and then that accounts for our top 3 GT cars. The top 3 touring cars: Christopher Lenz, Benjamin Leuchter and Kai Jordan. In GT4 it's Jose Manuel de los Milagros from Tom Herden, and in TCX it's Guillaume Roman from Gabi Ulge. They've swapped around for the moment. The Ligier and the BMW have been trading places, but they've got the Ligier out in front now, ahead of that troubled Tim Coronel BMW GT4 car.
Right, stay with us, because if my mathematics is correct, and Andrei Mukovots is catching at roughly 2 seconds a lap, and he's 80 seconds behind Marcel Van Berlo, 40 laps, so it's just over an hour, Mark.
Right.
And we've got 3 hours left.
Yeah. So anything could happen, couldn't it, in that time? So everyone behaving themselves for the moment. Johan Grieft has just gone back out into the fray in the Speed Lover Porsche. That's the one that took that massive penalty. Here we are again. There's a bit of fish shaking going on, or is he just saying, get by me? Well, that's the Ligier with its 4 V8 power, going past the number 1 TCR leading Volkswagen of Christopher Lenz. Charles Espelin-Laub then back out now. Is he still on board the car? It looks like he is, Chris.
Yes, I think you're correct.
Yeah.
As you always are, Mark.
Well,
no driver change, but the other drivers will have. Shane Lewis drove very well yesterday.
Yep. Well, Marcel Van Berlo is not the quickest driver in that Porsche that's leading. Has just put in his personal best second sector, so he's getting more speed than he's had all weekend. That's good. And can he keep that car ahead of the Russian crewed Luxembourg entered Duvo Racing Porsche Cup? Mukovots second faster on that last lap, despite Marcel Van Berlo's personal best. So CP Racing back into the mix, gradually pulling ahead of the touring car battle, which of course it fell behind at one point, fell into the clutches of the Autorama Golf. Now it's put 3 laps back on over that, so 4 laps now in fact, Chris, so that might give us some indication of how quickly he's going. 10 laps now behind Second place, Porsche.
And Marcel Van Berlo's got to move on. Got to hurry up from the pits.
Well, again, he's set another personal best lap.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's 2 in a row he's done now. So,
but still, Andrei Mukovacs is taking time out of him.
Yeah. And behind that little group, in third place in TCR, Kai Jordan has just done a personal best in his Cupra, that top car. And of course, he's had 6 pit stops against the 4 of the car ahead. So Benjamin Leuchter must surely be owing us a pit stop soon.
So there's our leader. And one of the Cupras.
Right, we've got a warning here, car 131. That is that Kai Jordan car, track limits, 10-second penalty, and that is the lap on which he's just set a personal best.
Yeah.
So, will that lap be taken away from him? Or can you can't do that. You can't take a time away in the middle of a race, can you?
The time is what the time is.
Yeah. So, all to race here for. This is going to be a fascinating final 3 hours here to the Hockenheim 16 hours. We'll be with for another hour before we take a short break, and then we'll be back, of course, for the final, the all-out important final hour of this 24-hour series race. So all looking good up front at the moment for Porsche, but how long can they keep it there? So
and we've got a purple sector from Charles Espinal.
Yeah.
Again.
Well, he now has a sniff of a chance of catching those 2 cars. They know that if that Mercedes holds together well, and they've done quite a lot of work on the front end, I don't think as much can go wrong there now.
Yeah.
If he can keep this sort of performance up, pushing, and Shane Lewis, I don't think he's driven the car yet. When he gets on board, if he can do the same thing, then they may well be in a very good position in a couple of hours.
Yeah, the last 3 hours are going to be very interesting.
Yeah.
Because Andrei Mukovacs took 6 seconds out of Marcel Van Berlo the last lap. Only 2 seconds now. That's been adjusted, but he's really gaining on him.
So Charles Espinal then another fastest lap. In fact, the fastest lap of today, the first person to break into the 40s. What was that fastest lap by Mike Verschoor yesterday? It was a 40, but I'm not sure what it was, a 40. Let's see if I've got it in our notes. But that would be very, very special if he's got the fastest lap of the race. That pole, incidentally, was 1:39.2.
Yeah, so he's still a second and a half away from that, but still very impressive.
Yeah, Mike Verschoor's fastest lap of the race was 40.88, so he's done it.
Yep. Good for him.
Yeah, so Charles Espinal has the race fastest lap at this moment from the 2 parts. So congratulations to Charles on a great performance there. Well done. And to be quicker than that Renault, that's something.
Yes.
What we don't know, of course, in these improved conditions with Mike Verschoor, being able to dip into the 39. It doesn't matter. He's not there to do it. And that honour at the moment goes to Charles. And that he's leading GT3, remember, so he's going to get maximum points today, even if he finishes where he is now. But if he can move up even further, then so much better.
It's cooling down a bit at Hockenheim, so
yeah. So congratulations to Charles Espinal and to the CP Racing team, and I can imagine that Charlie Putnam must be absolutely over the moon at that at the moment, because he knows if they're carrying that speed, they have got a real chance of hauling in the 2 Porsche Cup cars ahead of them. It'd be fairly unusual for a Porsche Cup car to win one of these 24-hour races outright, but unusual things happen in motorsport, don't they? So, Porsche, Mercedes, our top 3 in GT at the moment. It's Volkswagen and Cupra in touring cars, and BMW and Ligier had their respective classes, GT4 and TCX, with just under 3 hours now to go. So we're getting a lot of track limits reports coming in now. Penalties for car 131. That is our 3rd place car, Kai Jordan, we've already heard about. He's got that 10-second warning. Car 240, that is the Davtech BMW of Gabby Ujay. She's got a warning. It's not a penalty at the moment. She's been given what amounts to a final warning. Car 401, Pro Sport Aston Martin Vantage, team manager, report to race control.
Oh, the stewards have certainly woken up, haven't they?
Yeah, they've had a good long lunch, and now they're getting down to work.
Had their siesta.
Wasn't a Ford siesta either, was it? So those of you who haven't been with us for a while, watching some event from Monza, I hope you're rejoining us now. We won't tell you what happened because we're not going to do any spoilers, but welcome to Hockenheim if you are have just left Formula One, and enjoy the last 3 hours with us of this Hockenheim 16 hours, 4th round of the Hankook 24-hour Creventic series. Oh, that's a mouthful, isn't it? We've got it out. Hankook, the control tower, of course, as well as the sponsor of the series, and our thanks to them for continuing with their support of what is a great gentleman driver series. Gentlemen, they're supported by their pro drivers, in some cases their mentors, as we've seen. The situation at the moment, if you're just joining us, we've got 2 Porsche Cup cars leading overall from a Mercedes GT3 of CP Racing, and then the top 3 cars in touring cars, which are 2 Volkswagen Golfs and a Cupra, are lying 4th, 5th and 6th overall, and this is something no one would have foreseen at the start of the race yesterday. 2 8-hour parts to the race. We had 8 hours yesterday, finishing at 8 o'clock last night. This one you're watching now, we're watching 8 hours, which started at 12, will finish at 8 Central European time, and we've just gone past a 5-hour mark. So, just on board then at the moment with that 112, yeah, 2nd place car, Benjamin Leuchter, the Autorama run car. And just for a moment, everyone quiet. They're all running on the track.
They've all made their pit stops.
Yeah.
So
we haven't had any penalties for at least 4 minutes.
Kai Jordan's just set a personal best in the Cupra, but it's still 41 seconds behind the second of the Volkswagen Golfs, driven by Benjamin Leuchter.
I think he's making up for his misdemeanor when he ran wide track limits when last time he got his personal best time. This time he's making sure he has actually got it. So here is that 112 car. Benjamin Leuchter still riding on board with him. 2 laps down now on his teammate Christoph Lenz, but
Charles Esplanade set another purple sector.
Right.
He's still going for it.
Right. 40.75 is time to beat. Yeah, and Well, up front, the gap between the two Porsche Cup cars closing. It's now 68 seconds. And Andrei Mukovac is between 1 and 2 seconds a lap quicker than his rival Marcel Van Berlo.
So yes, stay with us and see how this one unfolds.
Well, unsurprisingly, the Mercedes, being the only GT3 car left in the running, is by far the quickest car on the track. You know, consistently 5 seconds, 6 seconds quicker than anybody else here. In fact, all the touring cars are running at in the 50s. That's the difference. So 10-second difference between GT and a touring, the quickest GT and the touring cars here.
And the difference between 550 to 600 horsepower and 350. So it's well, what is it? 450 for the Porsches and 350 for the Volkswagen Golf that we see in the picture now.
But of course, I love this mix of GT cars and touring cars, because it gives the slower cars and the faster cars a chance to experience traffic, you know, and how to, as well as working strategies, how to deal with slower cars or ahead of you or faster cars coming up behind. So it's all great experience, you know. You're doing it in a safe environment like Hockenheim over 2 daylight races, basically. I know it almost ran into dark last night. That was because of the rain, but full marks to Hockenheim for taking this race on at very, very short notice. We've heard from Creventic, just 3 weeks notice they had to organise this, and well done. They not only had to arrange for the track availability, but all the marshalling, everything that goes with it.
All the timing,
everything
else.
The hospitality, they had to provide bubbled on the circuit, you know, and accommodation arrangements, just make it safe for everyone. So great job to Hockenheimring. Thank you guys for making this possible, and well done Creventic for looking for an alternative once they knew the Barcelona 24 hours couldn't happen.
Wasn't possible,
yeah, I'm sure the next race we go to, which will be Ennepegusa, is going to be just as good, and I think very, very spectacular on the circuit. But of course, nobody knows. There's been no international racing for many years, so it's going to be new ground for everybody going there, and for us as well, of course. I've never commentated from there.
No. I'm just going to look up when the last international race was at Ennepegusa.
When I went there for a Formula 2 race, it was courtesy of Motor Magazine, who I was doing race reporting for. So the long gone, much missed Motor Magazine became Autocar. Eventually joined with Autocar, and I still look back to those glorious days. There we are. That is the 240. Gabi Ulje on board. She's pushing that BMW. She's just done her personal best in Sector 1. Is she going to make this her personal best for the car? I don't think she'll ever be quite as quick as Tim, her partner, Tim Coronel, twin brother of Tom Coronel. Very confusing that, Tim and Tom being twin brothers. I'm sure that must have been difficult for Mum when she was calling them when they were mere youngsters. But Tom Coronel I've spent a lot of time in Japan with when he was winning the Japanese Formula Nippon Championship. And on my visits to Japan, he'd join me in the commentary box for the Formula 1 Asia service and give a really wry Dutch insight into what was going on. And Tim's just the same. As we said yesterday, that guy has done 12 Dakar rallies, 10 of which he's finished, and so that says a lot about the guy's stamina. Gabi then, his partner or wife, depending on which Google entry you believe, running in 10th place overall, second in TCX, so they'll be in the money at the end of this race if they finish. So too will this little car, the Red Camel Jordan's Cupra, which of course is 4th in TCR at the moment. Stephen Licorice on board, the man from Oxford. One of 2 Brits in the race.
As far as I can see, Mark, the last international race at Ennepegusa was in 2012. When there was a touring car race there. But this will amuse you.
What, World Touring Cars or?
No. In 1996, there was a plague of frogs and they got into all the pits and
Oh, right.
everything, and apparently it was dreadful.
Well, it was water snakes when I was there. They used to wriggle across the track and get squashed by the cars. So.
Well, I won't talk about what happened with the frogs.
So what was the touring car race? It wasn't World Touring Cars.
It was in October 2012. Enna hosted the 9th round of Superstars Touring Car and GT Championship.
Oh, that's an Italian series. Yeah, that was Italian series for V8 powered cars. So
but in fact, actually, in 2014, it held a round of the FIA European Touring Car Cup.
Europe, yeah, ETCC, yeah. So, yeah. Okay, but I guess Tommy Carnell might have been there, or Tim.
Yeah.
So maybe.
Yeah, back in the 1960s, there was a Formula One race there.
Oh yeah, we had Formula One. They've had world sports cars. In fact, in the trailers that you've probably seen, we've had pictures of the Gulf 917s. And,
yes, the World Sports Car Championship became a regular visitor in the 1970s, with popular victories for Alfa Romeo. And also, circuits also saw victory for Leila Lombardi, who became the first female victor of a FIA-sanctioned World Championship race.
Yeah, right.
So now you know.
Right. Back to our racing then. 5 hours and 15 minutes gone in this second part of the 16-hour race. NKPP Porsche leading Duvo Porsche, and the gap between those two cars 69 seconds at the moment. So that's
it's fairly constant.
Yeah, but hasn't Mikulov was making inroads, wasn't he, at one time, but that seems to have stopped now. But Charles Esplanade is the man on a mission. Within 9 laps now of the race leader. He's got down 6 seconds a lap quicker at the moment, almost 6 seconds quicker on each lap. The 3 touring cars, they've settled down into a pattern. They each 1 lap apart, 370, 369, 368 laps, the 2 Volkswagens and the Cupra. And the best of the GT4 runners is still that Team Avia BMW, with the Madrid driver Jose Manuel de los Milagros on board at the moment. Still have 12 cars running and all looking quite solid now. Those are going to have problems, appear to have gotten behind them, but some of these cars have had no problems at all, so that'll get a little bit nervous, won't it, over the next 2.5 hours.
Especially with you talking about it. If you say that everyone's running reliably.
Shall I just run through a list of those who've had no problems at all?
Yes.
But anyway, great job here at Hockenheim, and it's a good circuit for this. Hockenheim has always been very interesting. It's got very fast parts, very technical parts, and Germans are great hosts here, and we just long for the days when those tribunes are all full of spectators again, because to come here for a DTM race when you've got 100,000 people is something not to be missed,
Yeah, well, let's hope there are DTM races, because of course that series is in trouble with Mercedes having withdrawn and Audi withdrawing at the end of this year.
Yeah, and then its future with Formula One, let's see where that goes as well. It's going to be Nürburgring this year, so hopefully Hockenheim will get it back next year, but who knows? Just wait and see where we get to with this virus. So we are with Stephen Licorice again. Stephen's getting a lot of airtime from our cameras, running in the Red Camel Jordan's Cupra. And Stephen loving his racing, whether it's Lamborghinis, Golfs or Cupras. So they're doing a good steady job. Nice little car, this Cupra, very neat package. Car fairly taped up at the moment, as we know from team owner Ivo Breukers, having off yesterday. Car, we think, got tangled up in that start line collision between the Audi and the other Cupra. But now everything looking good. Kai Jordan then setting another quick start. I think we've mentioned that one already, haven't we? Yeah, they've settled down now into sort of just steady runs at the moment.
Yep.
I think
the two Porsches setting much the same time. So,
yep.
you know, Andre Mukovacs was,
I think,
was catching, but he seems to have backed off a little bit.
Yeah, in fact, the last lap they both ran a 47, both the Porsches at the front, whereas Charles Epinard again 5 seconds quicker. But it's a big mountain to climb.
Yeah.
So Stephen Licorice then into the pits, comes out of 11th place. He's been at the wheel of that car, the 101 car. Only done 17 laps, so he's got a problem. He's obviously complaining to the team of some vibration. We're just checking the tires, checking everything. Well, that car's taken quite a bashing, hasn't it, over the last 15 hours or so.
Yes, this is not a scheduled stop,
yeah,
is it?
Stephen is experienced enough to know when there's something not right with the car. Oh, this is, rather than the hammer, let's just use a crowbar. Might just be rubber build-up, of course. Is that what he's doing? He's scraping rubber off the inside of the wheels.
Looks like it.
Yeah, I think he's got rubber pickup and it's just created an imbalance. That would be my educated guess. Let's see if we can see. Yep, the pile of rubber there.
Yeah.
So that's what he's done. He's using that bar to poke rubber build-up out of the tire, and they'll get Stephen to radio in, tell them, is he happy with the car now?
Yeah. And we've got code 60.
Oh, right. That's why. Oh, we lost the wheel, lost a tire. We've not more than lost a tire, hasn't he? Something's come off the back of the Aston Martin. And that is at, where's he stopped?
Is that on the outside of the Sachs curve?
Yeah, he's spun, hasn't he? That's the Sachs curve, turn 13. Yep. That's the bank bit, and he's spun coming out of it, because you can see where the mark is. Rear tire's gone.
Yeah.
Not a massive problem. They can get that moved quite quickly. We know there's a tow truck there, and they can get into the pits quite quickly. But
it's just behind the pits.
Yeah, so that tire has come off the rim, and that's what spun him round.
Yeah.
So obviously hadn't appreciated the sudden deflation, and then he spun, which has pulled the tire off the rim. On board that car at the moment is Tom Herden. There's the Porsche tow truck. I don't think when Porsche designed this car they envisaged it be used for tow trucks.
He's still in the car.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, you don't get out, do you? Because you need to be towed. You've got to steer it. I'm sure we're not going to tow him in backwards.
They're looking at the tyre.
Yeah. Technical problem. Well, I'd say it's more than a technical problem. It's a tyre come off. Quick chat with the driver. So they need to get the other side of him, don't they? And just tow him back to the pits.
Yeah.
Or are they going to recommend a lift?
Or they're going to tow him back on the circuit so that he can drive it back. Now there's our leader come in for that pad change that we were.
Yeah, good call.
We've been anticipating all day long, Mark.
And they've been waiting for the right instant, haven't they? With that 991 car, it's come to them. They've been gifted that. That is quite obvious.
He's only done 23 laps.
Yeah. Great call by Bas Curtin there. The Dutch team owner. Bring the car in as soon as we get a code 60, and that code 60 is going to be quite a long one because they've got to sort out how they're going to tow that car in.
But the duo car was only a minute behind, so and actually the Mercedes.
He's abandoned it, right? So it's obviously a lot more than just the tire coming off the rim.
Yeah. As one of the Cupras. Oh, it's 112. It's one of the Golfs.
Well, it's the second place one, yeah. It's the 112 car.
Oh, it's all happening.
Yeah.
Just as you think it's time to go to sleep, it all happens.
Unless they've been waiting for a code 60 as well to come in and do something
else
that's needed. So anyway, it's a gift to all the cars that might have had a problem, and it's certainly a gift to our race leader, the 991 Porsche Cup of Marcel Van Berlo, because we knew they'd have to have a brake change, and here is the golden opportunity. Now, how quickly can they do it? They've got had a one-lap advantage over Mukazov. How long will a code 60 lap take to do?
More than oh, well, it'll take quite a long time, but so does changing the brake pads.
Yeah. This car,
and of course, this is a stop out of sync, so it'll
looks like they're working on the fuel cell here, Chris. Something to do with the fuel tankage, or
yeah, I think they've just taken out.
They're changing a bottle of something.
That's the fire extinguisher.
It's gone off. Look, that's what's happened. The fire extinguisher's gone off.
Ah,
I wondered what that foamy stuff was. Right, so the driver's had the fire extinguisher go off. He's radioed in. They said, well, next chance we'll get you in. So they're replumbing it in. They've got to strap it in. Wow, that's a new one on me.
Yes.
Of course, be unsafe to continue without a fire extinguisher, because if you should find yourself in a big accident or something catches fire and you've got no extinguisher, then wow. So that wasn't expected.
Oh, there goes the 991 out. So he probably just about retained.
Well, let's have a look at our track map, the tracker. So he's just leaving the pits now. Well, the 909's coming in fact. So
no, 909 was going out.
Or was it going out?
The Mercedes has come in.
It's pitted as well. No, so it's pitted as well.
Yeah,
so
but I think he probably
just as he's about to lose the lead, the 909's come in.
Right.
And 909, Chris, has gone straight to the refueling area. But 991 was ahead of him in the refueling area, so he's just keeping his lead.
But that's interesting, because Charles Espinob has only done 14 laps.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that was a driver change.
Well, he's coming. Yeah, he's coming for tyres. We saw that, but why would Espinob stop that quickly?
Why only do 14 laps?
Yeah. He's gone for fuel as well. So look, we've got 6 cars in the refueling area at the moment. We've only got
there's going to be
3 fuel pumps.
There's 112 looking to go out.
Yep.
Now, will he need fuel as well?
That's Benjamin Loic to
no,
put that car
he's
in.
only done 18 laps.
Right.
So he's probably better not to join the queue.
Well, this is where it starts to go wrong. We've got 6 cars want fuel. There's only 3, so they'll have to queue up for it. Luckily, the 9.
There's the leader going out with the second place car.
Right, he's got his
being
fuel
refueled.
Yeah, they're all queuing up for it now. So there we are. 999 keeps the lead then, because the 909 is somewhere in the back of that queue. Looking at the one car.
And it looks like they're having to lift the Aston Martin.
Lenz. Yeah. So obviously it's more damage than we appreciated, not just the tyre, maybe a rear breakage, wheel breakage, something like that.
Suspension
for some reason they can't tow it back even with a puncture. So they'll quickly get that car lifted up. Let's hope they don't drop it. An expensive lift.
Yes.
Well, this is fascinating, isn't it? The strategy now that's playing out here.
This is going to be very interesting at the end of this.
And that shot of the fueling area with the cars queuing up for fuel. I mean, it's a product, of course, byproduct of having this. Of course, you don't do fueling in the pits, but you can get a problem like this where people are stuck. So 85 is Shane Lewis.
Shane Lewis.
Well called. You said you thought he might make a driver change, and he has. Yeah. So Charles, having put in some super laps there, fastest lap of the race, has handed the car over to Shane, who hasn't driven today, had he?
No, he hasn't. No.
It's Joe Foster who had the crash after
accident.
Charlie Putnam had started it, handed over to Joe Foster. Esplanade then took the car over, and now Shane Lewis is getting his first chance today.
So he could.
Well, they're all out now. So the
it's only
refueling,
5:30. He's got 2.5 hours to go.
Let's see what the gap was then. We won't know till they're all out on the track again. They are all out on the track, but we won't know what the gap is till they pass the transponders for the first time. They're still under code 60, remember, until this is cleared up.
And likely to be for some time.
Yeah, they're taking a long time doing this, aren't they? So,
oh, there it goes.
But it's all about not damaging the car. I mean, I'm sure the ADAC guy's done this many, many times on the Autobahn as well as at the racetracks.
That was interesting, Mark. Was that? I thought that had some suspension on it as well.
Well, yeah, he took the whole thing corner off, didn't he? As he lifted it, yeah. Put the rear corner assembly separately onto the truck. You're right.
Yeah.
So it's a collapsed rear suspension and all tar coming off. If the suspension had collapsed, that's something that ProDrive will be looking at closely.
Yes.
That's worrying on a GT4 car. Not something you get often nowadays, is it?
There are even more cars entering the refueling area. There's almost...
Yeah, I think most of them have gone now, but I'm just looking at this picture to see when we see the lead cars come through. We might be able to get a visual on the difference between Marcel Van Berlo and Andrei Mukovoz. Well, these races are never boring, Chris, that's for sure. You don't need 100 cars to have a great race. And we are having a super race this afternoon. 4-5-1 then. This is
being refueled.
De Los Milagros, who's stayed on board the car, the GT4. And this long delay is played into everyone's hands, of course.
Yeah.
You've got this... no one's losing laps at the moment because of this code 60.
Off you go.
Yeah, remember 20 kilometers an hour. Just keep it cool. Seems a very strange system, doesn't it? But it does work, and you know it's equal for all.
It's the same for everyone.
Yeah, yeah.
But the more fuel you use, the longer it's going to take you.
Yeah.
So it's in your interest not to use too much fuel.
Yeah, it'd be the same though if you're refueling yourselves in the pits, you know. But so out into the pit exit road, and this pit exit road puts you onto the track after turn 1, which is what Gabby Ullier got wrong earlier. She got a penalty for crossing the blend line before she'd fully exited the pit lane. Now, if we see how far we can follow him, that goes up on the inside. And I remember in the DTM race where somebody came out in a Mercedes and joined the track and took someone out as they're doing it. There we are. He's done the proper thing there. Right, we've got that sorted out now. This Aston Martin, what a shame. That car's had a really, really good run today, and that's a great shame for pro sport racing with the Aston Martin. You know, they're in the mix all the time, close to the BMW. Its only rival in GT4. Let's have a look now as he comes around what actually has gone. Yeah, it's that whole corner's gone, isn't it? So you can see the brake disc.
You can see the brake disc.
Yeah, so I think the wheel's broken, Chris.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see the wheel and tyre there. Perhaps the centre of the wheel pulled through.
Pulled out.
If it's a GT4 car, it'd be a centre lock, won't it?
Yes.
Yeah, there we are, aiming in on it. Yeah, you can see the wheel's broken. Good work by our cameraman. Thank you, guys. I hope you can all hear us.
Right. Right. Well, if what we're seeing is correct, the gap between the 991 and 909 is down to 32 seconds.
Wow, that was great then. That worked well, didn't it? So Baz Kurtum made
as we go green.
Yeah, made absolutely the right call. Got that car, waited for a brake change until there was a code 60. Probably paid the Aston Martin people to to do that, but he just called that absolutely right, and that has kept him in the lead, all by 32 seconds. There is the car, and Marcel Van Berlo still on board. Andrei Mikhailov behind. Green flag then. Come on, guys, get up to speed. There's the Mercedes. There is the Ligier. Now, under the regulations, can they get that car, that Aston Martin, back into the race? Can they put a new wheel on? They're delivering him in the front of the pits.
Yeah, I think they can.
Yeah.
It's like the IMSA system. You keep the cars running.
Yeah. It's yeah, as you say, it's in everyone's interest. So let's not discount him yet. Teams out there helping to get the car off. Tom Heron looking a bit dismayed about it all, but as they've got the car back, let's see what they can do. Here we go then. Shane Lewis, this is your chance. All eyes are going to be on you for the next hour. See if you can haul in those 2 Porsche Cups ahead of you. They're 11 laps ahead. That's changed, of course, hasn't it? Because they got down to within 9 laps. Charles Esplanade at one point. It's now 11 laps, 10 laps now as he crosses the line. So he's got
the gap's now down to 14 seconds.
No, I was looking at between the leader and the Mercedes.
Right, yeah. The gap between the 2 Porsches is 14 seconds.
14 seconds, but for this car, it's
10 laps.
10 laps. So 10 laps. We've got 2.5 hours. Where's the human algorithm when we need him?
Right. Okay.
So Shane is quite quick enough there. He's coming up behind Andrei Mukovac in the Porsche 911 Cup. So he wants to unlap himself from that car. And then he'll claw another lap back when he passes Marcel Van Berlo, who's 14 seconds further down the road. Here we go, look at this. This is the first time of 10 he's going to have to unlap himself.
My calculation is that take 183 laps for the Mercedes to catch the...
Here he is passing the second place man, about to unlap himself, gets the power down, goes surging past Andrei Mukovac. Look at that. This is the difference between GT3 Mercedes and a Cup car Porsche. Through he goes. He's now got 14 seconds down the road. Marcel Van Berlo want to unlap himself from him, and then that gap will be 9 laps. Who's this going into the back end of the garage? That's the Aston Martin. They're going to get to work on that rear corner. If it's no worse than a broken wheel, they'll take off the hub assembly anyway, I guess. Maybe it's the brake. Could be a hub breakage, could be brake breakage. Yeah, they're taking the hub axle out.
Yeah.
Change that whole hub assembly and get the car back into the race as soon as they can. Of course, they're not going to lose as much time as they might otherwise because they caused the code 60.
Yes.
So if they get the car back into the race, they won't have lost as much as if the race had continued while they were stranded by the side of the track.
Yeah, it looks like they are changing the whole hub, doesn't it?
Yeah, these guys know what they're doing. These are all these parts are fairly quick release, they're easy to replace. So who's still in the pits at the moment? Just Tom Heron. The other 2 cars, the Audi and the Renault, have not turned a wheel since they retired. Came into the pits some time ago. Meanwhile, out on the track, Shane Lewis, his last lap, 6 seconds quicker than this car. This car was 14 seconds ahead of him. Let's see how long it takes for him to haul him in. But then having done that, he's got to do it another 9 times.
Yes.
So this is our TCR leader, Christoph Lenz, still at the wheel of the Autorama Golf GTI. Comes over the start-finish line for the 378th time.
The two Porsches trading laps. They're both 148.9 and 148.8. So
yeah, these drivers
very close,
evenly matched. Both remember carrying fairly full fuel loads now.
Yep.
So that's why their times have gone up a little bit. And Shane Lewis 4 seconds quicker on that last lap. So it's going to take him a while to haul in Marcel Van Berlo to put himself 9 laps back.
And by changing the fire extinguisher, the second of the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Volkswagen Golfs has fallen back behind the Cupra.
Oh yeah, but 36 seconds behind. That was weird, wasn't it? The fire extinguisher going off in the back of the car. I mean, we should have spotted that. We're looking at the roll cage, thinking, why has it all got white stuff over it? And then the penny suddenly dropped.
Gone off.
We need to think outside the box more, Chris.
But I think they probably also changed the brake pads. They were working on the front.
I mean, you might as well. You could throw everyone at it once you're inside the garage. So you could fit 50 people in. You could do that. But the bubble only allows you to have 12 staff. So let's follow Shane Lewis on the screens while we're watching Christoph Lenz, who is in 4th place behind him. He's 6 laps behind him, but falling further and further back because this, of course, is a Volkswagen Golf, and Shane Lewis is in a GT3 Mercedes. So Andrei Mukovac, he's closing the gap down a little bit now on Marcel Van Berlo, who just did a 49 on the last lap.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he got a little hold up of traffic, but that let Mukovac within 3 seconds closer to him.
Yeah.
So 2 battles we're watching. One, Shane Lewis trying to get past those Porsche Cups several times to unlap himself, and secondly, Andrei Mukovac in the Duvo Racing Porsche trying to haul in the race leader.
And also the scrap between the Golfs and the Cupra, which is a Golf in a different dress. But so we got those 3 fairly close. Still battling away.
Yep. The Pro Sport guys still working on the back of the Aston Martin.
It wasn't anything near as simple as just a simple tyre failure, was it? Oh.
So it's Pro Sport, a German-based team. The lead driver Nico Verdonk, who did that sterling job in the rain last night, you remember. And but unfortunately, the run halted by that rear corner breakage with Tom Heron, the man from Hasselt, from Zolder Circuit, on board the car at that time. Nico Verdonk will probably take that car out again because Rodrigo Guillon handed the car over to Tom Heron, and that must have been quite a number of laps ago now, that 401 car. You're probably ahead of me on that, Chris, but
I can do that.
Yeah, so yeah, it will be Nico's turn because Nico hasn't driven for some time now. It's after he handed the car over after 2 stints to Tom Heron, then it was to Rodrigo Guillon, then it was back to Tom Heron. But Tom's only, as you said, done 17 laps, so maybe he'd be given longer, or maybe they'll put Nico back on board the car for a while. It's we can't call the strategies, and we can't read the team manager's minds, can we? But we can try and outguess them. Done pretty well, I think, so far.
Yeah, well,
we've got it right for about 14 hours so far.
Let's hope we can continue.
Yep.
So there we have our race leader, who's being hunted down by another Porsche 991,
which has just taken another 2 seconds off him, now within 10 seconds of him. So I think we might see in the next 5 laps a leadership change unless Marcel Van Berlo gets the speed up sign from the pit.
Move on.
Yeah.
Well, fairly soon, and Andre Mukovos we'll be able to see him. There he is.
Yeah, there he is.
You can almost see him now. So, of course, once you can see the chap in front, the juices start to roll, don't they?
Yeah, it sort of turbocharges you, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know, once you can see them, as you say, it's. But why
another second and a half?
Yeah, I thought we were going to see the Mercedes between the two of them. We haven't for some reason. We saw Mukolov being unlapped by Shane Lewis, but why haven't we seen Shane Lewis between the two of those?
No, he's obviously off into the distance.
Yeah. It's obviously past him already. Yeah, let's just have a.
Because he's
Yeah, that's Shane. Yeah, Shane Lewis has gone ahead of him.
Yeah,
and, there we go. He's there. Yep. Good. Excellent. It's just something we hadn't seen happen. So still 10 laps between Lewis and Marcel Van Berlo, but only 9 seconds now between the two Porsches.
Coming down.
Yeah, so that the Russian driver just chipping away lap after lap. That's how you do it. Don't be heroic, just chip away, just do it. As we said earlier, softly,
He's
catch your
got the
monkey.
time.
Here is Shane then. Yeah, it's 9 laps now behind. So he's only got to do that another 9 times to get the car back into the lead. As you say, he needed 183 laps to do that. And
yeah.
We're not going to have that.
Unlikely.
Yeah. That's half the race distance so far.
8 seconds.
Yeah.
It's coming down by one second a lap.
Well, this is the quick change rear end on the Aston Martin. Now this is a major rebuild, isn't it, for the rear suspension?
Yeah.
And these guys know what they're doing, but you know, there's a lot of parts. The main thing is to get the car back into the race, because if they get it back into the race, they will get the points and the cash for second place. In GT4, there's only 2 runners, but you've got to finish.
Yeah. That's always the thing in sports car racing. You've got to finish.
Marcel Van Berlo.
Shane Lewis has done a very good lap. 141.
3 gentlemen drivers on this car, as we said. Marcel 52, Harry Hilders 57, and Kees Bessem 55. So just shows, you know, there's no beating a good old un. This has been really special for them here today. They've been leading the race. Oh, and who's that spinning? The Ligier.
That's the Ligier.
Yeah, well, that won't have done his Hankooks much good, will it? Too much power, that Ford V8. Whoop.
Gosh.
So Guillaume Romain on board that car. That's only the second spin I think we've seen, actual spin. We saw one in the wet, didn't we? And, so what was that all about? Just getting the power on too quickly, I guess.
That was the first hairpin.
Yeah, so we're just getting ready then. The drivers are getting ready to get back on board that car as soon as they've finished. So hopefully that won't be too long a job for them now. Here's the second place car then.
7 seconds.
Yeah, this is coming down. As you said, he's got a visual on the race leader, which is always an incentive to go faster. Round the Spitzkehre hairpin. No, that's not the Spitzkehre, sorry, that's turn 2, isn't it? And then onto the Parabolica and down to the Spitzkehre. Fastest part of the circuit, getting his car up to about 160, 170 miles an hour. Absolutely flat out down there. Then you hit the brakes at the 100 marker. In you go, deep into the hairpin. Take a nice wide line on there. Nice driving. Following the track there. There we are. There is the race leader. And that's the gap between the two of them.
Yeah, and Andrei Mukovac has only done 9 laps in this stint, so he's got plenty of time to settle in and go for it.
Fresh tyres, and well, of course they're both taken on
fuel.
So this is good. Love watching a good hunt here, and Mukovac's then 1 minute, 1 second a lap slow at the moment. Here comes the 991 car then over the start-finish line for the 399th time, or was it the 400th time? It'll just change, I think, as we say that. 5.9 seconds is the gap. And closing, it's a second a lap now, isn't it? That he's bringing it down.
Almost exactly a second last lap.
Yeah. It's Shane Lewis.
Now,
Mercedes.
when they change, so Andrei Mukovac has done 10 laps in this session. In fact, only Mukovac and Sidruk have driven this car.
Yeah, we decided Sergei Pedagudov had not driven it today.
Probably gone home. Or do you think the...
We don't. I presume he drove it yesterday. Yeah, I'm fairly certain he did. Yeah, he did drive it yesterday, but he hasn't driven it yet today. So for whatever reason,
he will probably get into it when.
Yeah, if he's still able to drive, who knows?
If he hasn't gone home.
Important business meeting. So here we are then. Andrei doing a good job. Again, knocks a second off. 400 laps completed then, as we near the 14-hour mark. And Marcel Van Berlo in a Porsche Cup car, our leader. And the way things are going at the moment, it looks like a Porsche Cup car will win this race. We just don't know which one at the moment. Andrei Mukozov still closing at a rate of knots as they went over the line, knocked another second off. There's just 5 seconds the gap between them, and Marcel will now be able to see that white and red Duvo Porsche in his mirrors, particularly on this part of the track. He brakes for the hairpin,
and it looks like it's Harry Hilders to take over as and when this car stops, but it's only done 11 laps since it had its brake.
They stopped and tarred and fueled at the same time, and look at this. This is the gap now. Wow.
This is the race lead.
Yeah, this is great. This is at nearly 14 hours, and here we are. Got a battle royal on for the lead of the Hockenheim 16 hours. So Mukovac's placing that car nicely.
Nicely, yes.
Really pushing, isn't he? Yeah. Onto the drag strip. That blast down to turn Mobile 1. Then you turn into the Sachs Stadium. With its slightly banked Sachs curve, hairpin. And there we are. There are the two cars now in the same corner, basically. Out of Sachs Stadium onto Sud Curve 1 and 2.
This is one. It's really one long sweep, isn't it?
So over the start-finish line for the 401st time, and that gap is 3.9 seconds now. He's knocked another second off. So at this rate, he'll need.
He's driving very nicely, very steadily. I shouldn't say that, but
he'll need 4 laps to be with him, and then catching is one thing, passing another, as they always say. But I think Marcel Van Berlo is getting a little bit disheartened at this point, knowing that he's being hauled in at a rate of knots. Further behind, Shane Lewis. He is still 10 laps behind, but that will eventually finish up with him unlapping himself. And then behind them, the battle for touring cars still going on between Christoph Lenz, Kai Jordan and Benjamin Leuchter. Leuchter, of course, having had the fire extinguisher go off. And there's a lap between each of those cars. 385 laps, 384, 383 for the Volkswagen Cupra and Volkswagen. Well, this is even closer now, Chris, through the Mercedes Stadium. The gap was 3.9 seconds last time they went over the start-finish line, but it's much closer now, as you can see.
Yeah.
And I think we'll see a really quick lap from Mukovacs now. He can see the car ahead of him. He knows what he's chasing. Into the little bank section of the track there, out of 13. Through the dog leg, which takes you into the Sud curve. And Van Berlo crosses the line. 402 laps, and the gap now is 3.2 seconds.
Not quite as much that lap, but
yeah,
still closing. Marcel Van Berlo hanging on as hard as he can.
Meanwhile, in the garages, the Aston Martin, the Pro Sport car of Tom Hiran, still being worked on feverishly by the German team's mechanics. They'll get that rear corner back on and hopefully get the car into the race. They know the race against the GT4 rival, the BMW, is probably lost unless the team ABS Sorg Rennsport have a problem, but they will still be second in GT4 if they can manage to finish the race. Here's the third place car, leading GT3, of course, Shane Lewis, in the CP Racing Mercedes, all-American effort in a German car.
But he only made 3 seconds that lap, so
right.
not so much.
But the race lead about to tumble. We hope it does it in the next 5 minutes, because we will be taking a break from being on air on the hour. So there we are, there's our lead car, and that gap must surely be below 3 seconds now as they come around to complete 403 laps. There he is, right behind Mukovacs. 403 laps about to be completed. We'll then know the gap. Which is 2.6 seconds. So, yeah, 2.5 laps, Chris, and he should have him.
Yeah.
Should.
Unfortunately, I think it's just about going to be the time we go off air, but...
Tom Hiran, we're told, is getting ready to get back on board that Aston Martin. Let's hope that happens sooner rather than later. Just 2 cars behind him, the Red Camel Jordan of Stephen Licorice, Speed Lover Porsche of Jeroen Kreeft. There we go.
There it is.
Wheeled out backwards. Tom staying on board. Just getting the car sorted out. So all credit to Pro Sport for getting that rear end changed. He's going to take fuel. Yes, straight into the fueling area.
Yes,
Here we
we've
are.
only done 17 laps before the problem. So
he's taking fuel, so he's just gone into the fuel area. Here's our first and second place battle then. Running almost together now. They come over for the line.
And Marcel Van Berlo could be held up.
Yeah, there's a Cooper in front of them. Certainly a TC car. No, he makes room, doesn't he? So there's the BMW. Makes room for him. Now that might in turn hold up Mukovacs. No,
I don't think so.
Luckily they're on the start-finish straight. 404 laps completed. And the gap now, he's just getting a nice little toe there off the back of that BMW. That'll help him. 1.1 seconds the gap. has to tighten the line up a bit as they go through in the BMW, trying to fight back. Yeah. So who's in that BMW at the moment? That's Gabby Ullier. She's a fighter.
Yeah.
I'm not giving away to you. Here we are. They're running now almost nose to tail. Out onto the Parabolica, fastest part of the circuit. And Andrei Mukobot's still a second quicker every lap. So, again, the slower car, the speed lover car, just getting in his way for a moment.
Jig round it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
he gets round that, but can Andrei get round it? Yeah, nice
yes.
there. Give him plenty of space into the Mercedes Stadium. But it hasn't allowed him to close up as much as we thought he was going to over the last lap. So currently 12 cars in the running because the Pro Sport Aston Martin has now left the refueling area. Back on track. As they come over the line for the 405th time, the gap is just 0.8 of a second.
Yeah, so it's got DRS as in mark.
Yep, let's just hope we can get the change of lead if it's going to happen before we go off air. We've only got a few seconds left.
Yeah,
And here we go.
It's going.
A seminal point of the race. It's going to happen on the run down to the hairpin, isn't it? That's where Andrei seems to have been really, really good in the car. And look at the speed he's carrying.
Yeah.
Here we are then. We're going for the race lead. Bang on 14 hours of the 16. Oh, and it's almost a touch as they go for the Spitzkehr and come out of that, heading then up towards Mercedes. And I think Marcel Van Berlo must know it's only now a matter of time before he is going to be toast. Ligier then just getting out of the way of the Duvo Racing Porsche. And we'll just stay with you as long as we can until we get that over into the pits there. And the Shane Lewis car, having done 396 laps.
He's only done 16 laps, so there's obviously a problem.
Getting the bonnet up, which is not a good sign. And we got fluid everywhere. Look, that looks like brake fluid, doesn't it?
Yep.
So, dear oh dear, what's happening there? Another brake problem. They had a brake change. Yes, it's coolant. It's difficult to tell from here, isn't it? But meanwhile, out on the track, what is happening? That's what's happening. Again, these two cars still at it, hammer and tongs. And is Andrei Mukobot's going to take the lead in the next minute or so? Well, this is coming to a thrilling climax at 14 hours, but we've still got another 2 hours of racing after this, remember. There'll be different drivers on board. And here we are, gaggle of cars now. They've got a Golf Volkswagen in front of them. That's no problem as they power down through the Parabolica. Maximum speed, 165, 170 miles an hour. Braking heavily for the Spitzkehr. And again, Andrei goes for the inside. Can he take the lead? Oh, not quite. Gets the door shut in his face. That's the second time. You think he'd be used to that now. Oh, well, dear, oh dear. Here's the 85 going back into the garages for a second time. So maybe a radiator problem there, Chris.
Maybe the radiator was damaged.
I think that's more likely coolant, isn't it?
Yep.
Coolant than brake fluid, because that radiator may be damaged in that accident earlier on. As we just wait and see, are we going to have a change of lead before we leave you? And our camera crew's out there, I know.
They're as excited about this as we are.
They're desperate for their afternoon coffee. But so Andrei Mukobot's again attacking as they go through the Sachs curve.
Oh,
my
a
guess,
bit
Chris,
wide that time.
yeah, I think he'll hang
Little
on, and
bit
I think
wide
he'll
that
make
time.
that move down through the Parabolica into the Spitzker next lap. I think that's where his best chance of passing is. He's going to try and get the inside line, take the lead of the race, and then we will see how the final 2 hours pans out, with the final 1 hour 55 now. Thank you for staying with us for the moment. Let's just see. This is the most exciting point of the race for some time.
As he wants to get it absolutely in the right place so he can get the power down as early as possible.
Yeah, into turn 2 then. Out of 2 into 3 and 4, that dog leg now trying to hook onto his back through the parabolic to get that toe down that fast long curve.
Baberlo's got a bit of a gap.
Yeah, but Lucas Ots is better on the brakes, as we know, down here, and he'll have a look at the inside again. Just keeps showing his nose, doesn't he? Van Berko, I think, holding himself up.
Yes, he's holding
slightly, isn't he, by going on the defensive, and that in turn is holding up Mukovic a bit. Can he do it on this lap? Well, this is great racing here from Hockenheim, and this is more like a Porsche Super Cup race, isn't it, at the moment, than a 16-hour race, with it all coming together in the final couple of hours. And
it seems a little bit closer this lap.
And of course, Shane Lewis, now being in the garage at this moment, is giving these two guys this chance of overall victory here today at the Hockenheimring. That's getting a little bit busy.
The Golf gets in the way.
Well, Golf had nowhere to go, did he? So that was that did hold up the lead car, Marcel. And now he's holding yeah. Andre's just got to judge that perfectly, which he does. Goes on the inside.
Very good into that Mercedes corner.
Yeah, but it's not the ideal line for him, is it?
No.
He hasn't been able to go wide the last couple of laps, and that just loses a little bit of speed as they come out onto the drag strip down towards Mobile 1. That sharp right-hander into the Sachs Stadium. Around the little bank bit. Well, we do need to go for a break, and we will bring you everything that's happening with this. We'll have a quick look at the standings as they are at the moment, because it looks like this race is going to go on for some time now. They're trading equal laps now, and it might take longer for Andrei Mukolov to pass than we'd anticipated to start with, but let's just see what happens.
Yes, they've done 20 laps into their session, so we'll see.
Yeah, so they got plenty of fuel, plenty of tyres.
Yep.
They can go for another 20 laps like this, can't we? On board then with the 112. There, here we are. Here are the standings then at 14 hours. And as you can see for yourself in GT, great race going on between the two Cup cars there. The Mercedes now sitting in the garage. With what we think is a radiator damage from that crash earlier. We think that the next best up will be the BMW M4 GT4, and then the Pro Sport Aston Martin back on track now after having had that rear suspension problem, whole change. So that all falling to bits. The other two cars in that class not running at the moment, the Renault RS01, and then the TCE results, well, things changing there when Benjamin Leuchter in third place had the fire extinguisher go off, had to change it during the code 60, and so it's Autorama, Christopher Lenz, Top Car Sport, Kai Jordan, Volkswagen and Cupra from Benjamin Leuchter's Volkswagen, and then in TCX leading that car still, lady driver Gabby Ulje in the BMW 240i. Well, we're going to take a break. We will be back here at 7 o'clock Central European time for the grand finale to Hockenheim, 16 hours. See you then.
Sicily is a world apart, a place like no other.
Fast, dangerous, and beautiful all in one go.
Hockenheim for the final hour of the Hockenheim 16 hours. Yes, 16 hours, you heard that right. It's the fourth round of the Hankook 24-hour series, fourth of 6 rounds, and here are the standings as you join us. Here's TCE then. Let's do that first, the touring car classes, where we've got a battle royal going on between the two Autorama Golfs and the top car Sport Cupra. Now, we think the top car, sport car, which is in the hands of Karen Gaillard at the moment, that she will have to make another stop, but we think the Golfs may be able to go to the end on the fuel they've got. But behind them, then we have the TC6X cars, Nordschleife Racing, Ligier, and the Davy Tech Tim Coronel entered BMW 240i. Otherwise, much of that class coming apart with problems, crashes, and repairs for people. As regards GT entries, at the moment we have a Porsche 1-2 leading the 991 class, and of course overall the whole race, because before we went for our break an hour ago, the CP Racing Mercedes had that problem. We think it was a radiator leak, a legacy from Joe Foster's accident earlier on in the afternoon when he ploughed head-on into the barriers at turn 13 in the Sachs curve, and that has let the Team Avia Rennsport car, the GT4 BMW M4, up into third place in the GT categories. So we're into the final hour, as you can see, 57 minutes still to go. I'm Mark Cole, and with me Chris Parsons. And Chris, been a fascinating afternoon. At one point it looked a little bit like it had gone a bit flat, then suddenly it all woke up.
Typical endurance racing. You're just about to go to sleep and it all starts to happen. But that's the glory of it, and it's always the same. It's the same at Le Mans, it's the same here. Just as you think it's getting quiet, something happened. Yeah, we had the CP Motorsport car crash. We had the Aston Martin crash. We had all sorts of things going on. But we've now got the two Porsches out front, separated by 18 seconds, and going for it.
Yeah,
with an hour to go.
But interestingly, they are trading the same lap times, aren't they, at the moment? They're both doing 146, 147s all the time, and that gap hasn't come down from 18.3 seconds. I think Harry Hilders, who's on board the leading Baz Curtin entered NKPP Porsche, has just heard us, because he has just done his best ever sector time in Sector 2 on this current lap he's on. We are on board at the moment with the number 1 car. That's Rhys Lloyd from Carmarthen, who's leading the TCR field, Autorama by Wolf-powered Volkswagen Golf. So Rhys, who's a driving instructor at Thruxton ARDS, the registered race driving school there, he is doing a great job here this afternoon, and he is in third place overall and is looking ready to win the touring car class. What a great result that would be for the Welshman.
And Rhys Lloyd has got 12 laps on this stint, whereas Nicholas Bourne has only got 7, so Nicholas Bourne can almost certainly go through without a stop. Rhys Lloyd may have to stop, and the Supra has got 14 laps on this stint, so he almost certainly will have to stop.
Well, he's a she, of course, Karen.
The car will have to stop.
One of 3 ladies in the race. Great to see that. Great performance there by Karen Gaillard today. Great performance by Gabby Ulgier, who came back from an accident last night, did a good job today. But the star lady today, of course, Yasmin Preissig, who put that number 1 car into the lead earlier on this afternoon, and she allowed Christopher Lenz, Constantine Kletzer, and then now Rhys Lloyd to keep that car out front. So that's been a great run for the championship winning car of last year. It's going to move into the championship lead of this year over and ahead of its 2-1-2 car, except the top car. car has just been passed. As we said that, Karen Gillard has been passed by Miklas Born, so it's now an Autorama Golf 1-2.
Yep, and she's almost certainly going to have to stop again. So that looks like, well, not a foregone conclusion, but we'll see. Whereas, yep, the leads come down again. The gap between the two overall leaders, has come down very slightly again.
Well, there is Miklas Born, the 19-year-old from Basel in Switzerland, who's just moved up into second place in that Autorama car. Miklas, who is leading the Junior Cup here in the 24-hour series for 2020. There is the GT4 leading Team Avia Sorg Rennsport BMW M4. Heiko Eichenberg back on that car, and he's done a good job today, as we saw earlier on. But just going back to the overall lead battle, the 2991 Cup cars, most unexpected that a Cup car might win here. Here is Harry Hilders, indeed, in that 901 car. He's got a 17.5 second lead, and Paul Trustwell, who's been tuning in and out, he reckons that these two Porsches will not have to make another fuel stop in the remaining 55 minutes. Let's see if he's proved correct.
And Paul Trustwell knows absolutely everything.
The human algorithm. Paul, thank you for your help this weekend and your interest in the series. It's been a great experience, this Hockenheim 16 hours. You don't need a huge amount of cars to make a race, and by golly, we've had some racing, we've had drama, we've had incident. Two of the main contenders here have been in big trouble. That's Equipe Vichur with the Renault, which broke another drive shaft mid-afternoon, and Franz Vichur at that point threw his hands up and said enough is enough. He might come back out for the last few laps just to show his face. AC Motorsport, their Audi, which is the Vincent Rademacher run Audi, running in TCR, that is also out with quite a lot of damage underneath the car, which is all the legacy of that start line shunt yesterday. And then the other big loser here is the CP Racing Mercedes of the Americans, Charlie Putnam's car, which had dominated proceedings most of the weekend once that Renault was in trouble, but that went out when Joe Foster crashed head-on at the Sachs curve, had to be taken into the garages. It was lengthy repairs underneath, and then we think it had another problem, perhaps a radiator leak as a legacy. There was cooling fluid all over the bonnet when it came in, but it is back out, but it's lost a bundle of time. Now is some 32 laps down on the leader. Here then is the Aston Martin, which also had its troubles, didn't it? Had a rear suspension collapse and took ages to replace that rear.
Yeah, they seem to be replacing a whole of one side of the rear suspension. So, but they were very efficient the way they did it. Didn't lose too much, and got it out again.
So that is getting on board there as we look there at the Aston Martin that is currently running second, of course, in GTX. Only 2 entries in that. But that 401 car in the capable hands of Nico Verdonk, Tom Hiram, but that's Rodrigue Guillon who's getting in now, the Belgian, who's actually coached by Nico Verdonk, fellow Brussels resident, and Guillaume, just 19 years old, a big future ahead of him. He was the 24-hour series champion in GT4 last year, driving an Aston Martin, finished third in the Dubai 24, and is currently placed third in this year's 24-hour series. Loves the Aston Martin car, of course, prepared by ProDrive. So Rodrigue gets in. All the tyres changed. Hankook's on and off. The problem with a lot of these cars is they don't have centre studs, so you've got 4 or 5 fixing nuts to put back on the car. It takes longer. And there we are, look, the dusk descending over Hockenheim, this part of the Rhine Valley here in Germany. And again, Hockenheim stepping in at only 3 weeks' notice to arrange this race for Creventic after the Barcelona 24 hours was cancelled. So great,
brilliant job. That really good, to keep the series going. There is so much motor racing going on all over Europe. They've lost some cars. There was a big event at the Nürburgring this weekend. So, but even so, they're having the race and they're keeping the series going.
Yeah.
With all these
yes,
tires.
I think they might have lost a few GT4 cars to to Nürburgring, of course, the European GT4 Championship. Big race in America, of course, at Road Atlanta, which, as we mentioned earlier, big win for Honda there, not only in the WeatherTech prototype class, but also winning in GTD, and in Japan, a Mercedes victory in the Fuji 24 hours, which got stopped by rain for nearly 4 hours. Monsoon time in Japan, as Chris, you and I know well. We've been there, we've done that.
I've stood on the Fuji grid with the water over my boots.
We had the earthquakes there as well. So just throw anything at us, we can take it. We can certainly take the final hour of the Hockenheim 16-hour race. What a great event this has been. 2 8-hour races with an overnight halt for the Hockenheim curfew. But look at this, Harry Hilders in that great looking Baz Curtin run Porsche Cup car, and that's been such a good run for them, and they are still, he's just done his best lap of the race, Chris, a 46.819, the best one for that car. So
gap of 17 seconds. So it's but as you say, he held it that time, that lap.
Yeah, but still 17 seconds the gap between him and the Russian Stanislav Sidoruk. And Stanislav then doing all he can to win this race in company with Andrei Mukovots. But for some reason, Sergei Pedagudov has not appeared in the car today. He drove it yesterday, but not here today. Maybe had some business commitments, had to rush back to.
Legged it out. Yes, the two of them have actually held the car the whole way. Done very well.
Yeah, so both of them on 442 laps after 17 hours and 12 minutes of racing. Third place still Reese Lloyd from Carmarthen with Miklas Born in the 112 sister Autorama car. Miklas, as we said, from Basel in Switzerland, and in third place Karen Gaillard in that top car racing 131 car. And Karen, she is from Pont-la-Ville in Switzerland, just 19 years old, and she's been in that car quite a long time, I think. Chris, could you just check that? That's the 131 car.
131. Okay. Done.
We think, and Paul thinks, that she will probably have to make a fuel stop.
She's now done 19 laps.
Right.
So and they're normally doing well. Kai Jordan did 32 laps, and Fabian Dans did 37. So 30 odd laps. So she's got another 14, 15 laps to go, which she will not achieve in just an hour and
so she almost certainly have to make a stop then. That's very, very interesting, isn't it? So GT4, as we said, Heiko Eichelberg leading out in the BMW, as we still follow Harry Hilders. Harry Hilders in the 991 car. This has been such a good run for Baz Curtin and his Dutch crew. Harry Hilders, 57 years old, and he and Kees Bessem have identical driver careers. They've done everything together, which has included racing Leons, racing in Dubai, racing in 24-hour series. They were second in the 2016 series. They're second again in the 18 series, driving a Cupra in TCR. And in 2019, they did the series first in a Cupra, then moved to Porsche. And so they just love their racing, these two. 57 is Harry, 55 is Kees Bessem. So these are gentlemen drivers at their very best, and what a great win this would be for them.
Yes, be terrific. Yeah, a win overall.
Yeah, and that would be totally unexpected. No one would have forecast that at the beginning of this weekend with the GT3 cars out there, that Renault of Keep Verschure and that Mercedes of CP Racing. They were expected to dominate proceedings, as indeed they did, as long as they didn't have problems.
Yeah,
but they had the problems.
You must Keep Verschure, you give them credit. They had a terrible time at Monza when the car only lasted under 20 laps. But here, the last couple of days, yesterday it did very well until it broke they had brake problems. Then it broke a drive shaft, which was a pity, but they got it back out again, and had a good run today. But again, we think a drive shaft has let go.
Yeah, they parked the car up in the garage a long time ago. In fact, they've only completed 266 laps against the 444 of this car. So that, unless Mike decides he wants to just have another turn at the wheel just to take the finish, we'll see. Maybe the same with AC Motorsport with that Audi. Vincent Rademacher might decide he wants to have a little turn at the wheel if that Audi's been fixed now. But ahead of them, we've got 12 cars still running strongly on the track. I say that, Heiko Eckenberg just coming into the pits as we talk in the Team Avia BMW M4. Attention for tyres. This is for the last 45 minutes of the race. And Eichenberg gets out. He's been in that 451 car for, seems forever, doesn't it, every time we look. So that last stint, in fact, 27 laps. So not that huge.
Not that long.
Because that car can turn 41, 42 laps on the fuel. But Heiko out and getting in, we'll see.
A brake change. That's very late.
Very late change, yeah, with 45 minutes left to go. I think I might have thrown caution to the wind and just said stay out there and see if we can
there
see
are
what
the
we
two,
can do. But they're not,
Golfs having a...
Yeah, they're not racing anyone, Chris. That's the point, I think. But there's the two Golfs, as you say.
Oh, they're a lap apart.
Yeah,
so
lap apart.
It was...
Yeah, so...
It was the 112 car.
Reece Lloyd, yeah, Reece has let his teammate Miklas Born unlap himself, go past, and we're now we're on board with Miklas at the moment. He's just going down for the parabolica. There we are. That's second and first in TCR this weekend. And of course, that #1 car at the moment is third overall in the race. Look at the Golfs lifting a rear wheel as they go around the Spitzke. Great to see that.
I'm not allowed to do that in my wife's Golf.
Right. I mean, that's absolute trademark, isn't it, of the VW Golf and later Scirocco Cups. And you always see the Scirocco's of the rear wheel waving in the air. Well, I just got a message through from Paul. He thinks that Lloyd might be tight on fuel, so if he can save fuel in the final half hour, could be quite good for him. Reece Lloyd, he's got a lap in hand, isn't it? So
so he can afford to let that car go, and
it's all about strategy. So thank you for that, Paul. All the stratagem and advice greatly appreciated. Through Sachs Curve, which has claimed 3 cars so far in this race, that's been the danger spot, hasn't it?
Now Harry Hilders is being held up a bit by this by the Golf. He'll get past it quite easily, but it's probably costing a second or two this lap.
You're absolutely right. That will have done, wouldn't it? We'll see what difference that makes as Stanislav Sidoruk comes over the line. He comes over the line now, and as he comes over, the gap has come.
Wait for the transponder to...
Hasn't come over yet. 15 seconds. So no, he hasn't actually lost any time on that. So, but it did look like a bit of a hold for a moment, didn't it?
Yes.
So Reece Lloyd, we're watching there, just coming out of the Spitzke. That car, can he make it without having to stop for fuel? Reece will have to go into some form of fuel economy drive. Hot air balloons then over the Rhine, over Hockenheim.
As gloom descends.
Yeah, obviously a perfect evening, no wind. That's just perfect when you're in a hot air balloon. You just want enough breeze to waft you along, but not to blow you over. Here then is the Speed Lover car, and there in the pits, just checking.
That's the BMW. Checking there is enough
brake fluid they're looking at, weren't they? Yeah, this has been the thing for everybody: brakes and brake fluids. So Heiko Eichenberg bought that car in. We know they had a driver change. Is he going into fuel? Yes, gone into the refueling area.
Yes, if you've just joined us, you cannot refuel in the pits. You have to go into a specific refueling area where there are 3 pumps, and it's the refueling is done with a standard petrol nozzle, not a not a fast-flowing system.
Yeah.
So it does take quite a lot longer than normal.
And that has brought its own dramas this weekend, hasn't it? 2 hours ago, when we had the last code 60, we had 6 cars in the pits all at once, and they all went to the refueling area. There's normally 4 pumps there. One of the pumps packed up yesterday, so they've only had 3. So there was a bit of queuing there for fuel, but unfortunately, you just have to take that in your stride. That's part of how the series runs, and it doesn't always work out for you. Other times, it really does work in your favour.
Yes.
So the 909 car running in second, Russian Stanislav Sidorok still on board.
He's bringing it down by about a second a lap, but I'm not sure that's going to be enough, Mark.
Yeah. Well, we've got 40 minutes left. And what does that translate
into? He's got to up
into?
the rate if he's going to get past.
Yeah, there is the race leader. He hasn't got a visual on Hilda's yet, has he, Sidorok? So
no,
Hilda's doing a good job, just placing the car nicely, nothing dramatic. Still keeping those lap times at 146s, 147s.
Yes, the fastest lap for that car today, for the Harry Hilda's car, was 146. So he's only a second off that, and keeping it steady.
Yeah. And here he comes over the line. That gap was 14.6. It's now 14.6. Yeah. So Chris,
this is the Sachs curve. Yes, as one car goes into the Sachs curve, the other car comes out. So Hilda's crosses the line.
Yeah, the gap was 14.6. What is it now? I think it'll be the same. They've just turned in identical lap times, 48.5, 146, 146. Yeah, it stays the same, 14.9. So just slightly off. So Paul raising an interesting question, one that I was going to ask as well. Has a Porsche Cup car ever won a 24-hour race? I think that might be a question.
A Porsche Cup car hasn't.
Yeah.
But a 911 won Daytona.
Yeah, no, I think we're
overall.
Yeah, we're also particularly talking about, I think,
Porsche Cup. No.
But yes, you're right. Racers, Kevin.
Racers Group.
Yeah. Kevin Buckley.
Buckler.
Yeah, Kevin Buckner. We were there, weren't we, that year when they had the outright win in the Porsches. That should never have happened, but the newly found Daytona prototypes were falling to bits all over the place. And but no, in the 24-hour series, I think that's the question. It's a question maybe if Peter Frey is listening. Peter can let us know on the podium. Is this the first time a Porsche Cup car has ever won one of the Creventic Hankook 24-hour series races? Could be. This car then looking absolutely immaculate, isn't it? You think it's been 15.5 hours that's been racing. They weren't allowed to clean it overnight, so this is still carrying the grime from the rain yesterday evening. The only car that was smartened up was the Keep for Sure Renault, which had a wash and polish in the garage because that had to go into the garage overnight for repairs. They got a penalty for that anyway, but that's counted for nothing because that penalty will not now count. The car has been retired as the 991 Harry Hilders goes past the BMW. So
I think Hilders has he's upped his game a bit, and they're both now doing 47s, so 147s.
Yes, and of course, if we were talking about 24-hour races overall, Nürburgring 24 hours and Spa 24 hours have been won by Porsches. So, no, that was a good question from Paul. He was referring specifically to 24-hour races, and so if Peter is listening, he's the press guy for the series, and of course our grid reporter. Thank you for the work this weekend, and we will be hearing from him on the grid. So let's see if he can get that information for us by the time the podium takes place. Right, 35 minutes still to go, and I think this is the point. People are getting a bit tired and a bit bit grimy, aren't they, after a long day racing? The only good thing is they had the overnight sleep, of course. A few beers, no doubt.
So there's Karen Gaillard in the Supra. She's now done 25 laps, so I reckon about another 7 or 8 laps and she'll be heading for the pits.
Yeah, it's going to be a splash and dash, isn't it? She won't stop for tyres, obviously, but that car is in no danger, of course, of being caught by the other TCR car, which is the Red Camel Jordan's car of Luc Breukers, the Cupra car. That's still running, but way down after being crashed not once but twice. Stanislav Sidoru just unable to make any impression at all on Harry Hilders.
No,
that gap has remained stubbornly at 14 seconds, so he might get the order from Duvo Racing to speed up a little bit. I don't know if that's going to be possible for him, but Duvo's team manager Ben Wagener will be controlling that race, obviously balancing more speed against how much fuel they've got left.
I think they're both going to have to do a splash and dash.
Right, well,
because Harry Hilders has done 24 laps in the leading car, and Stanislav Sidoruk has done 27 laps in the duo car. So, they and the last Andrei Mukovets did 34 laps, so almost certainly they're going to have to do a splash and dash. And of course, the 909 will have to take on slightly more fuel than the 991, which will help the 991 extend its lead slightly.
So Karen doing a good job here in third place in TCR. She made her debut in the series at the Nürburgring last year, being the mainstay of the 24-hour series. And of course, as we've mentioned before, this series will be moving on in a month's time to the Coppa Florio 12 Hours of Sicily at Enna-Pegusa. That's going to be a great occasion. First time for many years they've had an international race there. European touring cars, yes. And prior to that, world sports cars going way back, but very unlikely that any of the drivers here, perhaps from Tim Coronel or Tom Coronel, might have raced there in 2012, but we'll find out more about that.
Fascinating circuit
when we go there. Yeah, so that's 9th of 11th October, and of course that will be live here on the Creventic TV, and then that will be followed a month after that, 13th to 15th of November at Zandvoort, the 12 Hours of Zandvoort, home race for Creventic, home race for a lot of the teams here, and especially for people like Tim Coronel and his cohorts, Mike Verschoor, of course, Franz and Mike Verschoor, and other Dutch heroes.
Yes.
On board then with that number 1 car still, Reese Lloyd. Then moving across to the 101 car, Red Camel, we saw Stephen Licorice still at the wheel, so we got 2 Brits on the circuit at the moment, Stephen Licorice, man from Oxford, and
Reese Lloyd
leading the race.
Leading the class.
Yep.
Leading the TCR class in the number 1 Auto Roma Motorsport by Wolf Power.
That's Reese, Reese Lloyd, So good to see 2 Brits here. We've got 3 girls racing, as we mentioned as well. Yasmin Pricey, who did such a good job to get that number 1 car into the class lead. Karen Gaillard, who's on board at the moment in the 3rd place top car. And of course, Gabi Ulje, partner of Tim Coronel, who's showing that car with him and Jan-Jaap van Rooyen.
Now, Mark, one thing that's interesting, Paul was absolutely correct as the Mercedes comes in for its final stop. Reese Lloyd is definitely in fuel-saving mode. His fastest lap for that car today's been 1:51, and he's doing a 1:56. whereas the other Golf is doing 153s and 154s. So
yeah.
he's definitely in fuel-saving mode, trying to get that car to the end.
I think they probably both will be, won't they? I think that's as much to the point as well. So that Mercedes coming in, then good to see it running again. They've had a on and off race. Shane Lewis brings the car in. They're completely out of sync, of course, for everything. This is a final tyre change. Get some fuel on board and just get that race over with. And as we heard Charlie Putnam saying this morning, the whole thing's been a nightmare logistically. Americans travelling to Europe and the time they've had to sit in Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam waiting for things to happen, get the right passes, visas. Once they got here, of course, everything's in a very safe bubble, but this coronavirus has really upset everything, hasn't it, worldwide, and no more so than this weekend where the Barcelona 24 hours has had to be replaced by the 16 hours of Hockenheim. And again, thanks to Hockenheim, thanks to Creventic for making this event happen, and it's great that we've got this racing, great gentleman racing aided by pros. Here's the race leader then, going past the last car running at the moment, the Speed Lover Porsche Rolf Litter on board that rather battered looking Porsche. That's had its share of accidents, the biggest one by Dom
Dom Bastian.
Yeah, Dom Bastian's yesterday.
Who's going to be the oldest man to start Le Mans.
Yeah, 74 years old, and he is getting ready for the big weekend at Le Mans in 2 weeks' time. So he had to change cars yesterday when the Pro Drive car, sorry, not the Pro Drive, the Pro Speed car, Christian Reed's Team Proton were unable to make the start of the race, so he jumped into the Speed Lover car and then later proceeded to crash it. But they did get the car fixed, and he is still running, and I'm sure that will be helping him getting ready for his Le Mans thing. Big bite.
That shows you how fast Harry Hilders is going, the way he kicked up the dust on.
Yeah, they've got a wheel over the inside curve.
Absolutely, yes, he's really pushing it.
Yeah, but that's puncher territory, so don't do that too often. It's
he's maintaining the gap though at 13 to 14 seconds.
We thought he's backing off, but obviously not.
No.
So let's see if you're right, Chris, about you're wondering if they might need a splash and dash for fuel, and we think the two Autorama cars, if they play it carefully, can get to the finish on the fuel they've got on at the moment. They are still apart, aren't they? They're on the same lap now because Miklas Born unwrapped himself from Reese Lloyd, but we don't know what the gap is until they come over the line next time. Reese Lloyd has completed 434 laps, and Miklas Born still waiting to come over.
I think Reese Lloyd is fine as long as he doesn't have to do a splash and dash.
Yeah.
And Harry Hilders has put the gap up to 15 seconds this lap, so he's extended slightly.
Right, yeah, in fact he's 2 seconds quicker on that lap than Sidoruk was. So the race still continues to unfold with just over 25 minutes of racing left. We're going into twilight now here at Hockenheim, and it's been a really good 2 days of racing. Always fascinating to see how these things spin out at the end. No one could have forecast yesterday that there would be two Porsche Cup cars leading overall in this race. This 978 car looking very battered, got a headlight out. Hopefully he won't get black and orange flag for that, because we will get this race finished before dusk. Rolf Litter at the wheel of that. So into the closing stages. Still with Speed Lover. And out front, Harry Hilders. Stanislav Sidoruk. slugging out the lead of the race, 17 seconds now. So Harry is starting to open that gap up. Neither of those cars can got any problem from behind. They're 20 laps ahead of the three-car TCR battle between the two Autorama Volkswagens and the top car Cupra. They're leaving all three drivers in, obviously Reese Lloyd, Miklas Born and Karen Gaillard. Karen is 28 seconds behind the second place car. And then in sixth place, the GT4 leading Team Avia Sorg Rennsport BMW M4. That's the Bjorn Simon, who is currently some 27 laps off the race leader. There's the 240 car, second in TCX. This is Tim Coronel back at the wheel now. The car he started yesterday, he immediately had electrical problems and didn't even complete the formation lap. He had the same again tomorrow on the formation, this morning on the formation lap, and they got it all sorted out now, and he might be a little way back down the field, but he is in second place behind the Ligier. Nordschleifer Racing, Michel Sallenbach on board that car at the moment. This is the 451 we're looking at. This is the Team Avia Sorg Rennsport BMW, just having that big fight at the moment with the Ligier there, goes past it. The Ligier not in contention with him. Just putting that down again, putting a lap down. And on board, Bjorn Simon, having done a good job this weekend, together with Olaf Meyer, Jose Manuel de los Milagros, the Madrid driver, and Heiko Eichenberg, who from Hanover, who'd done the bulk of the driving of the car and put it in a good place, leading GT4 in sixth place overall. Back then with Reese Lloyd, just signalling there to let the Mercedes go through. Reese, driving instructor, as we said at Thruxton, knows his P's and Q's, very good mannered, very courteous on the racetrack. And this will be a great win for Reese as well. So the championship winning car of last year. It's come here in the fourth place in the series, but this win will put them back up in the points again, behind the 112 car, which is the championship leader, Niklas Born. That car running in second place behind him. Top car Cupra in third place behind them. TCX, which is the other touring car class, Nordschleifer Racing, then the Ligier, and Davy Tech with the BMW 240i. So the clock ticking down, probably too slowly for some of these people now. They just want this race over with, make sure they haven't got any fuel problems, no punctures, no dramas. These drivers well in tune with the cars now. They've had 16 hours to do it. And just to note, of course, that the fastest lap of the race was by Charles Esplanlaublep in the CP Racing Mercedes, a 140.751, just trumping Mike Verschuur's 140.8 of yesterday. And Charles putting in a great drive this afternoon before that car had problems when Joe Foster put it into the tyre wall at the Sachs curve, which is exactly where Reese Lloyd is going through now. That banked Sachs curve leads you then down into the sub curve 1 and 2. Reese comes over the line to complete what will be 438 laps against the 457 of overall leader Harry Hilders. There is Harry, lights flashing. He's coming up behind our TCR class leader. So GT leader and touring car leader, they're together to turn 2. Turn 3, then down the parabolica. Now Rees will see that car coming, a faster car coming. He'll let him by. There we go. Massive speed that Porsche is carrying, 165 miles an hour before he starts braking heavily for the Spitzkehr. That hairpin at the bottom end of the circuit. And Harry's still maintaining his 147s. So is Stanislav. So that gap now 17 seconds between first and second in the Porsche Cups. And the gap between Rees Lloyd and Miklas Born is still the best part of a lap after Miklas unlapped himself. He's 4 seconds quicker on the last lap because Rees is now in fuel-saving mode, but still far enough ahead that Miklas is unlikely to take that race lead away from him. And their teammates as well, of course, so I'm sure team orders will come in from Autorama, team run by Stefan Tanner. Don't do anything crazy in this last 20 minutes of this race. They had a spin then, car 226. Message from race control, we didn't see it on the screens, but 226, that's the Nordschleife Ligier. It's the second spin it's had this afternoon. That was at down at the Spitzkehr. Last time it was at the Mercedes Arena. So everything hopefully home and dry, not too dry on the fuel, but home and dry for these drivers. Just maintain a steady pace, don't do anything risky. Harry's still running 147s, the same as Stanislav. And at one point, when we got to the 6 o'clock mark, we thought that that Duvo Russian crewed Porsche was going to gobble up the NKPP car, but it never quite happened. They changed drivers just as the crucial point came up, and at which point they had a faster driver in the 991. Harry Hilders replacing Marcel Van Berlo. So Duvo, only 2 drivers here this afternoon. Andrei Mukovots and Stanislav Sidoruk. Sergei Peregudov drove the car yesterday but didn't appear today. Maybe, as we say, gone back to Russia for business. And here then is the car that has claimed fastest lap of the race at 1:40.751, which was put in by Charles Espinalaub. Now the car owner Charlie Putnam back on board. He wants to be there for the checkered flag. It's his car, it's his team. The rancher from Casper, Wyoming. Man who survived a rollover, got trapped underneath his ATV in 2014, and it was 22 hours before anyone came to his rescue. But he was quite badly injured at the time, but was racing again within 2 months. That's how keen that guy is. And this is 63 now, so that all happened when he was 57. So they do bounce back, these race drivers, particularly the gentleman drivers. So there's the red camel car. Luke Breukers has now replaced Stephen Licorice. Luke Breukers, son of Ivo, brother of Brick. Dutch racing family, very much like the Coronels, very much like the Bleekermolens, very much like the Verschoors. Big dynasties, they get behind the wheel and dominate everything. So cars are now being ordered to turn lights on. 112 is getting the message. rear lights on. That's Miklas Born in the Volkswagen Golf that's running in second at the moment. If he doesn't respond to that, this is the car we're in, then he could get black and orange flag, not having lights on. The race control just put that order out 2 minutes ago. Lights on for all cars. There is the 112. Let's see if the rear lights are on now indeed. Yep, he's put them on. So not in trouble now. Headlights on, rear lights on. Just got to that point of the dusk where you get the order. Get that at Le Mans every year. The purple light goes on to tell everyone they've got to have lights on. Officially dark then. There is that 112 car. He's 78 seconds behind Reese Lloyd, so no chance of catching him now unless something dramatic happens in the closing stages. Reese Lloyd 2 seconds a lap slower than this car, but Miklas can't make that up as long as Reese has got the fuel to run to the end. Paul Truswell suggested both cars would be able to do it without the fuel. And Miklas pushing on into the final stages. GT4 of Bjorn Simon, the BMW. 2 cars behind him, running in 6th. So great afternoon here or great evening now for the Autorama team. Their cars first and second. This is their championship leading car. And the one car is last year's winning car. Here it is. That was the championship car, which Welshman Rhys Jones has done a great job in here. Safe pair of hands. The team's entrusted him with the job of getting that car to the win. Not only the win, but 3rd place overall in the 24-hour race. He's now catching up with the Cooper there as they go into the Sachs curve. Comes out under power into Sud curve 1, Sud curve 2. This car looking really, really good on the round Hockenheim. Very, very solid drive by the man from Carmarthen. So great to have a British winner in the series. So Paul is just reminding us that 112 has not yet served a 10-second time penalty for exceeding track limits. Same applies to car 226. That Nordschleife Racing Ligier has to serve a 10-second penalty as well. If they don't make another pit stop, that will just be added to the race time. So that will put Miklas further away from Reese Lloyd. So Reese has got that double indemnity, double safety net there. Not only having a lead over him, useful lead over him, but also knowing that there's another 10 seconds will be put onto Miklas's time. So thank you for reminding us of that. Well, 11.5 minutes to go. As Hilders crosses the line for the 463rd time. It's been quite an interesting instant-packed race. Most people seem to have had a problem at some point or the other. We've had a number of code 60s during the length of the race. 6 in all. The last of those was when the Aston Martin shed its rear suspension in the Sachs curve. Sachs curve seems to be a magnet for all the trouble this weekend. Either cars crashing, going straight on, spinning, or losing bits. There is the Pro Sport Aston Martin. Rodrigue Guillon on board that car at the moment. Ran out of Germany. And Gillian from Belgium, coached, as we said, by Nico Verdonk. GT4 winner last year for Aston Martin. Not heading for the GT4 win today, though. That will go to the Team Avia Sorg Rennsport BMW of Bjorn Simon. Massive loss of time by that Aston Martin. That rear suspension collapse actually cost them something like 19 laps. In fact, more than that, it was 27 laps, in fact. So, here we are. Here's the second place car. Stanislav Silurit. Unable to close up at all. They're still trading the same lap times, 1:48s, both of them. So that gap, as he goes across the finish line for the 464th time, that gap will still be around the 17, 18 second mark. It's in fact 19 seconds this time, because he lost a second on that lap. So again, is that fuel saving mode? The one thing you don't want to do is run out of fuel with just 8 and a bit minutes left of a 16-hour race. Out of the Spitschke hairpin. Harry Hilders then doing everything that's been asked of him. Having a very good race. This car, one of the few that hasn't had major problems. In fact, neither of the Cup cars have. They've seem to have a charmed life. Passes the Aston Martin, which is down in 10th place overall. No sign of the Keep Verschure wanting to get that car back on the lap for the final few laps, nor of the Audi, so we assume those cars are now wrapped up. Oh, we've got a problem here for car number 9, which is a Keep Verschure. Car not respecting minimum driver by AM time, 7-lap deduction from race results. Well, that's a bit of a pointless penalty, because that car has been sitting in the garage for the last 5 hours and not rejoining. So just watching the clock ticking down now. Just seeing Harry Hilders then on board that car for 39 laps now. We'll eke 2 or 3 more laps out of it by the finish. And Harry hasn't driven since we last got out of the car at 1:50 this afternoon. Got back in at 5:38. He's just done a good steady job. The bulk of the driving done by Marcel van Berlo today. He's done 5 stints. Well, officially 4 stints, because of course just 1 lap at the beginning of the race before he peeled into the pits to change from yesterday's wet tyres onto slicks. So Marcel doing 11, 33, 24 and 37 laps respectively in his 4 stints. Harry Hilders on his 2nd stint today with 43 earlier on. He's going to be doing about the same again in this final stint, which is going to take him through to the finish. Again, good race driving there by our Welsh friend. Rhys Lloyd waving cars past, very, very conscious of the traffic, using his mirrors a lot. And I hope his pupils who instructs at Thruxton will be noting this, putting into practice what he preaches. So a nice solid drive by everybody on board the two Autorama cars. And just to remind you, Konstantin Kletzer, Christoph Lenz, Yannick Mettler, Reese Lloyd is on board now, and then of course Jasmin Preissig, the Swiss Volkswagen ambassador, who did such a good job this afternoon. 28-year-old putting that car into the lead. A long battle with the 112 and the 131 top car Cupra, and she really helped set up the car for this victory here, which is about to come in 4 minutes. Along with the commentator's curse, doesn't kick in. So hopefully no more dramas in these closing laps. It's been a long 16 hours for everybody. The night just starting to fall here over the Rhine Valley, as the Creventic crews already start thinking about the next race in a month's time at the iconic circuit of Enna-Pegusa, the circuit round the lake in Sicily. The year I went there, it was water snakes. They did have a plague of frogs the last time international racing went there, the European touring cars. So it throws up all sorts of interesting asides. So Reese still driving in fuel saving mode. 58s he's putting in all the time. Hasn't deviated from that. His best, that car's best lap, a 1:51 earlier in the day, but now they need to conserve fuel. The 909 comes in then. Well, this is Duva Racing, Stanislav Sidorok, and they've obviously need a splash and dash. He's got bypassed the pits, going down to the fuel lane, not going to make it in the last 3 minutes on the fuel he's got on board. That is a big turn up for Duvo Racing. So after such a good performance there, they were no longer in a position to take the win, because Harry Hilders was just keeping out Carrot on front, but to actually have to stop on what is the penultimate lap, that is a great shame for them. They've gone as far as they can. Duvo Racing run out of Luxembourg by team manager Ben Wagener, the team owned by Romain Wolf and Jean-Marie Dumont. That's left Harry Hilders with a clear run to the finish, and he's going to make the most of that. Lapping at 1:47. Comes over the start-finish line, so there will be another 2 laps. Next time he comes round, he will get the signal final lap. As the clock hits 16 hours. 0 on your screen. So Stanislav Sidorok out of the refueling area already. It was just literally a splash and dash. Not even a time to swipe his club card. Back on track. But that is going to put him a lap down now. 20-kilometer speed limit in the refueling area, having come down the pits at a steady 40 kilometers an hour. And the penultimate time around the Spitzkehre for the green and orange Baz Curtin racing machine. Winners at Spa in 2018. Harry Hilders, Marcel Van Berlo and Gijs Bessem. Good job those 3 drivers have done. Sticking to the regimes they're given. Strategies played out beautifully. Fuel saving modes and everything. Managed to eke out an extra couple of laps over the rival Duvo machine. Of the 3 Russians, 2 of them here today. So as he comes over the line, last lap board does indeed go out, because by the time he comes round again, the 16 hours will be up. There's still 16 seconds left on that board. So final lap then for not only Harry Hilders, but Reese Lloyd in the Autorama Volkswagen Golf as they come around themselves to start their final lap. 12 cars still running. So well done, all of them. Some of them had huge problems to overcome. Probably most of all the Charlie Putnam Mercedes, which he's on board at the moment. And already the Bas Kutten racing guys running out into the pit lane. Car number 991 about to win the 991 category, Porsche Cup category, and the Hockenheim 16 hours overall. After 16 hours of hard racing, mixed fortunes for everyone. 2 rain showers yesterday, the second one the heavier one. The team's already on the railing as he comes through the Mercedes Stadium for the last time. Powers out onto the drag strip, which brings him down to turn Mobile 1. That leaves him with just 5 more corners to go. Mobile 1 into the banked Sachs curve. Nice and steady. Car looking absolutely immaculate, and nice steady drive. Good job by everyone involved there. Out of 12 into 13 and 14. That dog leg which brings you into Sudcurve. The checkered flag is waiting. Just 2 corners to go. Sudcurve 1, Sudcurve 2, and Harry Hilders takes the win for NKPP Racing by Bas Kutten. Over the line he comes, and to the best of our knowledge, the first time that a Porsche Cup car has won one of the 24-hour series races. We will ask Peter Frey when he talks to the drivers on the podium for confirmation of that. Here then is Carmarthen's Reese Lloyd, 26 years old, about to take a big win for him personally in the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing team, the Swiss team run by Stefan Tanner, and he takes this win, one of 5 drivers in that car. Congratulations to him, Yannick Mettler, to Christoph Lenz, Jasmin Preissig and Konstantin Kletzer as he comes up for the last time into the stadium sections. Still a short way to go onto the drag strip, down into Mobile 1, and those last few corners in the Sachs Stadium. And over the line also flashing lights, happy to win GT4, the Team Avia Sorg Rennsport car of Bjorn Simon. Here comes Reese then. Reese Lloyd not only winning TCR but 3rd overall, which must also be some sort of a record for a touring car, racing category car, to finish on the main overall podium. Well done, Reese. Well done everyone for finishing. Thank you, Chris Parsons, for being here with me. Chris is having to leave now for another engagement, but we will stay with you for the podium celebrations after a long 16-hour haul around Hockenheim. As we mentioned, a lot of racing this weekend, sports cars particularly, European GT4 at the Nürburgring, Fuji 24 Hours, and Road Atlanta in the IMSA WeatherTech series. So Luke Breukers looks like he's won the race. He might be 4th in category, but they have finished. That's the main thing in these races. You know, anything over 4 hours is something to finish in a race. Lucas in the red camel car, just so happy they got it there. And they're just giving us the message. Yes. I think Luke had won the race outright, wouldn't he? With the Well, here is the outright winner, though, of course. Great job by Autorama team, getting a 1-2 as they came back. Well, look at this. Here is Harry Hiller. Hilda's getting out of the car, the man in black. Number of man in black this weekend amongst some Dom Bastions. And everyone so happy that they've pulled it off and taken the overall win in a 24-hour race. Very much a family affair, this, of course, with everyone involved. Here's our 3 winning drivers then. Hilders, Bessem and Marcel van Berlo. Well done, guys. Great job. And well done to NKPP Racing by Baz Kirsten. We're riding with the TCR winner and 3rd overall on the track. Reese so pleased with things. He has one, of course. So huge emotion from this for this 26-year-old. Come the other finishers then. Timabi at Sorg Rensport, the BMW. Beyond Simon getting out of the car. They're giving him a hug as well, the Madrid man. Jose Manuel de los Milagros, Heiko Eichenberg and Olaf Meyer. They finished 6th overall in this. But here we are. Here is the man of the moment, Reese Lloyd. Parks the car up. And he is going to be such a happy Welshman tonight. A very good win for them. Faultless drive. And comes his teammate alongside, Miklas Born. Miklas, remember, will have to take a penalty on top of his finishing time, but he has finished, I think, just far enough ahead of Karen Gillard. It's a 10-second penalty, just double checking that. Hasn't taken it yet. A 10-second penalty, so that won't affect his 2nd place because he finishes 57 seconds ahead of Karen. Well, they did it on the fuel, didn't they? Certainly the Baz Curtin Porsche and the 2 Autorama cars. Thank you, Paul Trustwell, for forecasting that. What we didn't see coming was Stanislav Sidoruk having to make a stop-go for fuel, a splash and dash on the penultimate lap of the race. And there is his blonde teammate Yasmin Preisseg, Volkswagen ambassador. So she is a winner as well. Great job they've done there in that car. 5 drivers. So after the racing, the exhaustion, if you haven't won, then there isn't the glory, is there? But just walking back and everyone getting ready for the celebrations later on. I think there'll be a few beers flowing. So and of course the dreaded masks at the end of the races, but that's the sign of the times at the moment. And Peter Frey will be down there shortly to handle the winners' ceremony once the results have been confirmed. So there we are. There they are. GT then. And we think, we're waiting for Peter to confirm it, the first 24-hour series outright win by a Porsche Cup car. Let's see if we're right. So Gus Bessem, Harry Hilders, Marcel Van Berlo, winning from Andrei Mukolov and Stanislav Sidorok. Sergei Peregudov drove yesterday, but not today. And then in that third place car in GT, the GT4 BMW of Elif Meyer, Bjorn Simon, Heiko Eichenberg and Jose Manuel de los Milagros. Charles Putnam, best of the GT3 runners, finishing in 4th in GT, but he does win GT3 despite their problems. Nico Vedant, Rodriguez Guillon, Tom Heron in the Aston Martin Vantage. They finish 5th in their GT4 category, second in the category, 5th overall GT. Speed Lover Porsche 978. They finish in the results. They are 3rd in the 991 category. Then the two non-finishers, the AC Motorsport Audi and the Equipe Vacher Renault, which completes the GT results. TCE, of course, Autorama 1-2 from Top Car Sport. Just waiting for those results to come up. 470 laps then completed by the overall winners compared to 450 laps for the top TCE cars. And there we are. Great drive by Autorama. All of those drivers, Konstantin Kletzer, Jasmin Preissig, Christopher Lentz, Yannick Mettler and Welshman Reese Lloyd. The second place car, Alberto Vescovi, Roberto Ferri, Miklas Born, Marek Schale and Benjamin Leuchter. And then third in that category, again, one of the girls, Karen Gaillard from Fabienne Dance and Kai Jordan. That car, of course, damaged in a start line shunt. Even though it's a rolling lap, they managed to collide with the AC Motorsport Audi. But third, Nordschleife Racing bring their Ligier back in that 4th place overall in the race. And just catching up on the other results, Red Camel Racing, problems for them. They finished behind the Davy Tech TCX second place car of Jan Yap Verun, Tim Cornell, Gabby Vulje, the third girl in the race. And then right at the back there, Stefan Perrin, Vincent Rademacher, Matthew Letry, their race finished in the garage in the AC Audi. Well, that is our 12 finishers. 2 retirements over 16 hours. That's not bad going. Just shows the reliability of these cars. And here's the night scene at Hockenheim then, as we wait for the results to be confirmed, and then we will move to the winners ceremony. But first, we will be having a quick recap of the race with what has been happening over the last 16 hours. Meantime, thank you for being with me, Mark Cole, and with Chris Parsons. We've enjoyed having him with us. It's been a long haul over the 2 days, but at least we got the night off, something you don't get at most 24-hour races. There's plenty of celebration down there in pit lane. Once they got the champagne, once they got the beers out, there'll be more celebrations here at Hockenheim. It's remembering to keep in the bubbles. And we look forward already to Sicily in a month's time, and to Ennepegusa for the next round of the 24-hour series, round 5 of 6, the Coppa Florio 12 hours of Sicily. Of course, that's Sicily, famous for the Targa Florio, the event around the mountain tracks of the Italian island. The podium ceremony coming up soon. As we just wait for Creventic to confirm the results. Great job by everyone there, and I'd just like to say thank you to Creventic for letting us join the family for the weekend. It's been a great journey, of course, and thank you to Helen, Natasha, Maurice, who've been our coordinators, and thank you to all our cameramen out there. Great job you've done in all sorts of weather, and responding to our questions and giving us such good coverage. And so Creventic on a high at the moment, thanks to Hankook as well, their series sponsor. And let's hope that these final 2 rounds in October and November produce just as good racing as we've had here today at Hockenheimring, but hopefully with a few more cars been a bit of a struggle this time. The Barcelona 24 Hours being cancelled and clashing events, but they've done well, and Hockenheim has now hosted its longest ever motor race in its long history, which dates back to 1932.
Welcome everybody. We are ready for the podium ceremony of the Hankook 16 Hours of HOCKENHEIMRIng. It was our first edition. I hope you all enjoyed it. We as an organization enjoyed it. Who knows, we will be back here in the future. We're going to start with the GT division overall podium. On the third place is a team of Team Avia Zorg Rennsport. Olaf Meijer, Bjorn Simon, Heiko Eichenberg, José Manuel de los Milagros. And as you know, we only have one person per team on the podium. On the second place, the team of Duo Racing, Andrei Mukovos, Sergei Peregodov, and Stanislav Sidoruk. And the winners of the GT division, 16 Hours of Hockenheimring, powered by Hankook. It's the team of NKPP Racing by Bas Koeten Racing, Gijs Bessems, Harry Hilders, Marcel van Berlo. And we're now going to listen to the national anthem of the winning team representing the Netherlands. A big applause for these winners. Normally we hand over the trophy, but not possible, so you have to do it yourself. Show it to the audience, show it to everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, big applause. GT division, Team Avia Zorg Rennsport, Duo Racing, and NKPP by Bas Koeten Racing. We will see these people back in a few minutes because they also have the class podium. We're going to prepare the next podium. I hope everything is going well behind here. We're going to change the flags. Nobody hurts, nobody hurts. We have to wait a few more moments. They are preparing the next podium. And like I said this morning and even yesterday, you don't need a lot of cars to have a beautiful race. I think we saw beautiful battles from the beginning to the end in different classes, the TCR, the overall, almost every class. I'm going to start to announce the next podium. It's the overall TCE division on the third place. It's the team of Top Car Sport with Fabian Dans, Karen Galliard and Kai Jordan. On the second place, car number 112, Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power, Alberto Vescovi, Roberto Ferri, Miklas Born, Marek Schaller and Benjamin Leuchter. And the number one, the winners of the TCE division, Hankook, 16 hours of Hockenheimring. Number one, Autorama Motorsport, also by Wolf Power, Konstantin Kletster, Jasmin Preisig, Christoph Lenz, Rice Lloyd and Yannick Mettler. And now we're going to listen also to the national anthem of Switzerland from the winners. A big applause. Overall TCE division, and also because you have two trophies, it's the same order of the TCR class. Take your trophies high, show it to everybody. Thank you very much.
Well done, guys. Well done. Well done, ladies.
And ladies.
Well done.
We're going to prepare the next podium. It's the GT3 class. Unfortunately, Equipe Verschuur did not classify it for this class. So that means we have the number one on the podium. But please give him and the whole team a big applause. It's the team of CP Racing, Charles Putman, Charles Espelop, Joe Foster, and Shane Lewis, all the way from America. Thank you very much, Charles.
Thank you for coming, Charles. Thank you.
The next podium will be the 991 Porsche class. Just a moment. We prepare the podium. On the third place, it's the team of Speed Lover with Erik Mouet, Jeroen Kreeft, Rolf Lietaert, and Dominique Bastien. And they sent the team manager, André van Hoof, upstairs. Give him a big applause. On the second place, the team of Duo Racing, Andrei Mukovos, Sergei Peregudov, and Stanislav Sedurok. And the winners, same as the overall winner, in the 991 class, team of NKPP Baskute Racing. Harry, it's your turn. Oh, you go on. Sorry. Gijs Bessems, Harry Hilders, and this time is Marcel van Berle on the podium. Hold your trophies high, show them to everybody. The 991 class, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for showing up.
The next class, the GT4 class. On the second place, we have the team of Pro Sport Racing with Nico Verdonk, Roderick Gillion, and Tom Heren. And the first place, Team Avia Zorg Rennsport, Olaf Meijer, Bjorn Simon, Heiko Eschenberg, and José Manuel de los Milagros. Great name. Also for you gentlemen, show your trophy to everybody. Last but not least, TCX class. On the second place, Nordschleife Racing, Guillaume Roman, Daniel Watsinski, and Michel Salenbach. And the winners of this class, first place, Davy Tech with drivers Jan-Jaap Verroon, Tim Coronel, and Gabi Ulje. Also for you last time, show your trophies to everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you everybody again. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm now talking to the camera. The next race we have is the 12 hours Coppa Florio in Sicily. I hope to see you all there. For the viewers at home, thank you very much for watching. Here is the calendar and also a beautiful movie about the Coppa Florio 12 hours of Sicily. See you all soon. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Sicily is a world apart. A place like no other.